The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
Why?
Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink!
Stutter! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people! And welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Overreaction Monday, November 11th, 2024. This program starts now. Football! It is amazing. Week 10 of the NFL season wraps up this evening with the Dolphins and the Rams. I know all Dolphins fans are super excited to be on prime time against a Rams team that could go on and still do something special, which is kind of the story of what's happening in the NFL right now. Now, there are certainly some teams where their fans have already mailed it in and started thinking about the draft, and every week that passes certainly cements that case. But then there's some teams that are making some runs right now. There's some teams that are winning some games. There was a hard count that won a game for a team. There was a blocked field goal that won a game for a team, and you're talking about some magical stuff. One team had 5 interceptions and still won. How does that happen? Football is the greatest. We'll obviously chit-chatted about it all single day. We'll have Adam Schefter joining us in about 20 minutes. Bill Belichick will join us, and then Jim Harbaugh, the head coach of the Chargers. Don't look now.
Yep.
Yeah.
They play a style of football that wins. And they are winning. Jim Harbaugh will join us in 2 hours, 2:05 Eastern. We're lucky to be doing this. We can't thank you enough for watching. The Talks and Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Comments. I mean, you're obviously grinning like the butcher's dog because of Drake May, but football is fantastic right now.
Yeah, unbelievable. You just mentioned it, too. Some of the games coming down to the wire. The 1 o'clock slate was great. The 4 o'clock slate, I mean, there could be some adjustments made. But
3 games, all of them stink. That's tough.
All of them very terrible, but still some great teams playing. The Philadelphia Eagles still winning games, even though everybody still hates Nick Sirianni. And then you mentioned it. The Steelers. I mean, that felt like the game of the week almost. And then, of course, the Detroit Lions on Jake Bates' leg to end that game by an inch.
One half of the hammer, Dahn, Cowboys, AP tone. Boston Connor just chit-chatted about Pittsburgh Steelers are 7-2 right now.
Whoa.
Okay, and the Pittsburgh Steelers made a bunch of moves this offseason to add to this particular team. Obviously, they bring in Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's playing just fine. Mike Tomlin made the decision to go to Mr. Unlimited. In the middle of the season, after they had already won some games, Justin Fields is playing A-OK. The city loved Justin Fields. The locker room seemingly loved Justin Fields. And Mike Tomlin says, you know, the enemy of great is good. We're good right now. We're trying to be great. They seemingly are getting to that point. Obviously, Russell Wilson's able to do some things that nobody else in the history of football is able to do. His deep balls come down from the clouds. Yep. They land like a Harrier plane into the arms. Mike Williams is a guy they trade for literally just last week from the New York Jets. He gets a game-winning touchdown. Preston Smith, defensive lineman brought in from the Green Bay Packers. He makes a massive play in the fourth quarter. Everything that the Pittsburgh Steelers have done to add to this team is seemingly working, and they get a huge win over a Washington Commanders team who certainly could have won that. They get the ball after this. They end up getting 3 inches short on a first down with Zach Ertz completion. Pittsburgh Steelers get a big-time win. Tone Diggs, you got to feel as if you guys could go. The Pittsburgh Steelers, real deal this year, it feels like. And the reason is that dangerous son of a bitch, Russell Wilson.
Really?
He's having team meetings on the offensive side every single Thursday night. Picks up all the meals, all the tabs. Said, boys, this one's on me. He said to Mike Florio, I believe the NBC crew, he said, a lot of people talk about like the positive stuff and how it got to be fake. I believe in this. This is literally what I believe. So whenever you hear me say, clear eyes, full hearts, we can't lose on the sideline, I mean that. Whenever we're down in the fourth quarter and I'm your quarterback, I firmly believe that we're very much in this thing. I'm going to make some mistakes. You're going to make some mistakes. We're going to make some mistakes. We're going to have a fake punt early. That's potentially going to put us behind the 8 ball. Who cares? We're going to come back and make big plays. George Pickens is playing his absolute best ball. Pat Freiermuth is playing his best ball. Austin is playing his best ball. The offensive line seemingly blocking better. And you got Naj And Warren needs to hold on to the rock, running the ball all over the place. This Pittsburgh Steelers team's for real, and I think they have what it takes to win late, too, Tone, which I assume has got you all zeked up in the pants.
Very, very zeked up. You can start with Mr. Unlimited, okay? He can do no wrong right now. He is our king. He is our champion. He is our Lord and Savior. We will follow him.
Jeez.
What?
Sorry, go on.
If you're the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, you're winning football games like he is and playing like he is our Lord and Savior, okay? 7 was our Lord and Savior for a long time. Now it's 3, okay? Mr. Unlimited 3 is doing it all. And he's just been, delivering on so many big plays with him and George Pickens and now Mike Williams with that huge catch. And, the offense was okay with Justin Fields, but it felt like it has the last few years when the record was still fine, but you knew in the back of your head there was no chance that they were going to win any playoff games. Completely different this year. It feels like they could win. The offense is moving. The offense is scoring. The defense shut down the Commanders' run game last year. Yesterday was a day of big plays. There was big plays by both offenses. It was awesome. The defense was awesome against the run. We're going to do it.
Yeah, I think there is a chance you guys do it. And obviously your special teams coordinator, Danny Smith's all pissed off about the fake not working. But then they get a muff on a punt, get the ball back in the plus side. So it's special teams is great, even though this particular fake not the best. So, this could have been a check live at the time because corner comes in to rush the punter. So they could have checked that thing at the, look, he comes in, bang, we got a guy wide open. Pause it right there, Foxy. All right, so that guy's wide open.
They practice it.
In football, you got a guy who's wide open. Can we put it back here, please? So whenever... Is this thing on? This thing on? Okay, so we're professional athletes here. We're adults in the United States of America. And what we've learned on Saturdays from College Game Day is that Americans stink at kicking balls.
Yep.
Okay, that's because they don't grow up doing it as much as maybe other places. You should be able to play pitch and catch. So as soon as old buddy comes down, this guy's wide ass open. Wide ass open. Look at the space. Look at the opportunity. All we need is play catch. That's all we need to do. Now you're backed up. You're on the 15-yard line, 16-yard line. So if it's an incomplete, you're a nightmare, but you're not thinking about an incomplete. You know why? Professional athletes. Play it, check it, snap it, wide open, look for the ball. It's coming.
Oh, no. Man.
It's tough.
That's tough.
Brutal.
Thank you, D.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I've been a part of something very similar to this in the past, and it was against the Dallas Cowboys in Jerry World. It was in the first quarter. We were backed up, and the Dallas Cowboys would then go on to score 55 points against the Indianapolis Colts. Pittsburgh Steelers did not fold. They stepped right back up, and Danny Smith obviously, it was wide open. It was wide open. We had another one. Damn. Oh, my God. How do we going to get it? How do we drop that ball? We practiced it 1,000 times. Same thing that happened for us at the Colts, but that's a situation that the Steelers this year would have normally converted on. Good things would have happened. Instead, it goes bad. How do they respond in a great way? The Steelers are the real deal. 9-year NFL vet, Darius J. Butler is here. Good to see you. D-Butch, there's 2 teams we need to talk about.
All right.
You want to start in the NFC or the AFC?
Let's start NFC.
Okay, NFC. Detroit Lions. Jared Goff throws 5 interceptions.
Man.
5. One of them gets in a Hail Mary, so you kind of jot that off at halftime. He didn't make it to the end zone, and it was an interception. You're talking about worst stats. Jared Goff has 5 interceptions. Now, the Houston Texans did take advantage of a few of them in scoring. Houston Texans, who lead the AFC South, obviously have an opportunity to go do something special in C.J. Stroud's second year. He's going to learn. He's going to evolve. They trade for Stephon Diggs. They make some other moves. Well, Stephon gets hurt. Nico Collins has been out. They haven't been able to protect CJ. But in a game against the Lions, who are a team everybody thinks is going to be around the end, the Houston Texans were back. That place was sold out, filled up. Houston Texans football. This Detroit Lions win whenever they're not supposed to win. This is the difference between the Detroit Lions now versus the Detroit Lions. But you see that pick? That's Jared Goof stuff.
Bingo.
That's not Jared Goff stuff. That's Jared Goof stuff. Back whenever he was at the end of his run with the Rams. That's what the Detroit Lions used to look like. And they used to crumble. They used to fold. 23-13. Let's give the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who obviously made plays all over the place. Get this thing to 23-20. Then Jared Goff hands it off to one of their incredible backs, Jahmyr Gibbs. He's eating. He's going crazy. And once you started just sensing a little bit of momentum going their way, the UFL superstar Jake Bates buries a 58-yarder to tie that thing. Now, Kaimi Fairbairn would have an opportunity to answer at 58 yards. He's been money from 50-plus. He pulls this one. What's that mean? Well, the Lions get the ball at 48 right there. And if you see the way Jake Bates kicks, you get a couple first downs. What's that mean? You're going to get another opportunity at it. Again, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Jake Bates, 52-yarder! Good! O-line Lions. That ball hits the upright, comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Brand new Lions. That ball drifts inside the upright. It's like this Lions team's doing things that we could have never expected if you're a Lions fan about 10 years ago. And also it feels like football gods are a little bit on their side. D-Budge.
This is back-to-back weeks now. Now they're 8-1, so they've been winning all year. But this is back-to-back weeks where they won kind of ugly games in different ways. And that's what you got to do if you're a good team. Second half, obviously C.J. Stroud had a good first half. Second half, defense comes out, basically pitches a shutout. Turn C.J. Stroud over a couple times. That's what you got to have with a good football team, complimentary football. If the offense isn't, putting 40 points on the board, your defense shows up. Defense giving up some points, your offense can put up 40 at any point in time. So this team, they kind of look like destined, kind of like probably the other team we're going to talk about in the other conference.
Who's that?
The AFC, probably the Chiefs, still been the Chiefs.
Chiefs is still the Chiefs. How'd they win the game yesterday? Go ahead. Let's take some guesses.
I assume just Kelsey went ballistic and scored a touchdown.
He did score a touchdown, but no, that's not how they won it. Ty,
it was Mahomes' magic late in the game.
Oh, you thought he cooked a little bit?
Yeah.
Maybe rolled his ankle, got back?
Yep.
He kind of did, but no, that wasn't a ton. What do you think?
That defense against a rookie quarterback, I assume a shutout?
No, actually did give up some points.
Jeez.
Yeah, and the rookie quarterback, not bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, he's actually pretty good. D-Butch.
Probably the rookie, Xavier Worthy, probably got hot, probably 3 touchdowns.
No, I understand how you would think that, but that wasn't Andy Reid. Also, I know some people
D-Hop scored 3 touchdowns?
No, he didn't. Some people are thinking Andy Reid maybe won in running back, goal line.
Yep. Sure.
That wasn't.
Pacheco came back?
No. They blocked field goal.
Come on.
Yeah, they blocked field goal.
Come on.
Yeah, they blocked field goal away. Boom! Leo Chenal, who they call John Cena. They say this guy is the strength of a D lineman, plays linebacker. He's an absolute stud. Will Lutz is a great kicker. Bo Nix, we think, is going to be a great quarterback. But what we think is what they got going on in their field goal protection is, I don't want to say stupid, but certainly left them wide open for somebody to take advantage of. And Dan Orlovsky did a nice piece on this on Get Up, so I appreciate him kind of zooming in on the finer things in this entirety. But if you look at number 54 there, he's the left end. Okay, so as you, can we put it back up here, please? So as you look at this thing here, okay, so here's wing. Okay, he has one. Eyes on one coming here. This guy, Alex Forsythe, he's the end. Okay, so you're supposed to pivot, bang, bang, eyes to two. Eyes to two. Foot in ground, open this gate up so you two can kind of interlock to lock out 1 and 2. Then you got the tackle, obviously taking 3. Guard just kind of eating it up the middle, and then bomb, 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 bomb. Play that thing. Pause that thing. This guy doesn't even get his other foot in here. Go back, please, to the beginning of this play. What? This guy's doing great. Play. Pause. Play. Pause. Guy doesn't even get his head up, okay? This dude has the worst technique I've ever seen from somebody playing in this position. Squatting on heels, doesn't even lift up his head. It was the story of the entire game. Dan Orlovsky broke it down great on Get Up, so I'm not going to dive all the way back into it. And I would assume it's a story of the season with this guy. I think there was a couple games he was the starting center. I think he's still listed as a starting center, but he's been on the field goal team the entire season. Having him be on the field side, okay? So this is on the right hash. So the upright's over here. So science tells you this ball's going to have to go this way to go through the uprights. So the crew that is on this side, and I don't know how many they pick up and flip, but the field side group is your group. This has got to be sound. This guy does not deserve to be on a field side of any field goal team that I've ever seen in my entire life. I have no idea how they've gotten away with it this long. This guy just gets his ass sent. Now, these people are going to fall. There's a chance you're going to fall. Die slowly, though. Leo keeps his feet, battles through, explodes through the ball. It is picture-perfect technique, and it's taking advantage of a fish that they certainly knew. I don't know if coming into the game they knew the 54 was the fish, because early they weren't attacking him as much, and then about the second kick, they started giving a little shove. Third one, they're like, wait a minute, hold on, we got this guy. 54, if he goes back out there for the rest of the season, he's going to get this type of treatment. That's the way it works on field goal block. But whenever you talk about perfect execution and paying attention to the details in the biggest moments, that is this Kansas City Chiefs team. So whenever I put out a tweet that the Chiefs is still the Chiefs, and everybody goes, they got lucky. It's like, no, the amount of work that they put in on the tiny things, and then also strategically finding out we can get through this guy, and then having the confidence that you can go get it, which Jabal definitely had to have to sell out completely. It's like that's perfect execution in a massive moment from your third phase, which matters. Everybody talks about Spagnuolo's defense being great. Everybody talks about Patrick Mahomes being awesome. Special teams here, you can tell they work their asses off in those periods because those types of step jump is all routine. That's all muscle memory. That's not something you just drop in on a Sunday and say, hey, this is what we need you to do. Run through Buddy's chest and then need to get your hands up on the ball. That's practice. That's worked. That's accountability. That's details. And that's why they're the only undefeated team. And that's why they were this close to losing, but they don't. Two teams now, Chiefs and Lions, are winning when they're not supposed to. And everybody wonders why. The Chiefs, obviously, if they're just able to get the toe in for Isaiah Likely, we all remember that in the opener, they win. How about when the Bengals just outgained them and then they also lost the turnover battle? How about the missed PI call against Atlanta? How about the win in overtime? How about the field goal block? The Chiefs 9-0. But. Always happens to the teams that are good. Then the Lions, same exact thing. They get their shit kicked offensively against the Packers. Who cares? How about against the Titans? Same exact thing. Are they going to lose to the Titans? Nah, who cares? They lose. They get the ball picked off 5 times against the Texans. They win. Every time. The winners win. And there's reasons. And I think on that field goal block, to a lot of people's points that have played football, it's like their attention to the little things is the reason why they won. Won't get talked about. It'll be considered lucky, but that shit's worked, just like all this other stuff.
It's the details, man. It's a fine, very, very fine line between winning and losing in the National Football League. Everybody has good coaches. Everybody's got good players, but it's the small things, and they don't become big things until they become big things. We saw it with the Commanders and the Bears, and it was the Hail Mary, something we practice, we rep every Saturday in the walkthrough before games, but never really show up until it shows up. So Andy Reid, MCDC up in Detroit, they obviously coach the little things, and it's culture too. It's from the players. The players, we hold each other accountable on good teams to do all the little things throughout the week, and then Sunday, Monday, Thursday, whenever thing show up in a big month. Yeah, I don't know how.
And on the other side, the lack of attention to detail. I don't know how that guy has been at that position for that long. Like, he's a center. Normally, you're going to want somebody that can move a little bit at that position because you got to. Literally, the thing is, stick in between old buddy, boom. And then you're just looking for 2. And then old buddy here is bang, pow, looking for 1.
Yeah.
So his right thigh and your boom are locking that whole thing down. And you're going to fall. Just need your ass to fall slow.
What body types are usually, because I'm not used to a center being out that wide away from the ball.
Like
usually they're
ends.
closer in. Usually that tight end, I've seen D end.
Tight end tackle, backup tackle, maybe like the D end. Definitely somebody that's put backup D end. Yeah, like those are, because I don't know. That dude didn't even get his head up and didn't even move his feet before he was already. It was like, wow, how have they been getting away with? How has this guy been getting away? I don't know. He's not going to anymore. I mean, Alex Forsythe now has a massive circle. Hey,
they got that laser on him.
Wherever the hell 54 is, we're going. Even if he's on the short side of the field over here, we are going to try to get through him. I don't know how they made it this far without showing up in the Denver Broncos. With that being said, when Bo Nix needed to make a drive, he did against the Kansas City Chiefs. Whenever the Broncos needed to make some plays, they certainly did. They're obviously, I'd say, that close to beating the Kansas City Chiefs. If you're a Broncos fan, I think you should be excited about what they're building over there. This with a $43 million cap hit this year, I think. So obviously they can get going. But the Chiefs winning this way, I think a lot of people go, oh, wow, that's bullshit. It's like, no. Actually, it's the complete opposite. It's like the amount of work that goes into all of this is something that you would never really get to reap the benefit of. How many block kicks are there a year? A handful.
Yeah.
Now, this one's to win a game, though. So whenever you need it in the biggest moment, they're able to rely on their technique that they work. It's like that says something about the whole team, not just that particular play.
Well, it's also surprising, too, just because Sean Payton. Like, you would think Sean Payton is one of those guys who would be very, very meticulous when it comes to things like this. I mean, 2 years ago, before the Super Bowl, when it was Chiefs-Eagles, he actually told us, like, hey, there's going to be a massive special teams play tomorrow or Sunday night, and that's going to change the entire game. And then Kadarius Toney had that return, so it is surprising. But to your guys' point, how simple is it to just plug and play somebody now? Like, are they just going to, hey, all right, we need somebody that can just quickly move their feet, bigger guy, or is this something that might actually linger for the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, that is going to be something, if they keep 54 anywhere, it's going to linger. Now, I think he should probably be a little bit towards the middle.
Okay.
Because what he's doing, you just drop him over to guard or over to tackle. He doesn't really have to move much. He just literally just gets slammed. I don't know if anybody told him that he was playing where he was playing. That might have been part of the problem.
Okay.
He might have not even knew that he was there because, just not even. That's bad.
I mean, basically ran unimpeded right to the ball.
Yeah, well, the guy ran right through his chest.
Yeah.
So, at some point, you got to have a little bit of fight in that whole thing. But it is a position where you're going to get killed. I have nothing but respect for all the offensive linemen that do field goal operations because it sucks. You're signing up for something terrible. And normally, it's at the end of a drive when you could be a little bit tired. But boy, what the Kansas City Chiefs display week in and week out is they're a good football team. Speaking of good football teams, did the Philadelphia Eagles win?
Yeah, in very convincing fashion.
I couldn't tell on the internet.
Who's our coach? Who's our
Nick Sirianni.
So head coach Nick Sirianni of the Philadelphia Eagles won again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's their record? Do we know?
6,
7?
7-2 now?
7-2.
7-2?
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably first, actually, in the division now because the Commanders lost.
Yeah. So the Philadelphia Eagles just absolute wagon. Do you think any of that has anything to do with the person coaching the team, or you?
No, that wouldn't make much sense.
No, Sirianni had nothing to do with this, right?
No
He was just kind of there.
There's that actually really cool stat. Only 3 coaches have win streaks of 5 or more games since like 2020 or 2021. It's here it is. Andy Reid, of course, great coach. Sean McDermott, everybody loves. And Nick Sirianni is the other guy.
The big dumb dipshit?
Yeah.
He won again?
Uh-huh.
He did.
Did he really?
Yeah.
You think it's going to be a lower third every single day on all these morning shows about head coach Nick Sirianni not knowing ball pretty much was the big question mark?
There's a good chance, certainly. I mean, for whatever reason, people just, it's not Sirianni. The guy, they're winning in spite of Sirianni. It's
34-6?
Yeah, it's Vic Fangio. It's that defense finally coming to life. It's
Well, who hired Vic Fangio?
Howie.
Well, it had to have been Howie, yeah.
Oh,
Sirianni has no relationship.
Sirianni's
with
not
him.
hiring his
I
own
don't even think
coaches.
Sirianni's talked to him based on, what
how
we
some
hear.
people view it.
Yeah.
Sirianni didn't want him.
Got new coordinator on both sides. Other coordinators have gone on to be head coaches. Obviously, Shane, Gannon.
Yeah, Arizona doing pretty good.
Yeah, one of those guys.
So,
Relax.
Sirianni.
this Colts team fucking sucks. I'm disgusted.
Flacco.
Everybody wants to put AR in. Hey, listen. AR had no chance with this building that is happening. That is what I've realized over the last 12 hours. I'm wondering why AR's tapping out of games at quarterback. Like, how's this guy not know you can't, as a quarterback, do that? Like, call timeout.
Sure.
Waste the timeout.
Yeah.
Instead of tapping your head and showcasing that whole thing. And, is he getting better? Is he getting worse? Is he in shape? All those things. He's got nobody telling him how he's supposed to operate in that building.
Exactly.
Kenny Moore, our captain, one of my favorite guys on the football team.
Yeah.
After the game comes out and he goes, our team doesn't work.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit.
Everybody's just this is Kenny Moore after the game. The Indianapolis Colts lose to the Buffalo Bills.
I don't think everybody is working as hard as possible.
What?
And obviously it's showing. I'm not the type to sugarcoat it, honestly. If I don't think the urgency is there. I don't think the details are there, so I don't think the effort is there. And I don't see everything correlating from meetings to practice to the games, and it shows.
That's one of the leaders.
Okay, all right.
That's not good.
Tough.
So AR had no idea how he's supposed to be a professional because there's no damn professionals in that building. These have been the stories that have been happening over the last few years. And I'm not saying this team under Shane Steichen's been this, but if you remember when Frank Reich was the coach, there was obviously, we weren't on ESPN then, so some people didn't know we existed, even though we had, I think, some people watching it.
Sure.
People were late to meetings, team meetings.
Yep.
People showing up late to team meetings. People were missing training. Obviously there's a story about gambling in the locker room that came out from the Colts. And it was like, why aren't we winning? It's like, the culture is just not very, conducive to being a professional outfit. And then this whole thing happens and it's like, we're not even working hard. It's like, what do you mean you're not working hard in this entire thing? Joe Flacco throws a pick on the first play, not great. Okay, then he gets the ball back again, throws another pick. Then he doesn't even go on to throw a third one. And obviously, Josh Allen is a phenomenal football player. He threw 2 picks against Gus Bradley's defense.
That's right.
Defense was flying around doing its thing. We were in that until we weren't. And Buffalo Bills showcased that they are at the top of the AFC as a whole. Congrats.
Very good team.
They are a good team. They work hard.
Yeah.
Their quarterback never taps out.
Nope.
Down a lot of key players here, too.
There's just a lot of things that good teams do that are a little bit different than what bad teams do.
Sure.
And it seems like over the last few years, every bad team thing that you could think of, the Colts do. So I'm about done with it. Loudhouse got taken over, too.
Mafia travel.
So many Mafia members.
Bills Mafia was loud. There was an MVP chant for the first time this year, and it was not for anybody on our team.
Sure.
Third down for the Colts. It was bumping in there. Everyone would keep it down.
Dude, I was trying to do one of these. Hey,
Didn't work.
keep it down, please. No, it didn't work. Guy in the suite next to me thought he had control of the entire stadium, though. I appreciated his. He had eye paint on.
Oh, so he
was ready to play, actually. He had pads
Mafia
on.
member.
He almost hopped over.
He had the LaFleur one of these a couple times.
jumped
He
the
was doing his
table.
entire thing. He had all the answers, that guy. I appreciated his positivity and his energy in that particular suite next to us. But Kenny Moore's statement said enough.
Yep.
You know, I don't think we're winning the Super Bowl this year.
What?
That's a bummer. I saw your tweet.
I am bummed out.
There's a chance.
You go back and forth because a couple weeks ago, I definitely was one of the loud people saying, "Hey, put Joe in there. We got Kenny
can
Moore,
win.
we got Zaire, we got EJ, we got these other guys.
DeForest Buckner,
these
right?
Exactly. So
Quentin Nelson.
It's not about
Speed.
building for the future and developing and all this, but put a guy in there who gives us our best chance to win now. When Joe comes out and plays like that, that's tough. And then when Kenny comes out and says what he said after the game, because there is a lot that we don't see behind the scenes. You know, we day in and day out, meetings, practice, walkthroughs, etc. All these things that we just talked about with the Chiefs and Lions don't necessarily show up until they show up. So now when you're in a spot like this, we're still alive, still not completely dead yet, like some teams out there. But I mean, you got to go out there with it. You got to go out there. Are they dead? You think they're dead?
Yeah, they don't work. Yeah. When I saw our quarterback tap out of a game, I thought, we're dead. That's what I thought, we were dead. Then I go, let's go Joe Flacco. Now it's like Anthony Richardson has no idea how he's supposed to act. He has no idea. They're not working. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? I'm not doing it.
It might be time.
It is.
I'm not even doing it.
What are we going to week 11?
Get them all.
Yeah.
And get the fuck out.
Eject button on everything.
See ya. See ya. Pay off all their contracts, too. See ya. Congrats. You robbed us. You stole from us. This group got us the number 4 overall pick. This group has been through so many different picks. This group has had to deal now with a bunch of different quarterbacks, too. So this group probably feels a little bit like,
what the hell you want me to do?
this is our NFL experience. And it's like, yeah, somebody needs to tell them you still get to be in the NFL. You don't have to be in the NFL. So, AR, I apologize for being so loud about you tapping out, which no NFL quarterback has ever done in the history. No. Ever. It's not good to have that happen for your team. But now I'm starting to think, like, has anybody told AR how he's supposed to be?
Yeah, how would he know?
Someone might have even said, like, hey, if you need a blow, just hit one of these. Just hit one of these.
Joel,
you're running around a bunch, you're evading sacks, just fucking hit one of these quick. And
You ever play hoops? You know when you play hoops, you just, I need one. Just do the same thing.
Wideouts do it.
Anyways, let's get back to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
They basically did that to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, they did.
There's a lot of quotes coming out now from the Dallas Cowboys that need to be investigated. Here's Jerry Jones talking about the Dallas Cowboys with and without Dak Prescott.
What does today's performance tell you about Dak's role in this team and what he's been doing this season?
Well, what do you mean?
Given that you saw what the team looked like without Dak, how do you when you look at the difference? What do you think about Dak?
I don't want to be sarcastic, but you got the same arithmetic I've got? We've won 3 games with Dak. Okay, so I'm just saying we weren't playing well with Dak at all.
If Dak cannot come back, how much does that hurt your hopes for this season?
Well, I don't want to deal in hypotheticals, but anybody that loses their top quarterback has some adjustments to make, and they're usually adjusting uphill. And so I thought that basically we'd look better tonight without Dak. I thought we'd look better on offense than we looked without Dak. Seen Cooper play better than we played tonight. Philadelphia's got a lot to do with that. That's what it is.
Okay, so he says, I thought we played better tonight without Dak. And if you were to write that out, it would say, like, I thought we would play better without Dak.
Yeah.
He didn't mean that. He meant without Dak, I thought our team would certainly look a lot better than they did. They look like ass. They look like trash. And then you start thinking to yourself, I wonder how the locker room's handling it. Well, let's go to their superstar, Micah Parsons, afterwards.
Micah,
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's of course going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year.
Amen.
But all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys, I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out. Because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Okay, I love Micah being a teammate. Okay, I love him shouting out his team. Him burying Coach Mike McCarthy, whether he meant to or not, was certainly right there at the end of that. Joining us now, senior NFL insider for ESPN, to tell us how hot this seat is and maybe some potential others. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Schefter. Shefty, Micah immediately goes on to X after the reaction. Everybody, he says, listen to my podcast on Bleacher Report, and I can explain my side after people have reacted the way that, I think anybody that heard what he said would react there about Mike McCarthy. Seemingly, Micah okay with Mike McCarthy leaving. Jerry feel same way. How do we feel about Mike McCarthy's job positioning after a very, and I can't stress this enough, very embarrassing loss to Coach Nick Sirianni and their rival Philadelphia Eagles?
Look, here's the deal. Like, in the last year of his contract, Mike McCarthy always was going to have to win this year. They were always going to have a good season. And the season in Dallas just continues to slip further and further away. You're seeing a team that's regressing, not progressing. You're seeing a team that has more and more injuries, that loses its quarterback. Dak, I don't believe, is going to wind up playing again this season. He's in New York getting consultations with a specialist on surgery, which already is scheduled for Wednesday. Now, it's always possible that this doctor is going to say, hey, hold on, we don't need to do this. But they are preparing and operating with the idea that he's going to have surgery on Wednesday that would knock him out 3-4 months at least. So there's not a lot of hope in sight. And you got a head coach on an expiring contract. I think Mike McCarthy belongs as a head coach in this league. But in Dallas, they're going to have to do something. Yeah. And they paid the wide receiver and they paid the quarterback. And when the head coach is on a expiring contract, it's hard to imagine that all of a sudden they're going to go give him an extension after a season like this. So we'll see how this all plays out, but it's a tough time there right now. And, the Micah Parsons thing, if you listen to the whole thing, I don't think it's as egregious as people are making it out to be. I think he's just saying that coaches can always go somewhere, and there are players who are at the end of their career. It's probably not the best use of words after a loss with a team in the state that it is, but I don't think it's what people are making it out to be, like a player saying, Mike can go leave, get out of town. It's not like that.
Yeah, it was the end, I think. The everybody's talking about the first one, him saying a coach can do whatever he wants. Agreed. Coaches can coach seemingly forever, and they are. Tom Moore is still coaching for the Bucs. Tough loss yesterday, but still coaching for the Bucs. It was that end comment where he was like, Zach Martin, these guys have done much more than Mike McCarthy's ever done. It's like, well, all right, Mike McCarthy, I don't think he's probably seen his family in like 4 years as your coach, and I understand he's not on the field doing his thing, but maybe he needs to drop himself in at tailback and fullback. We will listen to Micah's podcast to hear what he has to say for that entire thing, but good luck down there, everybody. Good luck.
I just want to point out, like, this is the state of the world we're in right now. Like, this star football player who we believe is going to become the highest paid defensive player in NFL history has a podcast to talk about his comments about his head coach. Like,
is it a work?
That in and of itself is odd to me. Like, again, his job is to be the best football player he can be, and their season's not going great. So I don't know what he's going to say that's going to make people feel better. That to me, that's a whole other issue. I guess that's the day and age we're living in, right?
Well, seemingly, Micah is a little bit different because of how elite he is as a football player and how good he is as a football player.
Incredible.
He's so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you see him right around.
Immediate impact.
He's so good. I think he's the first one who's like really, really, really good. That is like, You know what? Yeah, listen to my podcast. I'm not doing any other interviews. I'm only going to do my podcast. Usually the guys that are like really good at football kind of keep the main thing the main thing. You know, like that is kind of, and try not to stir shit. I mean, just last week or 2 weeks ago on that podcast, they didn't have Dak in the top 5.
Him and Jake.
Yeah, so it was like, there's seemingly a lot of drama, but you know who loves it? Bleacher Report. Good sign in Bleacher Report.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Are they paying him for that?
I don't
know. No,
Probably
right?
not. Probably not.
Where's all the outrage from the journalistic standard people? Anyways, we'll definitely listen to hear what he has to say. Big Mike McCarthy's like, Mike, you don't think I do anything with
Oh, I guess I haven't done anything.
Yeah, you're right. I've done nothing. I've committed my whole life to football. I guess I've done nothing. Yeah, all right. So Mike needs to start showing face a little bit more in the weight room like Harbaugh and everything. Let's talk about coaches and seats being hot. Let's head up to Chicago. Obviously, what's going on up there, not great. People are saying Caleb Williams is regressing. He's obviously getting sacked a lot. If you listen to some quarterback gurus and people on the internet, it's like sacks certainly offensive line fault, but Caleb also hanging on to the rock, seemingly doesn't know what he's doing. Shane Waldron, offensive coordinator, I don't think a lot of people have come out in the past and said, this guy's a great offense coordinator. Yep. Eberflus obviously has sweet hair and a great beard, but it's not going right. What are you hearing up in Chicago? What are your thoughts up there for the Bears as a whole?
Well, what is it? 2 straight games now where they have not scored an offensive touchdown, first time in 20-plus years. And I think the troubling part here is that when you see Caleb on the sideline, like flashed him a couple times, to me he looks a little bit like Bryce Young looked at the start of the season. He looks a little bit like overwhelmed and shell-shocked of what's going on. And so they're at a point now with this team struggling where they have been engaged today in conversations about what is the best way for them to move forward as a franchise and improve as a franchise. And so I don't know that they've decided on anything right now. I don't know what they'll ultimately wind up doing. Matt Eberflus addresses the media here, scheduled to address the media here in about 24 minutes. But I would expect that there'll be some sort of change in Chicago on the offensive side of football. Is that changing the play caller? Is that changing the quarterback and benching Caleb Williams for Tyson Bagent? I think all these things are being discussed in the building today. And ultimately, the organization has to figure out what is the best course of action for this franchise to move forward and to protect everybody. Like, you've got a great quarterback in Caleb Williams, who right now is regressing and getting beat up and starting to look like some of these other quarterbacks have looked. Are they better off going with Tyson Bagent there? Are they better off changing out the play caller there? I don't know what they're ultimately going to decide, but I don't believe it's going to be status quo on the offensive side of the football.
Bryce Young obviously goes back in. They win a couple games after being benched for a bit and changing some stuff. So maybe a perspective shift up there could change and help Caleb, or maybe the entire world would implode if they were to bench Caleb Williams, like what happened here in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not giving a guy a chance. Have you heard? I'm not going to ask. I don't want to know the answer.
Well, you should.
Sure.
They're not working in Indianapolis? Nobody works hard in Indianapolis? Did you hear Kenny Moore say that? Did you hear that?
You know, listen, you lose games. It's tough. It's hard.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to lose games, though, whenever you just don't work. Is that what's happening? Because this building has seemingly had a culture question for the last few years with this particular group of Indianapolis Colts. What the hell is going on in there?
Well, you're in the building. You tell me. Are they working hard, Pat?
I don't get along with any of them, actually. That's kind of the difference. When I go to these games, Buffalo Bills, I'm talking to the entire team pretty much. Colts come out, he said some rude things. You guys suck, dude. You guys suck. You guys shouldn't even be in there. You're the keeper of the jerseys right now. Now you don't even work. I can't take it. I'm done with them.
Some of them, not all of them.
You're right. I like Kenny Moore. I appreciate that he came out and said it. I love Zaire. Love EJ Speed. Love DeForest Buckner.
Some dogs in there.
Love Quinn.
Only strong as your weakest link.
Love Joe. Flacco's awesome.
We're not working hard. We got people gambling on our own team. We got people missing team meetings. We got people doing the training room. And then you're going to hold out for the first two. Okay. All right. Burn it down. The whole place. Not Lucas Oil. Not the Loud House.
Yeah, can't pay for that. I'm not
got the
doing
Lions
that.
in 2 weeks. Got the Jets this weekend, which let's go.
Yeah.
Let's
Need
go.
this one.
Let's absolutely go. And then we got the Lions at home in 2 weeks. Detroit people won't travel, right?
No,
it's too far.
Detroit people won't. Bills Mafia took that stadium.
It's going to be so loud for those Detroit fans in Lucas Oil. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
If they lose to the Jets.
All right, let's talk about another coach maybe that's on the seat before. You got any news? You're breaking any, are you texting the Colts right now to say if anybody works hard in there and what the fuck is going on?
I'm confirming. Are you guys working hard today? So I just want to make sure that they are.
Nope.
Just anybody. Just ask if anybody. I know the training room is.
Mm-hmm.
They don't sleep.
They're
Quick
grinding.
managers don't sleep.
Yeah.
Conti.
Conti's having a tough.
Conti definitely isn't sleeping.
Conti's grinding.
Conti's got the amount of these. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Let's get the leaders in there. Step it up.
Here we go.
But who are they?
Everybody get on board.
All right, let's talk about another coach that maybe is at the end of it. We were forced to watch this game 9:30 in the morning in Germany. And shout out to Hockey Lee speaking some German after his dad spoke some Spanish way back. That was kind of the upside. Bryce Young, okay, he looks like a different guy.
He's back.
Smiling, happy, doing his thing. Canales is having some moments.
Chuba.
David Tepper's buying some beers over there.
Right.
Over in Munich for the people. Let's have some beer steins. Let's go ahead and have a good time. Chuba just got paid. He's balling out. And on the other side, they suck. Danny Dimes, this guy's bad at ball. And then you got Dayball. Beard looked cool.
Yeah.
Glasses look cool.
Credentials
are sweet. Team stinks. He's obvious. What's going on in New York, you think?
Well, obviously it's not great. When you lose to the Panthers, your record is worse off than them. If the draft were today, the New York Giants would have the number 1 overall pick.
Congrats, bro.
That's a win.
They'd have the number 1 overall pick right now.
Who's
So,
gonna be who?
usually teams that are in a position of having the number 1 overall pick usually have some issues, and they're number 1 for a reason, right? So, again, we'll go back to what John Mara said a few weeks back. He basically said that didn't anticipate making any changes in season, wanted to stay the course. Again, John Mara said the same thing in 2017, fired Ben McAdoo a few weeks later. Said the same thing in 2021, fired Joe Judge a few weeks later. I don't know that anybody can say that anybody's safe in New York. I don't know that anybody can say that anybody's safe when you're on track to have the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And again, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say he's not making any changes. We don't expect anything in season. But I think that they're going to be looking at everything, and I think anything's possible there.
I did not see that guy just put a towel over Tracy's head.
I missed that.
Hey, bud,
Well, he fumbled at the end of the game. Yeah. He fumbled, and he played great.
He did.
He played great, had a big touchdown run, and he's an explosive young player and had a disappointing ending. So they just want, cover it up, Pat. Cover it up. Yep, there you go.
It's not here in Germany. Please just keep it moving. Yep, you're good. All right.
Good teammate.
That is a good teammate. They're going to try to zoom in, get every angle on your face. They're going to say, 9-9, sprechen Sie cry. MGK crushed at halftime, overtime Panthers win. Long trip back, thought Mara might pull the trigger on the way back. That's kind of been the international game flu a little bit. If you lose on the way back, we're thinking about it. We're done with this entire thing. Hopefully Mara had a blast over there in Germany and sleeps on it. Dayball, though, seemingly staring down a new profession. Good luck to him. Let's talk about a guy being all the way back. Go ahead, D-Buck.
Yeah, somebody we've had an eye on all season long, especially you with him being your fantasy pick. Christian McCaffrey got out there yesterday, played over 80% of the snaps, didn't have one of typical C-Mac game, but most importantly, is he healthy? Did everything check out after the game and going forward?
Yeah, you know what was interesting here is that initially when they were getting him ready, they felt like he could have played last week instead of yesterday. And they initially thought also that they would go in and that they would rotate series with Christian McCaffrey, get half the work, and he kept practicing, and there were no setbacks, and he felt completely fine and normal. And then yesterday, there was no pitch count. He basically played the whole game. The numbers were not sterling like they normally are, but he was productive, and he looked good. Like he looked like Christian McCaffrey. You see the burst up the middle there. He changes the offense. And I just think his presence alone uplifts everybody there and provides a different element. And they went on the road and won an early game. They were worried about this game because Tampa had lost a few games in a row. It's before Tampa's bye. Tampa's back home. They felt like it was a real dangerous game here. And they were able to prevail in the end. Quite an adventure. Baker Mayfield was unbelievable yesterday. Like that guy. Oh,
fighter.
Oh, like he has Nick Bosa hanging on him. And he throws a 4th and 7 pass and completes it for a first down. Wow. It was incredible. Here's the play. Watch. Baker rolls out. Nick Bosa gets a hold of him.
Who'd you out for?
This is 4th and 7.
All right, fine.
And then he throws it downfield for the first down. I mean, There were so many chances that the Niners had to put away the Buccaneers, and because Baker Mayfield kept making plays like this, they couldn't put him away. He was incredible. And I know this team's losing, but it's not because of Baker. No. Guy's been on point here.
Agreed. It's been like that for the entire season, Baker Mayfield. And even if you go into last year, the last half of the year, Baker Mayfield's been on fire. Him and Tampa seemingly the right fit. Now is in the NFC, the Niners are always going to be around. CMC being back certainly helps with that conversation. How about that catch by George Kittle?
Yeah. Toe tap.
He's so big.
They got the weapon.
Pearsall getting involved.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall just months after getting shot right in the chest in public at 3:30 in the afternoon in San Francisco has a touchdown where he has to outrun some people. And then Purdy extends a play, drops a dime. George Kittle, both feet in. How do you do it at that size? It does not make sense. The nimbility of a ninja. George Kittle. And the way he secures the ball with his right hand on his chest is a beautiful thing. He was never going to let that go. He was like, get on over here, ball. You're not going anywhere. You're with me. Let's go ahead and win this game. Brock Purdy, who's all the way back. Brock Purdy.
Can I just point out a couple of things about George Kittle? Like, again, talking to that team in personal observation, like the positive energy that flows from that guy is unbelievable. Everybody that watched him on receiver saw what that guy's about. And just last week, just a little sidelight, if you'll allow me to indulge, right?
Absolutely.
My daughter does this show on Nickelodeon. So we arranged for George Kittle to talk to my daughter last week to run on Nickelodeon this week. So on Wednesday night, after practice, he comes on 45 minutes, could not have been more engaging, could not have been more entertaining, could not have been more patient. And again, it's hard not to watch that guy and root for him, but when I was in my room watching that interview and the way he handled a 16-year-old girl like that, I'm a fan. That guy is impressive in every which way.
Yeah. Oh, hey there is actually his new line with Chubby's. Got some great shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Great tank tops. Obviously, they're trying to market his positivity, but I don't think he's trying to sell out. And at the end of the day, he's just a tough football player. And when you make plays like that at the end of a game for your guy, obviously the ball is going to continue to go there. And remember, ever since Brock Purdy became the starting quarterback, he and George Kittle I think George Kittle had his first 2-touchdown game the first week that Brock Purdy was starting. And it's like Brock Purdy has always had respect and appreciation for George Kittle. They've always had great chemistry, and it was on display yesterday in a big way. Shout out to the Niners being back.
Oh, yeah.
Now, are they going to be able to beat the Lions with everything that's going on with the Lions?
Yeah.
I have no idea. How about the Philadelphia Eagles getting as hot as they're getting over there? I mean, the NFC is starting to kind of find its way, and don't let the Rams, tonight against the Dolphins, don't let them continue to get going. The Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Who's in first place in the NFC West?
Kyler Murray and
Hey,
again.
Cardinals are in first place. Guess who hasn't allowed a touchdown in the last 3 games? Arizona.
What?
They played the Bears and the Chargers and the Jets, and they haven't allowed a touchdown. But do you know the last time that franchise hasn't allowed a touchdown in 3 straight games?
When?
98 years ago, Pat.
98 years ago?
Excuse me?
98 years ago.
It's crazy.
Gannon's got it figured out. Gannon's got the boys rolling.
Yeah.
And Kyler, I think, I forget who was talking. I was watching a video. Maybe Baldy broke down a play action that they have. I guess he ran like a 4.2 in high school or something like that, but then never ran a 40 again.
Baldy?
Yeah, no. Baldy ran a 4.3 in high school.
Okay.
And then he did. Kyler Murray, I guess, ran a 4.2 in high school. And then I don't think he's been clocked ever since. And it's like his speed is so deceptive because you think to move as fast as you have to be bigger. You have to be able to stride. Now, Tyreek Hill, obviously, but Kyler does the same exact shit that Tyreek does to people, just at the quarterback position, and the way he's been operating as a leader of this team, I think is seemingly the big development. They're all over the place. Marvin Harrison Jr. obviously getting the ball. This McBride fella is a dog. I love his tat. I love the way he operates. It seems like they have an edge to him. It's like the Arizona Cardinals continue to do what they do, and then that leads to an ass beating of the New York Jets, who we thought were back, which leads to these types of questions from AP Tone.
Yeah, Shefty, you've been seeing a lot of stuff about Aaron Rodgers' 2025 and what the New York Jets are going to want and what Rodgers is going to want. What is your take on the whole situation of the quarterback situation moving forward with the New York Jets?
Well, you could ask him when he's on, right? He's on every week, right? But what I would say is from afar,
You
He
tell
looks
us
like
what
a
you're
guy-
hearing. Obviously, he's on our show every Tuesday, Chef.
What do
We
you
know
hear?
that.
I know
We're
that.
talking about what insider you have, because what we're
Hold
reading
on.
is.
Pat,
Go ahead.
Don't interrupt me when I'm breaking news. He's on your show every week. That's
Okay,
what I'm
thank you.
doing.
Thank you for
I'm telling
promotion.
he's on your show right there.
Thank you for promotion. It's very nice. It's been 5 years of that, and if he's on every week, we get excited, and we understand there's a chance he's not. So that's how it kind of rolls depending upon his schedule. We will obviously talk to him tomorrow. We assume that'll be how it goes. But what are you hearing from that side? Because you would assume Woody Johnson, who might get back in ambassadorship,
That's right.
I guess is being pitched out there. He can't be happy with how this year went. He already fired a coach. This continues to happen. They make a trade. What does the future look like from the Jets standpoint, you think, in this entire conversation?
I think everything's up in the air. Like, the season's been incredibly disappointing to everybody. Aaron looks to me like a guy. He doesn't look like he's having fun. It's not fun to lose. It's just not fun to be out there when seasons are going south like this and you're unable to string together victories and the offense isn't getting any points on the board and you're getting blown up in Arizona like that. That's not fun. So I just think that when an organization already has changed its head coach, when the GM is in the last year of his contract, when the team is not winning, you know that everything is up in the air. It's like Dallas. These teams that are having these disappointing seasons, there are going to be things that happen. There are going to be changes that are made, and you just have to see how extensive they wind up being. Obviously, I think Aaron will have some say here and whether he wants to keep playing or not. But he doesn't look like he's having a lot of fun to me.
Yeah, and that was his big message, is we got to start having more fun. And then 34-6 out there, it's like...
That's not very fun.
That doesn't.
I'm excited to hear what he has to say tomorrow. I assume it's very loud over there in New Jersey.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I assume it is very loud over there in New York. And this is certainly not how the year is supposed to go. I'm excited to get his take. Ambassador Johnson going back to overseas, though. I saw some people on the internet say he's good for the Jets.
Yeah, absolutely. People are loving that.
That's what people are saying, not us.
No,
we don't know the ins and outs of it enough, but they're saying, let's go to an undefeated head coach in the NFL. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Shefty in New Orleans, Coach Rizzi got his first dub. What's that situation like? Is there a chance that he ends up, getting the full-time job? And then have your sources told you what caused him to take a 10-pound shit before the game to clog his toilet?
Yeah, I thought that was the news you're going to be getting at, that he clogged the toilet and then came out and discussed it afterwards. It was quite an admission. That was a first. I don't ever recall a head coach nor an interim coach ever coming out and saying they felt bad that he clogged the toilet in the coach's bathroom right before the start of a game. So that was something very new. I can't speak to what caused that exact issue.
Well, it might have been some gumbo. It might have been some gumbo. Might have been a little boudin, wasn't it? It could have been a boudin. Could have been some crawfish. Maybe he was sucking the head down there. I mean, there's a lot of things down New Orleans, Louisiana, you can certainly find yourself in. And I think it does move. Move.
Yeah.
He said he thought it was going to be a crappy day, though, which I thought was pretty,
pun intended.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty clever in that whole thing. But hey, they got a big-time win over the Falcons. I don't think any of us would have expected.
Yeah, here's the thing, is that interim coaches, I think, are always fighting an uphill battle to keep their jobs. They're taking over teams that aren't performing well, but it can be done. We saw what happened in Vegas last year with Antonio Pierce. He won over the support enough players to get the full-time job. So it can be done. It's usually not the route that teams go. They usually open it up. We look at New Orleans. I mean, I could think of some candidates out there that are so logical to me, right, that are just so obvious.
Like?
Aaron Glenn. Obvious one. Played for the Saints, beloved in the franchise, finalist for the job the last time, doing a great job in Detroit. I mean, that's an obvious candidate there in New Orleans, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's a simple one.
He's
to
got
me.
a game ball.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn, great celebration yesterday. He loves that team. He and Johnson are both going to be up for conversation of who's going to be head coaches where, and MCDC is going to have to manage that with this continued success. But I love the Riz special teams guy gets a big-time win.
Hell yeah, Coach.
And I like that he's just operating as usual, His first thing he said was, in activation period, we have a run around, we get a little sweaty before the stretch thing. We used to call it warm-up. No, it is I like that he's just been wide open. It's not slow down at all. I think he'll be joining us this week at some point.
Nice.
We can't wait to chat with him. Now, let's talk about another coach who wins and gets no credit. And I don't know how many toilets he's clogging, but people in Philly would say every one of them with the shit that comes out of his mouth. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, I'd assume he's clogging a lot of toilets with how many cheesesteaks he's eating week in and week out.
You're right,
but, Shefty, why is Sirianni continually just getting no respect? I mean, we saw it all week on ESPN last week. Literally every single day on one of the morning shows, it was basically like, hey, this Eagles team is winning in spite of Coach Sirianni. He's the biggest, determinant about whether or not they're going to be able to win down the stretch. Obviously the Cowboys out a bunch of people, but they looked like the team that went to the Super Bowl a couple years ago. And all season it's been, hey, if Sirianni doesn't have a deep playoff run, there's a chance he's going to get fired, even though we see he has the second or third best winning percentage, in NFL history. So is that still a conversation going on right now because he leaves points out there every once in a while, or has that kind of cooled down a little bit and people understand that he's actually a pretty damn good football coach?
Here's what I would say to that, Ty. The more they win, and as long as you're not going to hear much of those conversations, right? And they're rolling right now, and they're winning games, and it's a huge game Thursday night against the Washington Commanders.
They were winning, though, Shefty. They're winning, and this guy's getting cooked, not only on the internet with Eagles Johns, and those Johns are going to cook anything. It's like on TV, they're like, this guy's a doofus, and they're winning games. It's like, I wish we had a doofus that would win games.
Again, here's the deal. If they win, people could say whatever they want. The Eagles are rolling along. So his test will be here to continue to stack the wins and to have the type of playoff run that they didn't get to have last year. If he's doing that, people could say whatever they want. It doesn't matter. Amen. But, some of these self-inflicted things, going after the fan, or last week,
that was awesome.
Coming out and saying, a little ankle on Jalen when it was red. Little things like that where he's giving people an opening to question him. But the fact of the matter is they're 7-2. Yeah. They're rolling. They blew out the Cowboys. And he doesn't have to worry about anything if they just keep playing like that and winning games like that. If they're doing that, people could say whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, people were saying a lot last week. I bet you that one felt good.
Yeah.
Walking out of Dallas. We haven't got any clips of him talking shit.
Not yet. I'm
on
sure
his way out of Jerry World. I was hoping that Jerry would be doing his press conference, and in the back you would hear Sirianni. He's so entertaining. I think he's so entertaining, and he wins games. So I hope Phil.
That's it. Just keep winning. People can say whatever they want. If they're rolling along, and they take down Washington for the division title and beat Detroit in the postseason, nobody is going to be able to say anything about Nick Sirianni other than he's done an unbelievable job getting the Eagles to the Super Bowl. That's it.
Okay, last question quickly. We got a minute and a half here. Rams, Dolphins tonight. What do we need to know? Who's in, who's out?
Well, I think it's interesting that the Rams have built up their entire offseason, kind of remade the roster. When Aaron Donald leaves, they decided to funnel a lot of money into the offensive line. And tonight they get back Jonah Jackson, they get back Steve Avila. And so now they've got the line the way that they have hoped to have it. The big question, obviously, is Tyreek Hill. They keep saying game time decision. We'll see how that goes. I checked over the weekend. It sounded promising for him to play. But, again, you don't know how these things are going to go. And so we're waiting to see if he does or doesn't play. My guess is he will play, but that is a guess. That is a guess.
Put it on ticker. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll watch them later on the Monday Night Countdown. Adam Schefter. Sirianni talking shit in the back of a Jerry Jones interview.
Needed it.
What's up? What's up?
Get some curtains on, man.
Oh, I can't see because the sun. We're always shining, baby. God, I love him. And he wins.
Yeah.
Feels like Philadelphia's the perfect place for him.
Yeah, bingo.
Kind of a...
He loves talking shit.
He does.
So do they.
Sue him.
Yeah.
All right, we're back on the other side with AJ Hawk. Bill Belichick will also be here. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life, like Dude Wipes. Joining us is a demon. Ladies and gentlemen, O's the Mentalist will be joining us.
All right, O's.
Let's go. What's the pick? I'm not giving away for free. Bill, what time is it right now?
7:57.
Write it as big as you can.
Wow.
Okay.
It's about to get
This
weird.
guy.
From this point on, I never touch this bad boy. We're going to revisit later in the draft.
All right, O's, get in here, you six of a
Get weird.
bitch.
Almost 2 hours.
Hold it. Oh, don't drop it. I dropped it. Okay, AJ, take the cards, look through them, and here's the thing. I want this to be random. Yeah, you can.
Okay, yeah, what's up? My hands are a bit frozen, but yeah.
I want you to take, but hold on. I don't want you to look for your favorite.
Bill's booking Sean Payton right now.
There we go. Head boy Bill.
AJ, slow. Lift. No.
Let one of your guys.
Take off a piece.
Oh,
it could
you
be a
fucked
lot
my
or a little.
shirt. Oh, right here.
And don't look at it. Lift it up.
I'm not.
Put it against your body. That feel right?
Yeah, feels
AJ,
great.
if you don't feel like this is the right moment for you, you want to change, put it back.
All right, I'm putting it back.
It's up to you. All right, lift off wherever you want.
We're back.
More or less. A piece.
No, that's not okay. Now I'm good.
3 times.
Good.
Okay.
This is a good one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course.
Stay right there, locked and loaded.
Oh, you fucked up my shirt, Frank.
Okay. And there is a white piece of paper.
Yep.
Is that right? That's all that's in there. Take that out.
Okay.
I want you to see this. Look, AJ, open it up.
No fucking way.
No
and
way.
Show us and show AJ what you got. What is that? Show us 99. Turn around and show us where you're at.
You ready?
Yep, turn it around.
No way. Shut up! This guy!
757, that thing was.
That's been in there since 7:57. Imagine that you somehow know the game of the year next season. Tell us, what are the two teams that you're seeing in this game? Say it.
Packers and 49ers.
Who do you think's going to win that game?
Packers 34, Niners 27.
Tell me on your life. Did I tell you to say anything? Did I
you
say
did it, and I swear to God, if you get this right, I'm gonna rip your fucking head off.
Tell him the game of the year.
Oh my
Read
God.
Read it to him, please.
Come on, bro.
Read him to him. Packers beat the 49ers 34-27. Remember this screen grab when it happens this season. Open up what's been in there since 7:57.
Come on, dude. There's something wrong with you.
Open it up. It says Brock Bowers, 13th
How?
pick Raiders.
Fuck this guy. Oh, fucking way! There's no way!
This guy's a witch. Bears, Caleb Williams.
100% we knew it.
Commanders, Jaden Daniels.
No, don't you
Patriots, Drake May. Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr. Chargers, Joe Walt. Giants, Malik Neighbors. Titans, J.C. Latham. Michael Penix Jr. Roma Dunze. Vikings from
Traded
Jets.
with the Jets.
What? J.J. McCarthy, Jets from Vikings. Olu Fashanu, Broncos, Bo. Knicks, and then the 13th pick.
Oh my God!
Bowers to the Raiders.
I'm so happy I'm not.
Beautiful.
Taped on his chest since 7:57. Right now it is 9:50.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
What?
let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pig.
Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Overreaction Monday, November 11th, 2024. Hour 2 of the program starts now. Football! He is awesome, and on this glorious Veterans Day, we hope that you take a chance to maybe buy a coffee or a gift or give a handshake or a pat on the back to somebody that has served in our military or is currently serving. Anybody that has the ability to sign a line that says, you know what, I don't hope for war, but if one busts out, fuck it, I'll go. I'll be the one that goes, has a certain level of courage that I could never have in myself. And I think it's an admirable one, an honorable one. And on this particular day, we all say thank you to the vets. Happy Veterans Day.
Yeah.
Thank you to the vets. A man whose father was in the
Army.
Ladies and gentlemen, 9-year NFL vet, Darius J. Butler.
Yes, sir.
Vets are badasses.
All of them.
Just in between the years, you're talking about warriors. Now, and I've always said, I don't know if I'm the only one that's ever said this, obviously, but it's been my kind of take on it because of what inevitably ended up happening with the military through the world that we're in. It's like, you don't have to be a fan of war to be a fan of the warriors. You know, the Warriors are signing up to do things to protect our country, to do stuff that others would obviously never do. So to the vets on this glorious day, like D-Butt's dad and many others, we say thank you. And not a bad day at the gas station to be like, you know what, I'll get you coffee. You know what, I'll get your meal. Not a bad day to do. Don't do an ass slap, obviously, 2024. Or right there on the back, in between the shoulder blades.
Yep.
Right between the shoulder blades. Boom! That's what you do. And not just today, obviously, do it going forward. Thank you them for their service. Michael Strahan's dad was in the Army for 23 years.
Does he know that?
I just hope. What's that?
Does Strahan know that?
Talk stable at Plus Connor and that Ty Schmidt. What are you talking about?
I mean, maybe Michael Strahan forgot that his father served this country. Damn it, he doesn't even know.
Fucking watch it, Connor.
Michael Strahan was trending alongside Veterans Day.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Okay, and I did not see it. I did not happen to watch. They were on a military base, which I think they have traditionally done with that particular show every single Veterans Day weekend. And the national anthem was playing, and he was standing with his arms like this during the national anthem. And man, people are pissed off about him doing that. Everybody else that he was standing next to was doing this. I didn't know. Like I've done. Just as somebody who I think has tried my best to help out vets in any particular chance that I can, because a kid who grew up very close to my family went in there, had some shrapnel blow up his leg, kind of a perspective putter about who they are, what they stand for. Then you meet them here in Indianapolis. Obviously, we got a Camp Pendleton, which is just an hour and a half, or Fort Hood. What is the fort down there? Whatever, hour and a half south of here. Visited a lot of military here in Indiana. So getting a chance to kind of meet everybody, you have nothing but respect. Been on a USO tour, that entire thing. I did not know that you had to do the right hand on the heart. So every once in a while, catch me, hands behind back, swaying. I actually thought that it was you weren't supposed to do it if you weren't in the military.
Civilians.
It's kind of a thought that I thought was. But Strahan did not have his hand over his heart, and I will tell you, the internet was not thrilled about it. Strahan's dad, I think, 23 years in the Army.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd assume Strahan has come out and said thank you for that. But, man, I'm appreciative of the fact that we're at a point where people are like, we ain't disrespecting our vets anymore. I appreciate that. I respect that. I love that, actually, because the vets deserve that type of treatment. But I think sometimes we maybe just shooting fire, instead of the whole thing.
Yeah, I also saw a lot of vets actually saying, like, the anthem police are the worst type of people on here. So I don't know.
He wasn't kneeling during. He was just standing without his hand over his heart, which we looked it up, and AI told us, I guess, that you're supposed to have your hand over your heart. I did not know that. Honestly, as somebody who's been around a lot of vets, I think, in a lot of these events, I thought if you weren't in the military, there was different ways to go, but I guess.
Like I am pretty sure, and this would be someone that would have to really dive into the weeds of the show. I thought we looked this up actually on the show, and it was said that like civilians aren't required, and it's actually military members who put their hands over their heart or salute the flag, and then anything else go. I just know that, like, hey, just because the guy puts his hands, by his side or behind his back.
Doesn't mean he hates America.
Doesn't mean he hates America.
Now we're going to have to ask him.
Yeah, of course.
Somebody should certainly ask him. And with all this being said, I think what the city of Indianapolis is currently doing with the homeless vet shelter that burned down a couple months ago is incredibly cool. The Pacers put up their end of the 50-50 they had the other night to donate to it. The Colts did the same exact thing with their 50-50. Obviously, every business person in Indianapolis has reached out to me about the match that we're doing. It's like, it's a good time to take care of the vets. You never know what's going to never going to happen. And God damn it, I love America. And they're all on Team America. Shout out to the vets.
Shout out.
Shout out.
One
half of the hammer, Dahn. Cowboys, AP Tone. You're putting your hand over your heart to Russell Wilson, aren't you? That's what this guy.
Oh, yeah, always.
It seems much better with Russ, feels like. Tomlin made that decision. He knew that there was a chance it could go the wrong way. Yep. It goes a great way. How are you feeling where you're sitting right now?
I feel incredible. I think they're averaging over 30 points per game since Russ has started. And that, oh, my God, a world that I live in that they're scoring 30 a game is a world that I always want to live in, my friend. Russ has been great. And, yeah, Tomlin knew. And who are we to ever question that man, okay? He gets paid very well, like he says, to make those decisions. He never fails.
Yeah, he knows ball, and obviously he's never had a losing season, but will he ever have a great season again is what Pittsburgh Steelers fans are wondering. He was wondering the same thing. That's why he went to Russell Wilson. It's working out. How did the gambling go this weekend? Did the public win? Did the books win?
The books won mostly because underdogs were 10-3 against the spread this weekend with 5 outright wins, and the under was 9-4. Anytime that happens, the books pretty much have a pretty good day when the dogs and the unders are going. The books got back this week.
Well, we'll beat them. We'll beat them.
Always.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who's beat a lot of people.
That's right.
He's college football national champion. He's Super Bowl champion. He's Ryder Cup winner. Father of 10, ladies and gentlemen, AJ. AJ, I don't know where you want to begin, what storyline you want to chat about. Jets look dead, or the Cardinals great. You know that Cowboys stink, or are the Eagles fantastic? Kansas City Chiefs get so lucky all the time. Kansas City Chiefs work on everything that needs to be worked on so you win the very close games. What storyline do you find most intriguing coming out of this Sunday slate? And how do you feel about the state of the NFL right now, AJ?
Well, I love the state of the NFL. I love how some of these games, you never know. Obviously, what the Lions were able to do, their comeback was, you could just tell Foxy's just rocked up all night long, just so excited. Probably couldn't even go to sleep because
Foxy's
it was so
rocked up. It won't going down. It's not going down. He's rocked up. All around town. It's not going down. He's wearing Spanx. Go ahead.
Yeah, he probably had to tuck that thing up all night just to get some rest. I'm imagining. I would think so for sure.
He's tying it down.
Did you think they were going to come back? Do you think the Lions are going to find a way?
No, I didn't think there was enough points there. Once it gets to 23-14 or whatever, it's like, this is, no matter what has happened in the past, this is a very attainable game in 2024 NFL. Now, if that thing starts getting into the 30s and they're not able to come back, I think it's a little bit different. But Aaron Glenn, he gets game ball immediately afterwards from Dan Campbell because first play of the second half is a pick. This is actually happening while Dan Campbell is giving an interview to Melissa Starks or whatever. He's saying I told the defense we need to get the ball. This is exactly how it went.
You want to see from your defense in the second half?
Listen, we have one error here or there. If we cut that out, we'll be fine. And then we got to have takeaways. Our defense has to get a couple of takeaways. We're not going to get it all at one chunk here. So just one at a time. We'll do that. We'll play this out till we get 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter before we turn on, but we'll do it.
Yeah, 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter is when this will turn on, but we'll do it. MCDC prophetic, obviously. There's a turnover there, and then in the final 2 minutes, there's like 3 50-plus yard field goal attempts. 2 of them are made, both of them by the Detroit Lions, and then Kaimi Fairbairn has a missed 58-yarder. But it's like what happens in this particular game, I think, is indicative of when things are going right for a team and when things are maybe going wrong for a team. Right now, the Houston Texans have an injury bug. Things aren't going their way. Last couple of weeks, D'Amico's had to answer a lot of questions. We can't protect CJ, yada, yada, yada. And for the Detroit Lions, it's the complete opposite. Like that ball, the game winner from Bates after this big-time get. Old Lions, even in a dome, somehow that ball finds a way to just kiss the upright for a miss. Heartbreaker. Just a heartbreaker. Go to overtime. Houston probably gets ball. They might even take the kickoff to the house.
Yeah, sure.
Like right in the Lions' face. That's old Lions. Now, that one sneaks in the upright. Obviously, great operation, great hold. Snapper's not punching anybody on the sideline or getting punched in the face by anybody in this particular instance. Jake Bates makes the kick, but it's like, it feels like they're doing all the right things, and the football gods are rewarding them, AJ.
Yeah, they are. And, I mean, I guess what everyone who is a Lions fan just – they don't worry, but they say, okay, we just need to find a way to continue to do this when the playoffs roll around. But I think about Dan Campbell and the rest of that team. When they're sitting there at halftime and people want to talk about halftime adjustments and all this, we know there's not a whole lot you can do, but they definitely talked about turnovers. They definitely said, hey, all it takes is one defense. All it takes is one to spark this thing, and let's do this. It always comes in bunches. Just give our offense a couple more opportunities. And I actually liked multiple times I saw Goff, like, in little, lulls between plays, or if somebody was down hurt, he was sitting there talking to the team in the huddle. And he wasn't doing it for, dumb cliche reasons like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. It looked like, hey, like, we're going to win this game. Guys, like, stick with me. Let's go make plays and let's go do this thing. So the Lions feel like they know how to win. Like, some teams hope to win. Some teams try to win. The Lions, I feel like they know how to win.
And Jared Goff's doing that on a day where he has 5 picks in total, 4 real. The other one's a Hail Mary rip for half, basically just punting the ball down the field. That's going to happen unless you're playing the Bears. Hey-oh! You guys didn't deserve it. There's enough going on up there in
got
Chicago.
murdered.
But you're right. It does feel like everything about the Lions is they win. Now let's talk about the Chiefs. They won a game from blocking a field goal. And I talked about it earlier. Alex Forsythe is the fish there, left end. He's supposed to get his eyes to two. He just has his head down. He's kind of on his heels. He gets run over. And the person that they call John Cena over there,
That's right.
Leo Chenal, runs through the chest of old buddy, keeps his balance, and explodes through the ball, as opposed to just accidentally getting it. Explodes through the kick. Will Lutz said he thought it was in. Obviously, I would assume that is the case because Will's been around a long time. They're that close to winning a game against Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City, but instead, the story can be, do you know how many times they've worked this block in practice? Do you know how much belief they had to have to think that that was going to work? And then for them to execute it in the biggest moment, like that's Chiefs football. That is what we've come to know Chiefs football as.
It was pretty awesome, and I liked how you broke it down a little bit. I know Dano broke it down earlier today, but it's true. Like, this doesn't happen. This wasn't a surprise. This wasn't a mistake, like, by the Chiefs. It didn't just fall into this thing. They've been working on it. They worked on it earlier in this game, and you're right. Like, what are we doing with our technique out here? What are we doing trying to like you said, you got to fall, you got to die slow. Be a speed bump. Be a slow speed bump. Man, you are a fast speed bump right there. I feel for you.
Yeah, it sucks to be in that position as a whole. Being on the field goal team sucks if you're in the offensive line, and that's why there's a field side and then a short side. Normally, they're taking their backups and put them on the field side. The starters normally on the short side because you just have to be there. Very rarely are you attacking from that side, always attacking from the field. He knew he was getting pressure on that, the way they lined up. There's two people over top of me. And for him just to kind of tuck his chin and not even do anything, it's like, kind of ask for it. And if you're the Denver Broncos, you should have won that game. Yeah. Future has to be bright. But instead, that guy is still undefeated, and the Chiefs is still the Chiefs. I love watching them execute that type of shit because that is the boring stuff. You know, that's the boring stuff. They talk about all the trick plays that Kansas City does. You talk about the defense being able to disguise because everybody's so smart. It's like the special teams periods are boring periods. You could view them as that. Wasted periods. Some people may throw it away. Not Chiefs. Yeah. Not people trying to win the Super Bowl. Not people that are at the top of the game. They're like, okay, so what is the technique? Let's work this thing. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Then you're up. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Then you're up. We found a fish. This is the guy. We attack this guy. Everything we've worked, we win this game. And they executed perfectly.
Yeah, it was perfect. A little too perfect.
Whoa.
You know, one of the biggest snap, biggest block prior to the season for that guy. I mean, he just completely forgets his take. Are we sure there's something else at work here?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I know we talk about practice and reps and special teams periods, but guy just forgot how to block on the field goal.
Well, I saw some film. I don't think he knew. I don't think he ever knew.
You think Taylor paid him?
Whoa, jeez.
Easy.
I think we were dancing around. You just went straight there.
Yeah, he's making good money. I don't think it's that.
They do say Leo Chenal he's got the strength of a D lineman, but he's playing linebacker, so maybe.
That's why they call him.
How'd you get that?
John Cena.
How'd he get that strength? That much? That
hard work?
He got a whole lot stronger on that.
That guy's not worn down at all, huh?
What are you talking about?
I mean, what's in the water?
Like 23 years old.
Hey, he's feeling 22, bro.
Yeah. Oh, there you go again.
What's thicker than water?
Witch's magic?
I was thinking blood.
What's that?
What's that mean?
Witch's magic.
There's a lot of people saying there's some voodoo cooking over there with Taylor Swift. And it's like, I'll tell you what, I'd believe it because I've been in the same arena as her one time. Stadium, sorry. Much bigger than an arena. I can feel it. I think if she's there, they're good. She's in Canada, right? I think a couple weeks.
Yeah, coming up.
Is she free for this playoff run? Because I assume Andy Reid's doing a little,
I mean,
excuse me, we need you. Okay? We're blocking kicks. We're coming back. We're turning the ball over. We're not scoring touchdowns. We're still winning. You know why? Because you're Cardigan.
Where is she right now?
Up there.
She was there, yes. I think she.
Where is she? Canada? Where in Toronto? Where the Chiefs play?
Buffalo.
Oh, that's pretty far away.
Huh.
Oh, my God.
Crazy.
That's awesome. Well, you go ahead and hammer the Chiefs. Join us now, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest coach of all time, greatest general manager of all time, and one of the hosts of the Manning Cast this evening for the Dolphins-Rams game. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Belichick.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, Coach. So we've been talking today about the Lions and Chiefs, more specifically, about how they're winning games they're not supposed to win. You know, that's kind of like in some of these games, the stats outweigh this, and then in some of these teams, teams, they like Goff throws 5 picks, they still win the game. Why do you think that is the case with these good teams? How come it's always the great teams that win games they're not supposed to? And why do crop teams lose the games that they're supposed to, you think, Coach?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's great, a great job by those teams of just finding a way to win, whether it's defensively for the Chiefs making a stop like they did against Atlanta, or driving to win the game like they did last week against Tampa, or blocking a field goal. It's just finding a way to win. And same thing with the Lions, special teams a couple weeks ago against Tennessee. And, they've been good on offense, they've been good on defense. And so it's having a balanced team and being able to step up and do what you need to do at the right time. Obviously, Denver made a mistake, and I think that's one of the things that you learn as a team is you just can't have anything go wrong against teams like that are really good. And one little thing, they'll take advantage of it. It's not a little thing, but one thing.
I think we're all impressed with Bo Nix, was able to make some plays whenever he had to. Sean Payton's obviously got them bought in. At number 54 is going to be the fish now, if he's going to maintain out there. I was always taught, and I don't know yours, that end there, he's getting eyes to 2, right? It looks like he just ducks his head and then kind of is on his heel. He gets run right through. I assume the Chiefs knew that. It's obviously been happening earlier in the game. But that's the type of shit you guys are looking for in that type of in that aspect of the game, right, Coach?
Yeah, that's right. And just really poor balance there. Like you said, just kind of got run over, and that ended up being the C gap rusher. So just not strong enough there at the point of attack, and that shouldn't be a problem, but obviously it was. So look, I always say, no matter what your role is on the team, whether you're on the kickoff team, whether you're on the field goal team, whether you're on the punt return team, whether you're on the goal line team, whether you're a starter or whatever it is, every play you play, be the best at it. You and your unit, be the best at it that you can be. Be the best in the league at field goal protection, kickoff return, punt coverage, whatever it is, whatever your role is, be the best at it you can be. And that's what championship teams have, is they have, it's a team of teams, right? It's not just one team out there. It's a team of teams. And even within the offense, defense, special teams, there are multiple units involved there. And so whichever one you're on, take the utmost pride in it and give us the highest level of performance that you have on that team, whether it's 1 play or 65 plays. That's what you need to win championships and win games against good teams.
God, the attention to detail is so awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder why you won so much. I wonder why you won so much. Speaking of a franchise that wins a bunch, the Pittsburgh Steelers seemingly back in contention to potentially win a championship. Before this season, you said, there's a lot of conversation about a lot of quarterbacks. I think the Steelers are very comfortable and good with their quarterback room. Now Justin Fields comes in. He wins some games. A difficult decision was made by Coach Mike Tomlin. He said, I want to see what we have with Russ. We know what we have with Justin. We want to go on and win. They get a huge win over a hot Washington Commanders team. Russell Wilson makes big plays. Preston Smith makes some big plays. Mike Williams makes some big plays. Everybody that they've added to that team seemingly over the last year has contributed. What are your thoughts on the Steelers, and how do you feel about them potentially being a team in the end?
Well, I think this week will be a big that'll go a long way to seeing how this division turns out against Baltimore. Those are 2 teams that don't exchange Christmas cards. So that'll be a great matchup there. A lot of these teams talking about their quarterback and their franchise quarterback and all that. Looks like Pittsburgh has 2 good quarterbacks. So that's a good thing. And of course, they've always been really solid on defense. They made a lot of moves at the trade deadline. Whether it's for the receiver, the pass rusher, I would say a couple roles that they feel like they really needed to strengthen their team. And it looks like they're going to be in it for a while. So it's a great job by Pittsburgh, and, just a good situational play at the end of the game. And Washington jumped offside, not get the ball back, a bad penalty. Same thing that happened in the Jacksonville game where, they get a bad penalty there and end up not getting the ball back at the end. Minnesota able to run out the clock by kneeling on the ball. So situational football. Again, everybody that walks on the field, whether it's their decision like those penalties, or whether it's ball security like what happened in the Giants game, or field goal protection like what happened in the Denver game. Each one of those guys has a lot of responsibility when you step foot onto the field, and if you make a mistake, it's the whole organization that can celebrate or suffer, depending on how that goes. So that's why you need a full team.
Go ahead, AJ.
Coach, your old squad, the Patriots got a big win, and Drake May, their young quarterback, is playing well and pumping up the defense and trying to get all the media room to give a standing ode to the defense. What do you make of the young guys play? Like, do you like how he's kind of growing into that leadership role and playing better on the field as well?
Yeah, well, I think he's done a good job when he's been able to scramble and run around, made some plays on play action where they can separate the defense, because the running game, when Stevenson can get it going, is, draw some of the coverage and the linebackers up and so forth. But, to me, the bigger thing is just where the Bears are. They can't protect. They can't move the ball. They can't score any points. Jacksonville, same situation. You have several of these teams that just – we talked about this at the beginning of the year, Pat, in Chicago. They have this all-star quarterback, these all-star receivers, the greatest skill players in the history of football. And the offensive line's a problem. They can't run the ball. They can't protect. Swift is doing all he can, but, it's just, hard. And then, you get into a situation where too many negative plays, too many turnovers, too many long yardage situations, and it's been a tough. Look, they've had the benefit of the schedule. We'll see how it goes here with the Bears and with Jacksonville and teams like that. Seattle that have had a lot of offensive line problems. It's just Cleveland. Just hard to imagine that they're going to really be able to sustain much when you have that many problems up front.
Let's go to Chicago, actually. Back to Chicago. Ty has a question for you.
Yeah, speaking of Chicago, Coach, now it's coming out, everyone's saying, hey, you look at Caleb Williams, he's definitely regressing, and everyone's coming after Shane Waldron, and obviously there's all the questions about Eberflus, whether or not he's going to keep his job. But as a coach, especially a defensive-minded head coach, how do you know when it's time mid-season to make like a play-calling change like they're talking about right now?
And with that being said, he just spoke at his press conference. He said Caleb's not getting benched, and Shane Waldron's still the play caller as of now, literally just moments ago.
Way to be on top of it, Pat.
Thank you. Just news breaking. Just news breaking. Sorry.
Well, yeah. Look, I think the only time, I think you want to make that decision is when you're not going to go back on it. That that the die is cast and this is the way it's going to go, and whatever you've seen, you've reached the point that unless there was some type of injury or some circumstance that's, I would say, kind of unforeseen, that this is the way it's going, and then that's when you would make that change. Not you don't want to make it, and then 2 or 3 weeks later realize, well, actually things were better before, and now we need to go back to where we were. That's not what you want to do. So once you decide that's what it is, then go ahead and move forward. But you better be sure, because you definitely don't want to backtrack.
Okay, speaking of backtracking, there's a lot of that potentially happening in organizations. It's getting loud this time of year. D-Butch got a question for you.
Yeah, 2024, we always talk about players kind of blocking out the noise outside the building, but I feel like it's getting tougher for coaches to kind of block out that noise, whether it be front office listening to what's going on in the radio or media or content or whatever. How hard is that, and how do you manage that as a coach, blocking out noise, even if you're like a team coach and a winning team like Nick Sirianni, on the other side of that, a guy like Brian Daboll who's kind of struggling to find, some footing right now with his team?
Yeah, well, I think when you're in that leadership position, you have to block out the noise, good or bad. You're going to hear it both ways. You'll have supporters and you'll have some detractors or critics. That's part of the game. That's part of the position. It is what it is. So you do the best you can for the team, make the best decisions that you can on a week-by-week basis, and also in the foreseeable future, over the next few weeks, if there's a decision you make that can help the team, then you make it, whether that's a personnel decision, whether it's the way you practice or a schematic change, or whatever it happens to be. Just do the best that you can for the team and make sure the team knows that you're doing everything you can to win. And that's what your job is as a coach, and that's what you should do. And I think that's what all those guys are doing.
Did you ever get a sense throughout your coaching career, not just in New England, throughout your entire coaching career in New York and Cleveland and everywhere, that people were maybe ownership or above, whatever the case, were listening to like the media, and that could potentially sway some things? Did you ever get that sense?
Yeah, well, 100%, 100%. Yeah, there's a lot of times where if you read the Monday papers, that you get the exact same questions from the owner when you meet with him later in the day. It's almost like they read the columns and all, and then whatever is in the paper, then that's kind of the questions. Hey, why didn't you blitz more? Hey, how come we didn't run this play more? Hey, how come we didn't, we went for it on fourth down, whatever it is. It's whatever the columns are in the paper. A lot of times that's what pops up in the owners' meetings. But, it is what it is. Again, you make the decisions that you feel like are best for the team, and you live with them. Not all of them are right, certainly. You try to learn from the mistakes that you make and be better prepared, or maybe recognize something the next time that situation comes up, how you would handle it differently. But that's, again, that's part of the situation. And look, nobody made more mistakes than I did in New England. You make, hundreds of decisions every day, a couple hundred decisions every day, just in, what you do, what you say, how you do it, and so forth, or the way you structure practice, meetings, plays, everything else. And yeah, they're not all right. And the ones that need to be corrected need to be fixed, and you got to do your part. And so does everybody else in the team, the organization. If everybody improves a little bit, then you'll see a big change in the team. If only one or two improve, then it's probably not going to move the needle too much.
Are you a believer in you're either getting better or worse type thing too, as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, in the NFL, every week's a new week. You're playing a different team with a different scheme, with different matchups. So it doesn't really matter what happened last week. It's a whole new challenge this week with all those factors that I just mentioned. And if you don't go through the full preparation and do everything you can to have the team ready to go, then you're just giving them a better opportunity to have a better day against you than you have against them. So, once it's over, you turn the page and you move on. But preparation and focusing on the next opponent and your next opportunity is, you've got to do that quickly. You can't, sit there and bask in any of the glory or feel sorry for yourself. Like, none of that's going to help anything at all. Just recognize the mistakes, what you did well, reinforce those, move on, and start getting ready for the next game.
Man, owners coming into head coaches around the NFL going, why is Dan Orlovsky saying we need to run?
Yeah.
That's
what's going on, OC Joe?
Oh, my God. Could you imagine?
Yep.
That head coach is sitting in there watching film, hasn't slept in 2 days, just doing his whole thing. Owner comes in. Oh, Mr. Mrs. whatever. Oh, sure. Can I have a moment? Absolutely. This morning, Dan Orlovsky said, we're not running enough.
Better spacey.
We're not using the full.
Talk to Waldron.
I think he made a good point.
Why is Dan saying that? I would like to see us use the entire, and then them just pausing, going, fuck you, Dan Orlovsky. All right, okay, right. That is a magical thing to think. That's really happening, though, probably somewhere, is what you're saying.
Yeah, hey, Coach. McAfee said that you should have blitzed a little more on third down. I don't know. Why do you think he said that? Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm so sorry to any coaches that we've ever been used as.
Yeah.
Not that we have, but if that is.
Well, because you have so much credibility. You played, you've had a lot of success, you've got D-Butt, AJ. I mean, you got other players on there, guys that have been very successful, smart, players that are experienced and have seen a lot and have done a lot. And, hey, they said you should be doing this, should be doing that. Like, what do you think? Maybe we should, huh? Maybe we should be running more trap plays like AJ said, or maybe we ought to be playing a little bit more man coverage like D-Butt said. I don't know.
Yeah, true.
Pac-Man said, hey, maybe we should be returning more punts, not rushing so many. Yeah, that's real.
Oh, my gosh. I am so sorry to all the coaches that we've been a part of it, but also figure it out.
Yeah.
Hey,
how do you answer that, though? How do you answer that, Coach? Like, what can you say? Other than, hey, those guys are idiots. They're on TV.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter who asked the question. The answer would be the same anyway. It would depend on whatever the question is. Why didn't we blitz as much? Well, because whatever reason, they protected a lot, or we couldn't match up to cover, or whatever the reason was. I don't know, but it would still be an honest answer. The fact that the question came from somewhere else is, you control what you can control.
Man, I couldn't even imagine.
Control the answer. You can't control the question.
Sean Payton today with this one. Hey,
why is that guy out there?
So Dan Orlovsky's a quarterback. He said that this was a thing. And then Pat McAfee, do you know he's a field goal guy? I think he was a field goal. He punted the field goals, I think. He said, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Why is this guy on the game? We almost beat the Chiefs. Like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry Sean Payton's going to have to deal with that. But hey, you're built for it, brother. Mm-hmm. And also, that can't happen. That can't be happening.
Pat, I'll be honest with you, the kind of the worst that it ever was for me, honestly, were these two questions. In Cleveland, the guy that's run the defense, like, does he really know what he's doing? Are you sure we're okay on defense? Do you think maybe, do you want to maybe call some more of those defenses? Save it. Right, just save this defense coordinator. Offensive line. I know we're not the most talented offensive line, but what about the coaching? Like, are we okay on the coaching up there? I feel like we could maybe get a little more out of these guys with the coaching. Now, that's Kirk Ferentz and Pat Hill. No, the problem is not the coaching. The problem is not the coaching.
Oh, my God.
Of all the coaches to be asked about on the staff, the O-line and the defense with Saban, Ferentz, and Pat Hill, that was mind-boggling.
Oh, my God.
I got to be honest. That was mind-boggling.
Imagine being a billionaire owner, too. Just, excuse me. Who's this little Nicholas? I think his name
Saban is his name.
He doesn't see him. Oh yeah, he'll go on to be one of the greatest of all time. The offensive line. This guy. He'll be one of the greatest of all time. What a time! You coaches have to deal with so much shit. That whole world is in, and right now it's heating up everywhere. Oh, yeah. Now it usually does happen in this one particular organization. This year it's complete opposite direction. Connor has a question for you, Coach.
Yeah, Coach. We're talking to Jim Harbaugh here in a little bit. What do you think about what he's doing over there in LA? It feels as though, to Pat's point, they've kind of unlocked Herbert. Everything that we thought the Chargers were going to be every single year this year, it feels like they've done. What do you think about the culture he's kind of established, and do you think that he'll keep this going for years down the road?
I think that's what Jim does, is establish culture. That's exactly what he does. He's tried to build a more balanced team, more emphasis on the running game, more emphasis on defense, and taking some of the pressure off Herbert so he doesn't have to go back there 45 times a game and throw for 350 yards to win. So, and Herbert's, embraced that. He's done a better job of just doing what the team needs him to do. He doesn't have to, go back there and lead the league in passing and, interceptions and everything else. Just go back there and, take advantage of the opportunities that he has and let the runners run, let the defense play defense and, those kind of things. And Jim's established a hard-nosed, tough culture, which is really what every team needs. Is they need a culture that everybody believes in and can rally around. And Jim's done a good job of that.
Isn't it crazy?
But you knew that's what it was going to be. That's what Jim did at San Francisco. That's what he did at Michigan. That's what he believes in. And he doesn't make any bones about it.
We knew as soon as he went up there, it's like, all right, they're going to become a physical team, and they're going to become a tough team. And it's like, isn't that what everybody's hoping to become? And Jim Harbaugh just has the ability to do it. Why do you think some coaches...
Well, no, I don't think the Bears are looking to be that. I think the Bears are looking to, they draft a quarterback with the first pick. They go out and take another receiver. They got receivers all over the place. They got a tight end. And, we got all these weapons for the quarterback. But we talked about this at the beginning of the year. There's issues on the offensive line. Now they got a couple guys hurt. I mean, now they scored 3 points. They haven't scored in I don't know how long. How many drives have it before since they've scored? Well, it's not because they had, not because they didn't draft a quarterback, not because they don't have receivers, but there's issues on the offensive line. It's the way the team's built. It certainly wasn't built like I keep saying San Diego, like the Chargers are built. I mean, they have a different, a different model, different format. I mean, the same thing at Detroit. Detroit went out and did what? Got 2 good tackles and a good center. Well, it's not a bad place to start. Then you start filling in around it with, the quarterback, with the running back, with the receivers, and it's just a different model.
Football's always going to be this. When football matters, it always comes down to this. Feels like it, doesn't it, Bill? It really does. When football starts to matter, it feels like you have to be able to punch somebody in the mouth. Like that has to happen.
Well, 100%, because sooner or later you're going to run into somebody that's going to play the game that way, and you got to be able to fight back. That's why, we'll see what happens with Baltimore and Pittsburgh, not just this week, but all the way through. But, the teams that come out of that division, they're going to come out of there tough, physical, and let's call it battle hardened. And, you get that from the AFC North. Like that's just the way they play. And, I'd say Cleveland, even though they've had some issues, I'd say defensively, if you play good against their defense, that's a pretty good sign. So, that's what that division is. You're battle hardened when you come out of there. That's a lot like it was when I was with the Giants in the NFC East in the 80s. After you play Washington, Philadelphia, and Dallas, I mean, whoever could survive that, had a pretty good chance against San Francisco.
Now the story of the NFC East is which coach can survive.
Yeah.
That's what it's been for like the last 5-10 years or so as they pass the championship crown around, except for to the Washington Commanders and the New York Giants. Now, Washington Commanders seemingly all the way back. Giants still have a bunch of question marks. Dallas Cowboys, jeez.
Yikes. Not good.
Jeez, that entire thing. And the Philadelphia Eagles playing their best ball. Go ahead, AJ.
Coach, Christian McCaffrey came back from his injury, and it had definitely a solid game, not crazy off the charts game like he normally has. But can you describe a little bit what it's like to try to defend a guy like McCaffrey that can seemingly do it all from out of the backfield, receiver, whatever he's doing, even block, and not just how hard the dude plays? It looks like he is legit pissed off if he doesn't score every time he touches the ball.
He's really a hard guy to defend, and I don't think McCaffrey gets enough credit for his inside running. He's very good at setting up blocks. He accelerates through the hole and does a good job with his inside run vision. We all know what he's like out on the perimeter and in the passing game. He's so hard to tackle in space. But this guy has really good body lean, and he has a lot of power for a smaller size guy. But he reads the inside blocking patterns very well. And, he's just really impressive as a runner. Again, we know in space, but in line, I have a lot of respect for his toughness, for his ability to make yards after contact. Like I said, set up blocks and, really run with power for his size. It's different, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of Curtis Martin. Curtis wasn't the biggest guy, but pound for pound, probably is one of the strongest players in the NFL, Hall of Fame runner, very good in the passing game. Like that type of a player, compared to like guys like Derrick Henry and people like that are just big physical backs. Those guys were physical, but they were, 205 pounds or, I don't know, whatever McCaffrey and Martin were, but somewhere in that range.
McCaffrey goes for 170 yards. Everybody says kind of a slow start for him. It's like, all right, had a couple massive plays. Let's talk about tonight. Rams, Dolphins. Rams favored by 2.5 at home. I guess Tyreek Hill was a question, but Schefter said he is guessing that he will play for the Miami Dolphins. And when it comes to the Rams, Matthew Stafford and this McVay team have been playing a lot differently as of late than maybe at the beginning of the year. And it all revolves around that guy potentially being back on the field, Cooper Kupp. What are your thoughts on how tonight goes, and what are you looking forward to most in the Manning cast?
Well, actually, Pat, we don't have the Manning cast tonight, but...
oh, no. Whoa. What are you talking about? I'm bummed out about that.
The hell?
I just found out yesterday that the Colts don't work hard at practice, and now I find out there's no Manning cast. What the...
Jeez.
We have 11 games, but... No, but here's what I'll say about that. I think the story of the Rams really is this defensive line. These guys have been phenomenal. They're really coming into their own as a group. Certainly Verse is, to me, a centerpiece kind of guy. This guy is so powerful. But you have him. You've got, both of the inside defensive tackles. They have good edge players. Very well coached. Gift Smith's done a great job out there with them. And really, this defensive line, this front four for the Rams, as bad as they looked early in the year when they, Detroit just kind of ran the ball down the field on them in overtime, and I don't think they even put the ball in the air on that last drive. But what they're playing like now, they're so disruptive. Tackles for losses, sacks, hurries, batted balls, for interceptions. These guys are really good, and then you have the offenses start to come back after the receivers have come back for them the last couple weeks. The Rams, they look like they got a lot of things going for them.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun to watch. And Matthew Stafford, when he's picking people apart and his Halloween costumes, he is an entertainment machine. Well, we can't wait to watch that game tonight. We can't thank you enough for joining us, Coach. Enjoy the night off, sounds like.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to sit back and watch this one. And but I'm telling you, that Rams defensive line is really impressive. A lot of guys that nobody has ever heard of, but they're going to start showing up. And believe me, the guys who are playing against them on offense, talk to the guys at Seattle. They know who they are. This is a good group.
Good luck to the Miami Dolphins offense. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the GOAT, Bill Belichick. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
Okay, that's a big talking point for this evening.
Yeah. Huge.
You know where he's leaning.
Yeah. Well, how's Miami do whenever their offense just gets completely besmirched at the offensive line there? Not that great. So give me the Rams is what it sounded like from Bill Belichick.
Yep.
Gumpsh, Are we worried about what's about to happen up front in this
Our
game?
O-line has actually been one of the best in the league the last few weeks. So it looks like it's a good head-to-head tonight, boys.
Oh, it's a matchup you're saying we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, someone tell AQ that. I haven't heard a damn thing about it.
No, they have not been on there.
Well, it's because we lose. You can't put a team up when they lose.
Exactly.
Have been pounding the rock, just unfortunate turnovers. I don't think Mostert's going to be getting the ball as much tonight.
He runs hard, though.
Yeah, but two huge fumbles. I don't think what McDaniel said could be a lot of HN and Jalen Wright, a bit of a dog, is a rookie.
Okay, I'm excited to watch it. We got a good one tonight. Entertaining football.
Yeah. Yes, for sure.
Stafford's entertaining.
Yes. Stafford's always entertaining.
Always entertaining. Tua.
Entertaining.
Same thing.
Please, God. Prime time, though.
Oh, yeah. You
What?
pray.
Gump just said the O-line's
Put
doing
your
great.
hands
Gump told
together
you.
and pray.
That D-line gives Smith and some free hitters at that quarterback.
Not tonight.
Not on this night.
No, not tonight.
Quick whistle. We need quick whistle.
Put him down soft.
Quick whistle.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a GOAT. One of the greatest humans to ever be introduced to society, who happens to be the biggest football guy we've ever heard of. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a national champion at the University of Michigan. Now, he's the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
Coach, how are you?
Mr. McAfee.
How are you?
Well, good to see you. Good to see you, AJ. Man, I want you to do an introduction for me.
Okay, I will. Ladies and gentlemen.
Do the best.
Yeah, I'll do them whenever you need one. Because anytime you talk, the world gets better. It feels like every press conference you're at, I'm learning of something that I did not know about. The 6 being afraid of 7 because of 7, 8, 9. Perfectly timed, perfectly dropped, perfectly executed. Feels like all your metaphors are entertaining and awesome. Now, let's talk about that. Obviously, your dad, who's got it better than us? Nobody. Why do you think you are such a football guy? And why do you think you are like the perfect coach? Why do you think that is the case in your perspective?
I really just take. I know there's a lot of people say that I just take the personality of the players, of the team, of the organization, the other coaches. I mean, all those great virtues that people have, and just rubs off on me, you know. And I apply it. You know, our team, the joy that they have playing football and competing together. I am sure that I see it. I mean, it's just right there in front of you. I think I think people see it when they watch the TV. It comes through. Everybody here in the organization is affected by it and been noticing it since day one. Our fans, I know they saw it. This past game was you know, our crowd was really into it and gave us so much support. But I mean, you could just go down the line, the list of the guys on the team, and again, noticing it since they're happy for each other's success. Derwin James, Justin Herbert, Khalil Mack. I mean, it's everything about him, every single thing with Derwin. Everything. It's the love of the game. It's the infectious way that he plays and anything he does, meeting environment, training environment. And yeah, that rubs off. I want to get some of that. You know, Justin Herbert, just the love that he has for competition, the fierce competitor that he is. Khalil Mack, I mean, the humble warrior. Again, everything that he does. I mean, advice giver. Anything that he says, you just want to soak it in and be around it and just learn from him. And I could go down the list. You know, Scott Matlock. I mean, he was on with J.J. Watt, and you know, just sheer endurance that he has. The versatility. Denzel Perryman, total team guy. Joey Bosa. I mean, it's like him and I breathe the same air. You know, as people. J.K. Dobbins, I just take it. I take his energy, his toughness, his confidence. I don't know if I'm the most confident guy, you know, deep down, but I take it from these other guys. J.K. Scott, I mean, he's a spiritual guidance that he gives us. Zion Johnson is I mean, talk about a renaissance man. He could play left guard in the NFL, or he could be a CIA computer programmer. I'll tell you, you both are going to love this. So we had a training camp practice. Zion Johnson gets root canal done. So there's an hour. He gets out of the chair, comes over to practice. Everybody's like, "Hey, Zion, man, you just had root canal." Like, no, I want to go. I want to go. I want to practice. He practices the entire practice. After practice, we got conditioning, and we're running gassers. He always chooses to run with the big skill players. He's an offensive lineman. He runs with the big skill, and he leads that big skill group. And did all that an hour after root canal. He got a high ankle sprain 2 weeks ago. Practiced the next day.
Okay.
And it's just. I mean, you take it, right. It's infectious. I mean, the things that guys pour into it. I mean, it just rubs off on you over and over. Dahn Henley. I mean, he's got the pulse of everything. You know, he's one of those teammates that knows everything, knows he's cool, you know, he teaches you, you know, just stuff, you know, like about life, you know, keeps you young, keeps you vibrant, keeps you energized. Bradley Bozeman, you saw what he did. I mean, he, you know, somebody was going after Justin, and here he comes. Nobody's gonna mess with my quarterback, you know, just that protector, that provider. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that makes me other than somebody that just can recognize virtues in other people.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Take them on. Yeah, you guys had teammates like that, right? I mean,
Amen, Coach. But usually they say like a team takes on the identity of the coach. I love that your take is
it's opposite. It's opposite.
It's exactly. Yeah, of course, that's the most Coach Harbaugh thing of all time, and it makes so much sense. We were just talking, you know, to Coach Belichick, and he was talking about how everybody, and we knew this too, as soon as you went to LA, it's like, hey, they're going to have a tough team. Like that is Jim Harbaugh football. It sounds like this roster was littered with a lot of football guys, and I've heard you say this, like, football guys like me, and I like football guys. Did you find that whenever you got in the LA Chargers building, obviously new building, it's very nice now, with that roster and what you've added, do you feel like you have a team that you like respect the amount of toughness, and is this exactly what you envisioned whenever you get to the Chargers as a team?
Yeah, I mean, it was very early on, got here, and I like people that like football. People that like football like me back, and I like them back. But there's guys here. I mean, they love football, and that's it. Just upped it up such a notch, you know. And so yeah, I love these guys. You know, it's gone beyond, you know, but just respect. And any respect you give, you know, anybody in our organization, then they give you that respect back and then some. It comes from the top, the Spanos family, but everybody working to like their job's the most important job in the entire organization, and you see it because everybody's double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking. You know, they got to get it right. You know, got to do anything and everything to help the team and the organization win. So yeah, it's infectious. You come in every day like, you know, what can I add? What can I add? What can I help with? You know, and there's very little I can do for Justin Herbert. I mean, he's like nobody. He's one of the best of all time. You know, already he's already breaking these records that prove that and show that. But you know, one thing is, hey, we got to protect this guy. It's like being around greatness every single day. That's what it feels like to me. And hey, we got to protect him. So and our guys like Bradley Bozeman, our offensive line, J.K. Dobbins, Khalil Mack, everybody on the team sees it like, hey man, this guy right here, just let him finish a throwing motion. He is going to do incredible things.
Let him.
So maybe that's the one thing I've added. I can recognize that. You know, we got to have a running game. We got to protect this quarterback, because if not, he is such a hero. He is such a, you know, he'll do it all himself. He'll try to do it all himself, and we all know in football that it takes a team. That's why I was so excited after this last game.
The way you talk, this guy, such a hero. And then I think the first time you talked about Herbert publicly, you're like, like a golden goose has like this thing, and you're saying best of all time. And you can go ahead and check. There's records that already prove that. It's like you've been a believer in Herbert, I think, since before you got there. Was a massive piece, I think, of why you went there, and then it's only grown. It seems like, huh?
Yeah, to the point where you're running out of adjectives, to describe him anymore. It's just he's a beast. Half man, half beast, and he'll do anything and everything, for his team. And the two biggest plays of this past game, he made a 4th and 1 quarterback sweep. Where we really didn't block anybody. We might have blocked a guy or two, but there was a lot of guys that weren't blocked. And he just went beast mode, got it in the end zone. Then right before the half, I should have run the ball. I shouldn't have been throwing it there late in the half. He gets hit, doesn't see him, hit, arm hit. There's nobody that could have held on to the ball. But he's got a big hand, he's got great strength, and he was able to finish that throwing motion and get an incomplete pass rather than a fumble that would have, it looked like to everybody in the stadium that was a fumble, pick it up, Titans score a touchdown, but it was almost inhuman that he was able to hold on to the ball. Those are the two biggest plays of the game. He's our guardian of victory, and it's infectious on all of us. You and I mean, we've all been on teams, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, you see players when they make plays, really the toughness kind of plays, and it rubs off on you. It puts a steel in your spine. Okay, if he can do that, if he's laying it on the line like that, then I can lay it on the line like that. And it ups everybody's game. And Derwin James, Khalil Mack, Zion John, Rashad Slater, most detailed guy I think I've ever been around. Scott Matlock, what he does, special teams, defense, offense. Just examples come, they just flood you, and it just makes you want to rise up and be worthy to be contribute something to the ball club.
Especially at the quarterback position. That's why the guardian of victory, the inhumane, it's like at quarterback, it is such a powerful thing. And it feels like, I guess you're taking on the identity of Herbert, but there's a chance that since you got to town, we're learning a lot.
There's no gene in my body I wouldn't trade with him for. It's incredible.
Go ahead, AJ.
Coach, you seem like a very curious person. I hear people talk about like the smartest people in the world are like curious, always learning, always evolving. Would you say that's the case? And it seems like how you feed off of your players, are you constantly asking them these guys questions and people around you? Not only what I like, it seems like it's not only football questions, even though you're a football guy, like you care about the people as humans.
Well, there's no question about it, and not just the players. I mean, the coaches. I mean, you see what our guys are doing. I mean, those are, who's your confidant in football. I mean, it's the guys that are here, the coaches that are here. Jesse Minter. I mean, I learned so much from him. Greg Roman, Steve Klinkscale, our secondary coach, doing an incredible job. Mike Elston, Mike Devlin gave him a game ball this past week for our offensive line play. I'm always down and talking to Joe Ortiz. Just so much football knowledge. I mean it's a happy mission. It doesn't have to be one of those. It's grind. It's so hard. We're so miserable. I mean, it's when you got these kind of people that love football. I mean, it makes that the atmosphere. It's a joy. Like I said, the most impressive thing to me was the way the joy with our players are playing football and competing, together. Always happy for the other guy's success. It's kind of like your show there. I mean, I see you guys. You got all the people. You got good guys everywhere. Good ideas coming. Good idea can come from anywhere. And that's
amen.
I watch your show. That's kind of what it's like. That's the atmospheres are like around the Bolt, around our offense. It's like a football, beehive, or beaver dam. I mean, there's just an activity of football going on at all times. In any direction you look, people are getting after you. Hey, you want to get that work in? Yeah, I want to get that work in. Okay, well, if you're man enough to get that work in, meet me at 7 a.m. in the weight room. We'll get it in. It's that kind of like, iron sharpening iron. It's fun to be around.
We like to be a beehive of positive sports.
Yeah, we do. Amen.
Yeah, a beaver dam of good ideas.
Engineering.
Yeah, we like all that stuff, especially when that wood comes up the creek front of one beaver. We're like, damn, that's a good idea right there.
Grab it.
That's a good piece of wood right there. We're going to add into this.
Yeah, well, you see everybody else working, everybody else getting after it. I mean, you don't want to be the weak link.
No.
You want to find a way to contribute, and so that's probably no different than what you do and what we do.
Amen. Yeah. Now, granted, yours, you go onto a field and there's a lot more physicality and everything like that. Oh, yeah. Ours is we just show up and do this. We just do this for a couple hours. You see, we do this. We don't have to actually.
Yeah.
A little different game. A little different game in the entirety. But
that looks good. And it's original. And you got originality. I don't see anybody else doing that.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Coach. Amen. Put it on the ticker. Put it on the SeatGeek ticker for that. Now, to everything that you've said today, there is a very good question coming from AP Tone.
Yeah, Coach, I read an article. It said Saturday you gave a speech about the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, and I was wondering, have you ever heard a story, watched a movie, done anything where you didn't hear it or see it, and then think in your brain how you could tie it back to being something motivational for a football team?
Very, very few times. Very few times. Yeah, it's things just get tied back to football for me. I mean, that's guilty as charged there.
I was at a restaurant the other day. I saw this busboy come flying in, dropped his shoulder, turned the corner, scooped up a cup. I thought to myself, wow, this got to be a great Charger. Just the way so everything for you. You can find motivation in everything?
Yeah, in anything, especially if somebody's doing that job with excellence. If they're, no matter what they're doing, if they're doing that job with a love and a passion, and that it's it's for the cause. Hey, I'm just a stone cutter, but I'm cutting this stone because it has the chance to be the keystone of this great cathedral that we're building. That's the kind of guy, that I respect and admire and want to learn from. And, not the guy, hey, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm cutting stone. What does it look like I'm doing? Okay, let me move on to somebody else. That's not quite what we're looking for here. Competitors are welcome to the 2024 Los Angeles Chargers.
Competitors are welcome. What a shirt. What a mantra.
Hell yeah.
What a life motto in this entire thing. And how about you talking about that stone cutter right there? Just got to be jacked up.
Yeah.
What if that stone is the beginning of a cathedral that goes on to be one of the greatest places of all earth? I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I cut stone. Leave me alone. Okay, yeah, I don't want you cutting my fucking stone. Let me go ahead and get away from that guy. Coach, you're the best, man. Now, there are some things that you do after games that I think are a little bit different than most people. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, Coach, the Chargers social media team captures kind of the post games in your locker room, and one of the things that we love is the "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow" sing-along. When did that start? And then also, when did the everybody get a high five somebody start as well?
Oh, the power of the high five. It's such a good feeling. Some other time I can tell you, that the day I fell in love with football, 9 years old, in Ann Arbor, Michigan, playing for the Ann Arbor Junior Packers, made my first tackle, and after that got my first high five. I mean, both fell in love with football that day, and also, the power of the high five. That's a great invention. I mean, that's that. Love the high five.
How could you not?
What's the other question? Oh, sing. Yeah, we like to sing.
Get one here, huh?
Yeah, give each other a high five.
Boom!
Bam!
Boom!
Bam!
Yeah! Boom! Boom!
Oh my God!
Wow! Boom! Another one of those.
That was awesome, Coach.
Another one of those.
You're the best, Pat. You are the best.
You know what I think about you? For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. With nobody can deny. Love it.
You just like to, you like to sing. I mean, it's like when you're joyful and you witness that, the players out there playing football and competing with joy. And it just makes you joyful. You want to sing. Michigan, we had a fight song. We'd always sing the fight song after the game in the locker room. But I don't think we have a fight song yet. So till we get one, I mean, we got For He's a Jolly Good Fellow.
I think that's probably going to be locked in as the fight song going forward. But everybody in there is doing it. My takeaway as an ex-player, I think AJ's takeaway as well, and D-Butch is like, we're watching this, and you're doing things differently than everybody else does it, but your entire team is in. Yeah. And it's like very quickly it happens everywhere you go. You're a phenomenal leader. Let's talk about another guy who's seemingly a great leader that joined you over there.
Yeah, speak about buy-in. We got a chance to watch your last 2 games in Michigan with your defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter. I know specifically me and AJ talking just the pre-snap discipline, post-snap, and then to come to the NFL, back to the NFL for Jesse and yourself, just to have that buy-in and that complete turnaround with the defense over there in LA. What is it about Coach Minter that he gets the guys on the same page? And when you watch the film, you could tell these guys absolutely love playing for each other out there.
Yeah. Well, we're probably going to have to just enjoy Jesse Minter while we have him. I mean, I get a feeling he could be a head coach next year. We'll be competing against him, but he is. I mean, like all those qualities, he's a humble warrior. I mean, his picture could be right up there next to it. And a jackhammer, but I'm about to go into a meeting with Jesse, and it's going to be. We played this, and then he's going to want. Well, we can get better at this. We had this many missed tackles, and we had the 2 defensive offsides penalties back to back, and he's always more is more for Jesse, but he's just intuitive. He knows what an offense. He knows offensive football, almost as well as defensive football. He knows how an offense is going to try to attack. There's some play callers that just have it too. He has it. In every way, this is, maybe if there's something to pat myself on the back of. Yeah, I mean, I could see that just Jesse Minter is special. We got any kind of, we got a defensive coordinator role. This is who we have to have. We need, and get a guy like Jesse Minter hired. And then he's so humble too. I mean, he's given the credit to to the other coaches that are on the staff, and he works so good. I mean, taking input, collaborative, I think people call it these days. Just pulls good out of everybody around him. I just couldn't say enough good things. But keep it going, Jesse. Doing an incredible job, and I'm sure that let me be the first to say it. And he's going to be a head coach in the National Football League, next year. And if I'm not the first to say it, then I'll add to the choir of voices. But I've got the eye too. My dad's a coach. My brother's a coach. I got 2 uncles that are coaches. Got a brother-in-law who's a coach. I mean, it's like my cousin Vinny. We got.
You could be a lawyer. Yeah, you could be a lawyer if you had to.
Everybody's a mechanic. He's a great coach.
Yeah. Congrats to Jesse being a head coach somewhere.
Oh, yeah, Jesse.
And also listening to the sorrow in your voice while you were saying, yeah, he's good, he's great, our team buys him, we're fantastic.
Enjoy him while you got him.
That's the modern world that we're in. But you talk about a lot of humble warriors here. Last question for you from Ty Schmidt.
Yeah, Coach, I think, you mentioned Herbert and just being like the consummate competitor that he is. But I think up until you got there, he was kind of more of a silent assassin, at least from the outside looking in. We never really saw too much emotion or anything like that from him. But this year, you can tell like he's really getting jacked up on the sideline, showing emotion. We saw he's speaking to the team in the locker room after the game. Do you think your personality and just how you are kind of unlocked something in him that was always there, and it just took a guy like you to bring him out? Or how have you seen that process of him being more of a vocal leader than he ever has been?
It definitely wasn't me. Because he's been that way since day one of when I got here. I mean, he's a fierce competitor. The way he works, I mean, that's nobody works harder. Nobody works smarter than Justin. I mean, it's everything he does. I mean, some guys, come in disheveled for a meeting or two. Maybe they overslept. Never with him. It's like he's here 2-3 hours before the meeting starts. Attentive, takes incredible notes. And then the other one, it's like never complacent. You hear the story of people that when they make a lot of money or they get a lot of money or come into money or whatever, money makes keep people complacent. Not Justin Herbert.
Makes his hair great too. He's growing that back.
Yeah, fantastic.
He's got the good mane going. Yeah, they say it's hard to wake up and go to work sometimes when you're sleeping on satin sheets. It seems like everything Herbert's doing is only getting better and tougher and stronger. And in the locker room when it was his time to talk, he said, "So much to say, so little time. Let's go ahead and move forward." It's like, God, great personality.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Talks his shit. Feels like you are creating an environment that anybody would want to play in that loves football. We appreciate the hell out of you, Coach.
Well, they're all welcome. Competitors welcome.
Humble warriors everywhere. Got to go to work, though. What you call your gym, an all-you-can-eat buffet whenever you got there?
Yeah, the weight room, that's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
You still in there eating or no?
Oh, yeah.
JJ told us that you were plugging in wires for the interview for CBS because they had to add a couple things. Is that accurate?
What did he say?
He said you were plugging in cords. Something had to happen. You got like whenever they said.
We had to cut a little drag. When there was they were trying to secure a riser, and me and Coach Herb said we got that. Just plop it down. We know how to sit on a chair it's on a riser. We don't have to anchor it into the cement.
You're the best.
You know how to use one of those, cranks and
yeah.
We know how to. Well, he knows how to do that. I know how to wedge things. The power of the wedge.
The power of Harbaugh.
Wedge it in there. You make a good foundation.
You're the best, ladies and gentlemen. Head coach of the Chargers. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you for your time, Jim Harbaugh.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The best.
Doesn't get better than that.
How great would it be to play for that guy's team?
How could you not buy in?
Every morning he's there waiting on you. Hey, we got some good food today. Did you see got new eggs? Tried new eggs? Eggs are good. Good protein. Good protein. What do you think? And then
Not a scared bird.
Somebody says something and they say like this. He goes, "Oh, I'm gonna keep that." That's genius. That's what. Did you hear what he just said? He just said, and then it's just like when you're talking about creating a culture, it's like he is boots on the ground, hands on deck, not dick, hands on deck.
Yep.
We are talking to everybody. We are lifting everything. It's like, no wonder it works.
Yeah.
No wonder it works everywhere, literally.
And it's a special on Amazon, I believe. I watched it a few months back, and it's about a team a few years ago. He was coaching Michigan. Team wasn't great, wasn't one of the playoff or national championship teams, but you could just tell he took the team over to Rome. A lot of people giving him shit about that, and you just watch the behind the scenes of how he is really day to day with as far as team building and coach building. And it's no wonder why he builds winners everywhere he goes. And it's not fake, you know what I mean? He's quirky, he's different, but he's real. Every day he's going to show up. And obviously in the National Football League, you need a quarterback. And Justin Herbert was that guy from the first time I saw him play. Literally, it's not that hard to make me a fan, but made me a real fan of the Chargers. And you hear him talk about Herbert. I've never heard a coach talk about their quarterback like Jim.
He's inhuman. He's our guardian of victory.
Yeah, that.
He is half man, half beast. He is a golden. He is, and everybody knows. Everybody knows we got to protect him. Okay, Khalil Mack knows. I know. Everybody knows.
Not a gene in my body.
I wouldn't trade. with Justin Herbert. And then he's talking about how tough Justin Herbert is and how that radiates and oozes through the rest of the team. And then we got what we got going on in Indy. Let's get to a break. That's all I thought of when he's talking. I'm like, they sucked for a long time.
Yeah.
They couldn't win the games. We're talking about the Chiefs and the Lions, all these people winning these games.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the Chargers. Heartbreakers.
Yes.
Heartbreakers.
100%.
Can't get right. For some reason, not going to win. We're going to mismanage some situation.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be some fuck up, and we're going to lose the game. And then Harbaugh gets in there, and I think we were one of the – I don't know how many people were. Let's assume everybody was. I don't like saying we're the only ones because we probably weren't the only ones. But as soon as we get there, we're like, they're going to win Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They're going to Super Bowl. That's literally how we feel about Jim Harbaugh. And I think it is because he does things differently. And it's like if you want different results, you might need to have different techniques. And Jim Harbaugh, the way he goes about doing what he does, I don't know anybody that operates the way he does. And you're talking about having the success that he had in college, and then he's like, I need to get a Super Bowl. I need to get a Super Bowl. My dad was a coach, my brother's a coach, my brother-in-law's a coach, my two uncles are coaches. It's like, I need to do it. And he is all in all the time. Isn't he, AJ?
He said, I believe he said it's a joyful endeavor. He's like, it doesn't have to be a grind. And what do we hear from most people? Oh, the season's a grind, day in and day out. Here we go. And he's like, no, it doesn't have to be that way. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. It doesn't, I guess.
Yeah, you know how the season is, a bit repetitive, and he's like, we get another Wednesday, you mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is going to be the same exact Wednesday as last Wednesday.
Thank God.
Oh, my God. That means we've already done it. Think about it. We already know what's coming. You ever see Groundhog's Day with Bill Murray? You ever see that? So, the fifth time he did Groundhog's Day, he knew what was coming. It was a lot better. He could kind of prepare for it. That's what we get to do on this particular Wednesday in the middle of the season. Oh, my God. And then think about next Wednesday, week 11, week 12. Oh, we're going to know even more about Wednesdays than we did. That is such a... And then he said everything that happens, as long as the person exudes greatness. Talk about this tomorrow at team meeting for sure. Look at that fucking grass cutter over there.
Yeah.
Cannot wait to talk about the lines and the attention to detail right here on this grass cutter. It's like, that is not normal, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
What a weapon it would be to have that around just throughout life. Every day, somebody being like, no, this doesn't fucking suck, actually. Look around, huh? Think about how bad this could be, and then pointing out the positive. People gravitate to him.
Oh, yeah.
That J.J. Watt meeting or interview with all five guys instead of just one-on-one, you could tell they were all very excited when he was speaking about what the fuck was about to come out next, and they all had massive respect for him, which I love. I'm so happy for him.
For a guy that successful, too, his willingness to evolve, because he does, the football aspect and, the coaching is probably pretty similar, but, that's not the exact same guy who was coaching the 49ers. You know what I mean? I think he took everything when that kind of went sour towards the end and was like, okay, if I get another opportunity to do this after going to Michigan, he doesn't seem like the same guy.
Congrats, Chargers. You did it.
Got one.
Took them a while.
Yeah.
Took them a while.
We got it.
Largely the same roster, too.
Yeah. And he said he knew.
Yeah.
I love football. These guys love it. What do you say?
A lot.
There's a lot.
A lot of good shit.
Yeah.
AJ, did you hear about the Colts? They don't work hard.
I did hear that. That's a bit concerning.
If this goes in, it was not met.
He's talking about not talking to everybody.
Because Kenny,
not
I was
everybody.
going to say, he was pretty
Not
clear.
everybody.
Yeah, Kenny responded.
It's not true.
He doubled down?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't double down.
No, he tweeted and he didn't say, I didn't mean it.
He said, as a leader of this team,
I got to do better. Yeah.
Kenny, you've done everything you can. I don't know about behind the scenes, I guess.
Sad. Looks like we're not getting 2 Super Bowls this decade.
We got time. Did you see what happened to the Texans?
Mm-hmm.
We're still in it. We can flip a switch, turn it around.
We get the Texans?
Did you see what happened to the Texans?
Yeah, against the best team in the NFL. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, they lost. Okay. So what? We played somebody at the top of the NFC and got killed, in the top of the AFC and got murdered. So what?
Well, and who knows? You end up getting into the playoffs. Maybe you got to go to Buffalo and things are different next time.
Or at KC.
No, but if you win a playoff game, if you win a division, you get a home playoff game.
Yeah, plus they're basically in Buffalo yesterday.
Well, that's a good point.
The wind, I understand, because the window was open.
And
is that what you're talking
about? I'm talking about the noise.
It did sound a
lot of
like
noise.
From what I saw, it did seem pretty Buffalo heavy crowd.
There's a lot of Buffalonians, brother, okay? And Sal Capaccio. was roaming those sidelines. So, anytime his head is radiating through, and Eric Wood was there, obviously, class of 09.
Oh, yeah, Big East boy.
Yeah, absolutely. Louisville dog, he was there.
You guys should have handed out blue towels to drown out the Bills fans.
Yeah. They're blue, too. Speaking of, Brandon Bean had a sick blue suit on.
I bet.
With some custom blue Nikes. He looked clean.
Custom?
He looked clean. Yeah. He walked over. I got to say hello to him. I'm like, this guy looks way too good, way too comfortable right now. He was excited. They were banged up at wide receiver, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very.
They were banged up.
I saw people say it's only called the Lod House because other fans pack it out and start chanting. That's why it's Lod.
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that either, and I'm going to refuse to. There were some moments where it was quiet there.
Quiet house?
See the only gym come over?
There's only when the Bills were on offense.
A couple others.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about yesterday?
Yeah.
I did not talk to Chris.
He was locked in.
Chris, I don't know if Chris was
Is he there?
If I would have seen Chris, I think we would have.
Of course he was there.
He was there. I saw him.
The game.
I mean, it's.
Was Jim there?
Chris Ballard cut his hair. I thought he wasn't going to cut his hair until the Colts won a Super Bowl.
Did he cut his hair? I didn't see him cut
Yeah,
it.
he's wearing a sweet hat with a suit.
Did Jim have a mic?
So there was a halftime presentation of military folks getting sworn in from all the branches, getting sworn in.
Nice.
And it was obviously very cool, very emotional. And they dropped in an American flag from the sky and everything. It was very cool. But we did think there was a chance Jim Irsay was going to go USA, USA on his microphone from the suite. We're hoping so bad. I'm sitting there watching it.
Please start doing that.
I'm sitting there watching it. They're saying, I state your name. They did the entire thing. And then obviously, hell yeah, good luck out there. Thank you for doing that. And I thought immediately there would be all right, Colts fans.
Listen up.
For the good of them and us.
Been electric.
US. They need to give him a fucking open mic up.
Yeah.
Whenever he wants.
Yes.
Let him have it. That was an alarming statement from Ken.
Yeah, just give him a head.
Emotional after the game.
It just never stops, though. It seems like it just keeps on coming with these Colts.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried my best to be as supportive as possible. Not really close with any of them, but I've tried to be as supportive as possible of this team because I'm in the city. I would like them to do well. And I go to every fucking game. It's there all at 1 o'clock, by the way. You know why? Anyways.
Tell you this much.
It'd be great if there was a primetime game at home.
That'd be nice.
That'd make all the season ticket holders be pretty pumped up about, spending the money that they spend on the season. That would be cool. That'd be a lot of fun. I hope they're trying to make that happen.
I mean, that's
in the
why
building. I hope they're trying their best. Hope they're trying their best.
It's going to be real tough to go to that Lions game. They lose to the Jets next week.
Everybody's just so comfortable in that fucking building. AR's got no shot. I think he has the chance, but who's telling him? What is? Kid's young, hasn't played a lot of ball, and he walks into a building, and you go, I don't think we're working hard. Okay, well, how the fuck's this kid know that this is the only way, bub? The only way. You think about Harbaugh, you think anybody from Harbaugh's building is ever going to be like, we're not working hard? I mean, it's pretty hard.
Damn. Good point.
You think anybody from Andy Reid's building is going to come out and say, we weren't working hard? John Harbaugh, we weren't. Nick Sirianni's.
Yeah.
You think anybody's coming out saying we're not working hard over there in Philadelphia?
Really, anyone worth a shit.
You send AR to Pittsburgh, he might win 10 Super Bowls.
He has the ability.
Right.
KOC likes him. Trade for him then, KOC.
He might. After Sam Darnold yesterday, he might.
You see why KOC was been so trying to butter him up a little bit.
We need a full rehaul. Okay? We need a full fucking rehaul.
Trade in the cards.
I don't know who needs but we need. What an ass beating by the Bills.
How many home games you got left?
Too many.
Lions are in a couple weeks.
That could be tough. That could get tough for real.
Seriously, that Jets game.
When there's not a whole lot of hope left, that's when the week will be tough.
Got to beat the Jets.
Are you there yet?
Where?
You still have hope? There's still hope.
It changed a couple times throughout the game yesterday.
Yeah, you should have heard him at halftime.
I enjoyed that.
It changed.
Plenty of time. We're gonna turn this thing around right now.
I had real hope.
This game?
Okay.
I had real hope. The guy with the eye black in the suite next to us was really getting me motivated.
Mm-hmm. Eye black on in the suite?
Oh, yeah.
He was doing the LaFleur number.
Star of the show.
Who was he rooting for?
He was rooting for the Colts loudly. I was proud of him. I was very pumped for it. They were saying a lot of things that I don't think, like football IQ-wise, made any sense, but they were certainly invested, and I appreciated that. I fucking appreciated that. I'm not talking about the guy with the eye. I'm talking about the guy knew. This guy knew.
Yeah, he's wearing eye black.
Nose ball.
This guy knew. He wanted a little bit more juice.
He knew ball. Oh, most guys that know ball do wear eye black to the game.
Duh.
He doesn't know ball. He is ball.
Did he wear shoulder pads and a helmet?
If he would have, maybe we win, and maybe he needs to think about that for the Lions game because everybody's going to need to come strapped if we're going to take on MCDC's team. But, man, I know they sold a bunch of tickets to Bills Mafia yesterday, but I feel like Colts fans have been here for this team. Like, legitimately, I feel like Colts fans have been here for this team. We had a 4 overall pick just 2 years ago. Think about that. We've been through 1,000 quarterbacks since Andrew Luck. And still, every year, it's like, we got it. They've paid so many. There's been a lot of people on this team for a long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
Doesn't matter if you don't get the quarterback right.
So you feel bad for it, right?
Well, you're getting better.
So they feel bad for
If
it.
they've been on the
number
team
4
for a
overall
long
pick.
time, then who's Kenny Moore talking about?
Last year's number 15 overall pick. Maybe this year you get like, I don't know, like 18.
Let's get to a break. We're back on the other side. We're going to cover everything that happened in the league.
I love doing that.
A lot of players working hard.
Yeah.
Goddamn right.
It's week 11. You still got a lot of games, boys, not to be working hard. A little bit too early for everybody to just stop working. How comfortable do you have to be to not work?
A lot of players that have been there for a while. You just said it.
Yep.
And they got paid.
It's not good to be comfortable in football, ever. I don't think.
It's not a comfortable sport.
And Harbaugh just said it. You know, guys get paid, they get complacent. Not Justin Herbert.
I'd like to say this for the state of Indiana. Competitors welcome. Okay? Competitors welcome.
On the Notre Dame football.
I was going to say, they're all down at IU.
Yeah, at the IU football team.
We needed a pipeline from Signetti's operation to the Colts.
10-0. Very good.
Not bad.
First time school history, right?
Yeah.
First coach ever to start 10-0 at 2 different schools in back-to-back seasons.
What are they ranked?
Wow.
5th?
Yeah, 5th, yep.
Got a bye, then they got a High State.
High State.
High State. I don't know if a High State knows what these
Hoosiers.
All right, we're heading down to Athens, Georgia this weekend for College Game Day against Tennessee. Tennessee's Nico Iamaleava gets hurt this past week, and Georgia loses to Ole Miss in big fashion heading in there. Obviously excited to see how Georgia responds to that. Should be fun. Georgia, big fans of ours, right? Remember that?
Yeah, massive fans of the show. Yep.
So 15, 20 people at the show when we went down there.
Yeah. Couple more than that.
I think that was it, brother.
Yeah.
I think it was 15, 20 folks. Obviously, David Pollock was on College Game Day, who I am a massive fan of. They are also massive fans.
Sure.
Then the SEC championship game with the whole what's that coming down the track thing.
Well, you're right.
I just picked the game.
Got a job to do.
I just picked the game.
Call it like you see it.
Sorry, saw it.
I'm excited to get down there to the Bulldogs. See how it goes.
Yeah.
Hey, been loud for Carson Beck.
He needs to stop throwing interceptions.
He does.
Might need to focus on ball.
I did see that on the internet happening. He's in a relationship. He's in love. People don't like that.
Jeez.
We like love around here.
Speaking of love, Paul and Livy were cool.
Great.
I forgot in the moment. It's on me. Livy's at LSU still. They're going for another national championship.
Yeah.
She's about to win. They're about to win another one.
Another one.
They're about to win another. Paul Skeens.
Mm-hmm.
He looks good.
Yeah. He looks fit.
He looks so tall.
Looks so tall, but he is. The issue is his ass and legs.
Yeah, massive.
These things are fucking
Tree trunks.
caked.
Yep. Yeah.
He's caked up.
Yeah.
He is caked up. I was sitting next to him, like very close, obviously, because it was a packed desk. And packed desk.
Yeah.
Desk was huge. I'm sitting right next to him, and I'm kind of jammed in. And my leg accidentally hit that thing, his leg. And I looked over, I'm like, what the fuck is that? What is that? The thing was like, the guy's got a barrel hanging off. It's like, oh, that's why. That's
So he's throwing it 100. He's going to throw it 105 next year.
I know. I tried to squeeze that in there, but I didn't want to put too much pressure on him. That's why I asked him, how fast you throw? And he said 102 this year, I think. That's Signetti football, baby.
Yeah.
They squeaked by Michigan.
Yeah.
That guy's
That's
a lot
good.
closer.
Needed something like
They
that.
did need a little
Yeah.
battle. They did need a little battle there. God, I love that IU team. Could you fucking fathom if they go?
Hope they
I
get a
mean,
home game.
where everything stands, even if they lose to Ohio State, they should.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, should still be in the playoffs.
With the way Big Ten and SEC is probably going to be viewed.
Yep.
That is a real thing. Now, if they get a home playoff game, which is sitting at 5 right now, is telling
Good
they're going to be
chance.
one of the home
Yeah.
seats. They need to get speakers in that stadium before that home playoff
Yeah,
game.
bad.
They need speakers in there. Or move that thing to Lucas Oil.
Yeah.
Well,
come on now. Doesn't that steals away from the atmosphere a bit?
I agree. That stadium is cool looking. But I think 55,000 is the biggest it can get. I think that's the most. 55,000. They're going to, obviously, there's going to be massive, we assume, in the offseason. There's going to be a bunch. But fuck it. Home playoff game on campus, you got to do it. Got to do it.
But if it was at Lucas Oil, the amount of, it'd be so fucking loud in there. Like the amount of IU fans, like it.
And it would be 75,000. Like,
exactly.
There'd be, and I think they would get all the, I think it's treated as a home game for them as well. So, not saying they need, there's other schools that are, I think,
Feels like one game in the playoff is not going to be played on campus. Feels like one.
At least one. It seems like the conversation because of what's possible and what teams are thinking, and if hotel capabilities at some places are even possible. Like, cause it's we all talked about this home field advantage, how cool it's going to be. Now, I guess logistically, a lot of people are going, how cool is it? Let's see what's possible. But college football playoff is loud. It is getting awesome.
Yeah.
This weekend's elimination game. Just had one, LSU Bama.
Yep.
I thought LSU was going to win. What happened?
Did you? That was
Bama's beat 4 in the top 25.
Pretty good.
Jalen Milroe's
hammered dog shit.
Man,
unbelievable.
Try tackling that dude.
He's faster than you are. They said he's the fastest dude on the field whenever he's on the field. And then I think numerous coaches have said, like, if he was a running back, obviously he would be the best running back in the country. Him and Ashton Genty would be up for the entire thing, the way they talk about the way he runs. And then obviously he can spin it whenever he has to, but it's like he's unstoppable whenever he wants to be.
Yeah.
You know?
Certainly against LSU.
D-But, can you imagine being like, think if you're playing safety and all of a sudden you have like 15 yards between you and Jalen Miller, and you see he's pulling the ball down to run, and he has a 5-way go on you, and he's most likely going to run you over. Like, what do you do? How do you get him down?
That's the worst. It's already tough blocking quarterbacks. You pick up that extra blocker, but him being so fast, so athletic, like, I mean, it's always the equalizer. Regardless of, and what did you say, Gump? They beat 4 top 25? Yeah, I mean, that team, those recruits, you still got the guys, obviously not, Saban's not there, but you still got top-of-the-line recruits, and then you got a weapon like that. Any week, any team, Jalen Monroe can be the best player, the most explosive player on the field. Maybe having that live Tiger wasn't the best idea. I think he ran a little fast.
Yeah, I mean, Governor Jeff Landry was going to get that Tiger on the sideline. Okay, if I know anything about Governor Jeff Landry, I don't know if he's even thinking about the outcome of the game because of the live Tiger. He's just thinking about how cool of an experience it had to be for all the Louisianans down there.
I didn't like that it was in a cage.
Well, I don't know if they're just going to let a tiger roam, but I understand what you're saying. I think
put him on a leash.
Yeah, like they could have anchored it to the ground, like in
Gladiator. Sure.
Might be a bit unsafe. but
Yeah. Did it roar? Was Saban's roar close?
Would have been.
Pretty
that was great. That was great. By the way.
Earlier in commercial break, after I think I brought up the live Tiger, Jeff Landry, making that play happen, because there were some people that disagreed with the governor. By the way, there were some people that did. That was a little. I guess there was quite.
Yeah, you can have that.
Oh, Peter.
Well, Peter certainly was not happy about it, but I think there was a lot of people. Potentially in the state of Louisiana that didn't necessarily like, is this really? Sure. Is this really?
Yes, they don't get ball.
Well, that was, I think the governor did say that.
Echoed that.
I believe that is what the governor said. But Coach Saban talked about, he said, you talk about that tiger. He said, when I was here, they had the tiger on the field. And he said, they put a microphone over in that thing, and it would roar, and these people would go fucking.
Well, that's what I need. That's what I want to hear.
He said these people go crazy. I was like, what? It will roar? What do you mean? He goes, yeah, it would fucking roar, and the place would go crazy. And I was like, so everybody obviously on set laughed. And Reese, who I didn't think was paying attention, was like, what did it sound like again? And I'm like, oh, okay, I like what Reese is doing here. Reese is talking some shit here, and Coach didn't do it. He got refocused back in. So whenever we were up on the, what did that sound like? Because he was very impressed by what that roar did whenever it was on the field. Last time Live Tiger was on the field, 2015. Then they bring it back and Alabama beats their ass. I don't know how.
Wasn't the Tigers' fault?
No.
It wasn't Omar's fault. It wasn't Mike VII's fault.
Mm-mm.
And I don't think Governor Jeff Landry's thinking it's his fault either.
No, it isn't.
That environment was sick. To start, I mean, they obviously start clearing out a little early, but to start,
It's all time.
102,000 people, and we were there. We got to be there. The traffic, okay. This is just like up at State College. So these towns, obviously college towns, small towns, but then the whole state embarks on the city. So it's Louisiana. I couldn't even 102,000 people in that place.
In that place,
I don't even know where do they go. I don't know how it all. It's so tight. So whenever people start filtering out, I think it's because they're like, it's raining. We got an hour and a half of traffic on the way out of here. And fuck Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
A lot of that.
That's the sentiment for sure.
That is, it seemed like that was going to be the case. Like, hey, Brian wins this game, they're going to love him for at least another week. Brian loses this game, boy, it's going to be Brian Kelly's fault.
It's going to get loud.
Garrett Nussmeier obviously got to stop turning the ball over. Jalen Milroe is insane, though. And, yeah, you talk about strength of schedule. Alabama already got to win over Georgia. Got to win now over LSU. Now, they lose to Vandy, which obviously is going to get held against them in this entire thing. And they're close with South Carolina. South Carolina, a much better team, I think, than their record indicates. But it's like Alabama's got a real shot at this thing yet again. And this is Kalen DeBoer's first year. And if you think about the roller coaster run this has been for him as the head coach, this guy's he's doing things differently. He doesn't have his guys. Wait a second, is he wearing a T-shirt on the sideline? There's a lot for that. And here we are with the last few weeks in store. And we're Week 10's wrapping up for the NFL, which is an 18-week season. So we still got 2 months left of NFL football, which kind of conflicts with my mind. Regular season of college, we're close here.
Oh, yeah.
We are close. We're like 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out now of college. So it's like, who can really separate themselves to be in the final 12 of this whole thing, and then who's going to fall out? And there's some people that think the drama about who doesn't make it into this particular year might be even louder than the 4-5 one that happened in the past, because a lot more teams have hope. So with the 14 playoff, there's only probably like 2-3 teams each year. They're like, oh, we can maybe sneak in, or we could be on the bubble. Now there's like 10, 15 schools that are like on the bubble or could be in. So I think the vastness of people pissed off is going to be more than it has been in the past. AJ, that's what I think is going to happen.
Because so many teams have hope right now. I think there's so like multiple fan bases that are like, hey, we're going to do this. We deserve to be there. And then ultimately everybody can't make it.
So you're telling me Boise State's fucking, okay.
That's what you do. You just tear down all the other programs that get in and pump yourself up. That's
Bingo. Like the Big 12, whoever ends up making it out of the Big 12. The amount of terrible things that people in the SEC and the Big 10 are going to say about them.
Kill the Big 12.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Now, West Virginia still has a chance. Okay. West Virginia still has.
Still in it technically.
Mathematically, still have an opportunity.
Actually, I think if they were to win the Big 12, a Big 12 team wouldn't get in.
Oh!
Every champion gets in.
Come on.
In the P4, which is what the Big 12 is. And people are
I think
forgetting
it's just the highest 5 ranked conference champions, so they might not be ranked higher than, say, Boise and Army if Army wins.
Okay, so that's two different group of 5 champions you're saying are getting in over one of the Power 4. That'd be interesting. That would certainly be an interesting thing. But, yeah, BYU's a wagon. Don't ever forget it. Big win over Utah. U2's AD came out and said, bullshit.
Yeah.
All of it.
Wow.
That was wild.
I believe it, too.
I loved it. Never seen it before.
Me
Never
too.
seen it
That
before,
doesn't
but I
happen.
love it.
That doesn't happen too much, does it?
Especially because he's going to have to go meet with these people. Like, the AD's got to go.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually got to.
First year in the conference. I thought I was going to be happy we were joining the Big 12. Well, I'm not. This place fucking sucks.
All right, sir, you will get a $40,000 fine, and you cannot say that. It's like the Utah fans are happy he said it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I talked about it on game day. It was my big takeaway from the game. Call me a super genius, but it's like in these rivalry games, especially if something's called a holy war, you can win your first 4, lose your last 6. You win that game, who cares? Literally, you at least have something going into the offseason. So for them to lose in that fashion with the way the years go, and the AD was like, nope.
Yeah. Fuck this.
This sucks.
I'm going
Game
up.
ended at 2 a.m.
Congrats to BYU.
Yeah.
Big win.
Big win. Puka Nacua, Austin Collie, Ryan Smith, Kyle Van Noy.
Sweet boy.
Who, Kyle Van Noy?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Zach Wilson.
Oh, okay. Isaac Wilson, actually, on the other.
Kyle Van Noy, also a sweet boy.
Kyle Van Noy is a sweet boy. Leading the Ravens' defense in sacks.
Yeah.
He's an old boy.
Dog.
He is a dog boy.
Seasoned boy.
New tricks.
Same dog.
Old boy. Let's get to a break. All right, we got to make our picks. We got our overreactions. Any other storylines we didn't hit? I feel like we hit everything.
Yeah. Now we're at
Vikings.
Oh yeah,
close one.
That game.
Holy
that
shit,
game
that
happened.
game sucked.
Talking about teams beating bad teams. Who cares?
That was like the Panthers Giants. I was watching it, and then I was like, "Why the fuck am I doing this?
yeah.
Why am I?"
We're at that point in the season now in the NFL where it's like, okay, we know clearly where the split is as far as like teams that matter and teams that
From the
don't.
Colts and up.
No. The Colts
How many 2-win teams are there right now?
Cut. Nope, they didn't make.
Who?
Colts didn't make.
Colts are not one of those
teams
teams.
that matter. Teams don't.
Had some bad news about Sam Darnold too.
What?
I don't think he's making it either.
What?
Lions.
Yep.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Texans.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody has to know the AFC South. Who do you think it's going to be?
Definitely the Texans.
Jacksonville, maybe. Come on, strong.
It's not.
Definitely the
It's
Texans.
not. Steelers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Commanders.
Yeah.
49ers.
Yep.
Bucks. Bucks are 4-6 right now.
They're too banged up.
Broncos.
Maybe
They
5-5.
might. They
Yeah,
might.
they're right on the edge.
Chiefs, obviously.
Yep.
Falcons.
Yep.
Saints.
Nope.
Well,
Jets.
Rizzy.
Nope.
Nope.
Cardinals.
Yep.
Bills.
Yeah.
Colts. Yes.
Nope.
Titans. No. Chargers.
Yeah.
Yes. Eagles.
Yeah.
Cowboys.
No.
Nope.
Going to be talked about, though, especially because that podcast coming out via Bleacher Report.
Yep.
Let me fucking bury my coach and then hear what I have to say on my podcast brought to you by Bleacher Report.
Good tease.
How about the end of that? Everybody's talking about the first thing he said. It's like the last thing he said was the most. I feel bad for the guys that actually do shit, not fucking fatso
Yeah,
like
that was-
McCarthy.
Yeah, that was nuts.
That was wild.
That was a wild ending. Like, I thought the first one, the front of the clip, taken out of context.
Yeah.
You know?
Sure.
Like, yeah, coaches can go coach. Like, that's true. I understand the perspective there. But then when he circles it back at the end, like, I care about those guys. Because they actually do stuff.
Put
Like,
more
it's
work
like,
in than Mike.
It's like, damn. Big Mike McCarthy, I think he's lost some people in there. If they're even going to say that. Vikings, yes.
Yep.
Jags, no. Patriots,
No.
No.
Bears,
Nope.
Nope.
Giants,
Nope.
Panthers.
Nope.
All right, so we do got some. From the Colts and up. Speaking of the Colts, Adam Schefter just tweeted that Joe Flacco will be the starter.
I baby
Revenge
Joe.
game.
Will Sunday.
I baby
Will
Joe.
Sunday. Joe Flacco will.
Yeah.
He will. He will.
So
He will.
Who will?
What's Chef?
Joe will. Who kills?
Joe
will. Will.
Oh.
Joe will.
No one else works.
But Joe will. We wanted a couple other guys, but I guess Joe will. That's kind of what that is.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Playoff game right for this.
That's a revenge game, though.
Yeah, because he was on the Jets.
He was.
And if we win this, okay, you look at those final 4 games after the bye week we got.
there is hope. There is hope for real.
No, there isn't.
If these guys figure out how to be professionals,
You're
we can do it.
yeah. Week 11.
We can do it.
You're right.
Week
Week 11.
11, yeah, figure it
Isn't
out.
week 11? You guys always said like that's when people start working, right?
When they learn.
That's when you turn it on. That's
That's
when they turn
like,
it on.
they're like,
yeah.
all right, you know what? We should work now.
That's when the separation happens.
Yes.
That's right. And we're going to separate from what we used to be like for the last few years.
Oil and water.
And we're going to be the brand new Colts.
I mean, we should pull up their schedule and really do this right now.
Okay, we can. We got it.
Jets.
Lions, bye, win, 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 win. That's what the Colts have.
Broncos might be
Bro-
tough.
Patriots,
at,
sorry.
At Broncos.
Here we go.
Jets,
No,
Win.
week 14 is not going to be a loss, at least.
Lions.
Good there.
Shut up, AJ.
You can get sick.
Maybe a loss.
Lions.
Honestly, it sets up good for him. It really does.
Thank you.
Shit.
Thank you.
For real.
Thank you. His last 5, brother.
Still 7-3 ATS. I mean, still covering.
Yeah, I would assume Shane sticks with Joe since he made the decision up until the bye.
See what the record is
Depending on
at
what's
the bye.
happening at the bye, you probably go back to AR if the season's done.
I thought
Still
about,
got a chance.
I thought about this as well. You bench AR after this situation, after the whole thing. He tapped out first quarterback ever in the history of the NFL to do that while being healthy. That cannot go understated. But what's going on in the building? Why does he even think that's okay?
Well, it doesn't matter. It'll work out.
Anyways, he goes out. Vikings, Bills, Jets defense, Lions.
Jets
Okay?
defense gonna.
No, but I'm saying, but you go Vikings, Bills, Lions, then fuck it.
Yeah.
3 out of those 4. That is not a fun.
Even Patriots.
I know. I was going to say
yesterday.
I know the Pats look like a cupcake now, but they do play
On defense?
Yeah.
I'm talking about defensive side of the
Yeah,
ball.
I'm talking about their
Okay,
defense.
so whenever you think about the AR like benching situation, it's like came at a time of the season when it's like we got kind of a murderer's row coming up on defenses here, you know. And Joe Flacco obviously didn't play great yesterday against the Bills, but like AR just goes out there with how that whole thing was rolling. What happens there? Who knows? So after the bye, he comes in 4-0 going into the offseason. Look out, we're on top of the world. Don't fire anybody.
Oh, we think Broncos aren't a good defense.
No, we got it figured out. We got a bye week to figure it out. We'll be preparing for them for 2 weeks.
That's
brother.
another revenge game for Joe. Remember they shipped him out because he said he had a sore neck.
Oh yeah, that was the first time he really became like an outdoor conversation, outside conversation leader. We need to figure some things out. We need to do this. We need to do this. We need to do this. Hey Joe, yeah, shut the fuck up. You're benched. IR. See ya. Never get out of here. What's that?
For all this, when we were promised two Super Bowls this century or decade.
Jeez.
This century doesn't even sound realistic
Snowboarding.
anymore.
If it wasn't for snowboarding.
All right, we'll get to a break. We'll be back on the other side. We'll do some overreactions.
You never know. Maybe Flacco goes in there today and he's like, "Hey, you, quit lollygagging. Let's go." and then everything and they come out like gangbusters.
Guys are dragging ass.
They could.
Hey, the grass isn't always greener. Let's fucking go.
Unique accent.
Let's fucking go.
They're going to lose to the Jets.
Huh?
They're going to lose to the Jets. Without a doubt.
They're dogs. They are dogs.
There is no doubt in my mind.
Oh, man.
That's what Kenny Moore's saying. Not even a question.
Those who are the keepers of the culture jersey right now need to have a good look in the mirror.
They did. They took the jersey off and put their Cabo T-shirts on. They said, I can't wait for this to be the look in the mirror.
That's what I'm saying.
They didn't do that.
You sure?
Just think about what our team looks like on a regular basis. Just think about it. Just think about it.
I mean, I salute you guys who just sit and fight it out with one team. That's commendable.
It is, isn't it,
Let's get to a break.
Speaking of how the Hurricanes do is what you get.
Still lined up for the ACC championship. What are you grinning about?
Yeah, why are you
looking back here like an asshole?
He's on his one-team high horse Hurricanes fan his entire life.
Yeah, I have. What do you want from me?
Football in Miami, he said. I asked him this the other day. I said, how do we just, Dolphins, we're just doing it?
Yeah.
Football in
All
Miami.
in. What do you want?
Gob, do you want to bring up the
this number?
What's that?
Do you want to bring up the Miami stat that you have for
Oh,
this?
the 0-11 for everybody.
Florida stat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Inter Miami also.
I'm sorry, Gumps. You didn't deserve that.
That's okay.
Inter Miami loses.
Yeah, the MLS season's over, everybody.
I was going to say they should cancel the rest of it.
Yeah, it's cooked.
Don't worry, it's been canceled for a while.
Cincinnati's out as well, two of the two best teams.
I mean, Messi was playing, and we definitely knew about it.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't Messi push the goalie into the net, or his buddy did?
His buddy did.
That was awesome.
Brad
Was that for
Guzan
Miami?
is an American legend.
Brad Guzan, the bald-headed guy, has been on the U.S. men's national team before. He is a legend. Obviously, they give up a header to Messi. Boom, perfectly timed. Messi trying to get the ball quickly so he can go ahead and score another goal. You know, classic move. Guzman, who is has a little sauce to him, you know, turns into, there's a moment, whoa, dramatic. Here we go. And then somebody said, you're going to touch Messi, you think? Okay. Almost through his own net.
Yeah.
And then he gets out. Whoa, what is this? And then there's more.
Sucking
Classic Messi, too. I don't know if you saw. He's just jogging by.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't even know what's happening.
No
behind
idea.
him. That's what it's supposed to be like for a superstar.
Hell yeah.
That's like Bozeman with Herbert. We like that type of stuff.
It's like everybody with Sid.
Let's get to a break. They suck, too.
Big game tonight against Texas hockey.
Did the Pens suck?
They beat the Caps on Friday. That was a big one.
That's huge.
Okay.
Look at.
Still got their number.
Cat still cooking. Wearing robes and shit. We're so good.
The Panthers?
Oh, yeah.
Who's good in hockey? Because basketball, everybody sucks but the Celtics, right?
In the East. The West has a bunch of good teams.
I saw the Pacers just beat the hell out of the Knicks. Welcome
Dog walk.
to Indianapolis, bub.
Tyrese is back.
Yeah, he had 35 and 12 or 14 or something like that.
14, yeah.
35 and 14. That baby Tyrese. Way to represent, Tyrese. That was yesterday after the Colts game. Said he needed something.
Yeah, bad.
Him and Matherin went for what? He went for 38 or something like that.
The Cavs are 11-0 in the East.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who, Cleveland?
Oh, yeah.
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 Spider.
They're playing real well.
Spider Mitchell?
Mm-hmm.
It'll last for sure.
Suns are good, but KD's out for a couple weeks.
Let's get to a break. On the other side, we'll do overreactions and we'll pick our winners. How did we do this weekend? I didn't see the.
I have no idea.
I don't think I did good.
I don't know if I won a game.
Yeah, there's some games I thought I did.
Oh, okay. I won 4.
Okay.
Yeah, the big ones.
I'm really rounded into form.
1-7-1 on the season.
I forgot all my picks, but I legit forgot all my picks. But I was watching the game. I was like, mentally going through. I'm like, I may go 0 for this week. I thought as I'm watching them, but hey, got 4. Jeez.
Packing for Cabo too, AJ.
Ooh,
Yeah,
boy.
this guy's not
No.
working
I'm
hard at
still
all.
focused. It's still a joyous endeavor.
Competitors welcome. Let's get to a break. On the other side, we'll break it all down. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take 5.
Gentlemen, congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time where you're contractually obligated to, so I appreciate you guys being here.
I want to be here. I just want you to know.
Come on.
I have watched you do your thing, man. Nothing but respect and praise for you.
Will you touch this? Me too, man.
Number 2 overall, bench, dude. Boys, you're calling a national championship again, Kai Schmidt.
Unbelievable. Should we be here?
No!
Probably not.
No way. I kicked the ball to myself on that.
Oh, yeah.
Right there, I kicked the ball to myself.
That's right. Should have told CJ that.
Maybe the most athletic thing I've ever done in my entire being. Well, CJ, yeah, happy to see you.
Completely ruined.
Everybody's happy to see you.
Ruined the lot. I picked him.
Really
I picked
happy
him to win.
see
I'm
you,
all right.
CJ. Congratulations on winning the AFC South as a rookie quarterback.
It's a big deal.
First time ever with a rookie.
You okay?
That's a big deal, CJ. Dude, you're absurd, bro.
Thank you.
For how young you are?
Playing in Indianapolis, that was probably the loudest stadium I played in NFL.
Wow.
That was like a college atmosphere.
How about that?
Pete, you got 2 knees, 2 ankles?
2 knees, 2 ankles, and some big boy pants that slide up around.
Move it on like I know you can. Move it on.
Where's that guy's penis go?
That guy had a lot of courage.
Good question.
It's ice cold in there. It's ice cold.
It's the first documented button dick. Game day stuff. That's what's being said. I didn't come up with that. That's what's being said.
It was our show, 3 hours, 15 minutes. Then it was a 2-hour gap. Then it was game day, straight in national championship field pass.
For 2 schools that are going to be talking about this day for the rest of their lives. Both of these teams being chastised from all different angles. Washington, there's no way this team from the Pac-12 in their last year with Kalen DeBoer as the head coach can continue to win. They're going to stumble somewhere. They didn't. Then you think about Michigan. 2 separate suspensions for their head coach, and all they've done is stay the course. And tonight, banners, rings, reunion conversations forever on the line. What an honor it is to be here. Look at his belt buckle like yours, man. Belt buckle. Like with some light ranching to do down here in Houston. He comes out of his cuts, he sees people, he shakes them, and he doesn't look anywhere near as small as you would think. He's powerful. I love Blake. A lot of NFL GMs are saying, wait a second, is Michael Penix maybe one of the top 3 guys to go to the NFL? Because what he does with the football is stupendous. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the national championship game for the 2023 college football season. That'll see the Washington Huskies representing the Pac-12 in its final year, taking on that team led by that man, the Michigan Wolverines and Jim Harbaugh. We're bouncing. We are house calling. Donovan Edwards, touchdown. one-hand grab to start the national championship.
And maybe D-ball.
Con man, what's the decibels over there?
Yeah, Pat, the decibels are high right now. Let me tell you, it's 106.4. This might be the line.
Big decibel meter, we have actual gimmicks. Depending upon tonight, does JJ go to the NFL, which Mel Kiper has him as the 5th-rated quarterback in the draft? What does that mean, Mel?
Well, it means that he's got the physical and tangible tools in his head to be a first-round quarterback. I think whether he wins or loses. Oh, no.
Donovan Edwards running into our lap. That's 2 for the Michigan Wolverines and 2 for Donovan Edwards. Pete Thamel, how long's that sign blocker been doing it, and how has he gotten to a level where he's the best in the game?
He's been a Michigan man for quite some time now. And obviously, he wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for that pesky bastard Connor Stallions. But Coach Harbaugh, he found a place for him in the Michigan family.
A beautiful moment between the Harbaugh brothers on the sideline. The one on the right there, number 1 seed in the AFC. The one on the left, up 17-3 in the national championship. Third option, McMillan, touchdown with a flag on Michigan. That'll stand 17-10. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Hey-o! Michigan has the rock.
Tony dropped his mic. Tony dropped his mic.
Oh, no.
Oh, no knee.
Welcome back to the national championship where elite athletes perform and Tone Diggs does something to embarrass his entire family.
I'm ready if Penix goes down. Sling. Boom!
Snap, handoff, play Cora. Has blockers. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Michigan. Penix is left. He hasn't looked there yet. And the Michigan Wolverines are going to be national champions for the first time in a long time. Oh, yes, security. We got a streaker, security spearing a guy's losing his pants. Cops on top of him. Wow. Cross body. Wow. Cop's got his knee on his sternum. Say, listen, Michigan man.
Oh. Bag him and tag him, boys.
I think Pink Shirt pulled a quad.
Pink Shirt is not ready.
What a win, dude.
Us now is a man who will be compared to forever whenever they're talking about GOAT conversations in the sport of football. That's because he won 7 Super Bowls, was consistently dominant for more than 2 decades at football. Ridiculously handsome. So absurdly handsome. An underdog story, too, picked at 199 of the NFL draft. Not a top 5 pick, not handed anything. And then what did he do? He went to work, did his job, became the greatest of all time, and now a phenomenal businessman and a great representation of the greatest league on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Brady. Hell yeah,
What's
dude.
up, my man?
Tom, I thought this was all potential gimmick rip. I didn't know if you were actually on the show. I'm so pumped you were here. Hey, we love you, dude. We love you, Tom.
I appreciate it.
When you're 40 years old and you've won 6 Super Bowls and you're already being called the GOAT, was there anything to you getting to the point of just being, I'm tired of Bill Belichick talking to me like I'm a 23-year-old? Because that was kind of the lingering at the end of your time at New England.
There was so much people just trying to create some division that most of it was untrue, but it's just the way the world works. And naturally, I think division from within is a big problem in these team environments. And I don't like seeing any dysfunction in team environments. Obviously, my respect for Coach Belichick is pretty well documented. He was an incredible leader and coach for our team. And I tried to do my best every single day that I took the field. I knew that he did the same thing. And I think that's why I respected his coaching so much.
But whenever they talk about the Patriot way, that is normally the reason that is given is like the Patriot way, the Patriot way, the Patriot way.
I've never used that term in my entire life. I think when people say it, I'm always like, what's the Patriot way? It sounds like the title of a book. I think what we tried to do was we tried to do things the right way. I think we tried to practice the right way and prepare the right way. What happened on game day was ultimately a reflection of what we practiced. And I thought we had great leadership from our coaches, and it filtered down to the guys who really drove the culture. We had so many guys that I played with over the course of a lot of years that really understood that, okay, I'm going to care about my teammates and I'm going to care about helping the team win.
There's a guy on our show who is diehard Patriot fan. Boston Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Tommy, I have to.
What's up, Boston?
I have to start and just say thank you. You know, my whole life has been incredible because of the fact that you have won 6 Super Bowls. And, you know, I'm a loser every day, but I'm a winner as a football fan because of you and what the Patriots were able to do. So thank you. What do you think the new era of New England with Mayo is going to be?
Him coming back into coaching, I think is great for the NFL and certainly great for the Patriots. He's got a great understanding of how things need to be done. I think Gerard does an incredible job relating to everybody in the locker room, all the coaches, and I think he'll do a great job.
Going into the booth, are you utilizing the same thing, hearing what people are saying about you going in there? And how do you balance that while still being a human?
The broadcast going to be 5 years from now is going to be hopefully more improved than the one that starts on day one. So I'm going to go in there with the opportunity to start and learn, and I'm sure by the end of the year I'll feel more comfortable. I really want to be a great ambassador for the NFL and the game. I love the sport. I love the athletes. I love the organizations, and I really appreciate how challenging it is to get there, again, like the Chiefs have.
Hey,
Why?
let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people. Could have been. Welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this glorious Overreaction Monday, November 11, 2024. Hour 3 of the program starts now. Football is awesome. That's AJ Hawk. AJ, happy Veterans Day. Hope you tell a veteran today. Thank you, AJ.
Yes, happy Veterans Day. I agree. My father-in-law, Chopper Quinn, he was a Marine. So, yeah, fought in Vietnam. Absolutely.
Chopper Bopper, buy him a coffee from us, will you? I don't even know if he drinks coffee. Probably not. No caffeine needed.
Oh, yeah. Tons of coffee. No, tons of coffee late at night. Yeah, all the time.
Is he doing that? I like that. Happy Veterans Day. Tell someone thank you if they served in our United States military. Space Force got some Space Force.
Got sworn in?
Sworn in. There it is.
Whoa.
It was interesting. From obviously the Air Force and the Navy and the Army and the National Guard and Space Force. It was the last one. And everybody that heard Space Force was like, oh.
Okay.
All right.
Got a brain.
And then they're all in lines. You know, they were all standing in lines. So I didn't know if that meant they were all in, like, is this the Marines here? Is this a group? How are they kind of scattered throughout? Because I was trying to see the size of the Space Force. Probably got to be a little smaller, right?
You would think.
Space Force probably got to be a little smaller for the travel.
I'm not sure.
And we don't
honestly.
know. We don't know how the armies we're going up against up there yet.
Well, and are they signing up for front line of Space Force? Like, I want to be front line fucking. Like
send me.
Send me in there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How's that work? You know, we're at the beginning phases here of Space Force, just the last, probably 5-10 years or whatever, Space Force's introduction. Mm-hmm. Very important, I understand. Believe me. I believe. I believe it's very important.
Just in case.
Just in case. You never know.
No
you
doubt.
never know. And if you do.
Yeah. Isn't that important?
I mean,
all right,
if
all right,
the commies go up there first, you want them to be first?
Whatever's up there, we ain't winning.
What?
I understand.
That's what I'm talking about. That much.
I understand that.
We ain't.
But how many Super Bowls any of these fucking aliens got? None. How many SEC championships these fucking aliens got?
None.
We put them right here. Oklahoma drill. Guess who's winning leverage every single time?
We've been playing football for 150 years. We can't trot out 15 good quarterbacks every Sunday. You think we're beating the fucking
Oh, you think they're going to beat us in football? You think the aliens are going to beat us in football? I don't think so. That's a good question, though. How come every NFL team doesn't have a good quarterback with how long we've been playing it?
Should have 3.
Also, 150 years, that's probably how old their kids are.
Yeah, if aliens had played football for how many years would it take for them to get better?
We don't know.
They probably don't play sports either. They play one game.
They could be
life and
shapeshifters,
death.
though.
No, they don't they want to play sports.
That's conquest and conquestor.
They're not competitors. They're not.
They're not like the actual Vikings. That's not what they're coming to town to do.
They compete for.
They might not be competitors, but they are just absolute killing machines.
I would like for our show to be able to speak to them. You know, we had opportunities to speak to both presidential candidates, and we turned down both because we don't like to get into that whole thing. But definitely would like to be on the list of shows that get to talk to the extraterrestrials.
Do they speak English, or we have to use interpreter?
Well, they better fucking speak my language. I got no respect for them. Okay.
Let's just hope
you can't learn my language. Okay.
Right off the bat.
Already a dipshit. I understand that. Okay. How do we you're supposed to be so smart you can't even understand what I'm saying. Who's the smart one? I'm not going to. Obviously, I will start this thing with
Shake their hands.
Yep. Wow, look how handsome you
Maybe a high five.
Probably a high five.
Power of the high five.
What if that's an aggressive gesture?
For them?
Yeah.
Well, I will quickly explain about this is a celebratory. Mm-hmm. This is a
show them the Harbaugh.
How you feeling moment. That's how we view it. And then what if they're like, well, this is how we say hello, and they smack me right in the mouth.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, fuck, I don't like the way you guys do. You guys should do what we do. instead of
Yeah, but no, because then you could you could smack him right back in the fucking mouth.
And I was front row for that.
Slap fight. Yeah, exactly.
I'll probably give a. You ever seen one of these?
Yeah, exactly.
Two.
Like,
You ever
wow,
seen
this
one?
guy's very respectful. Look what he's doing.
And I'm palming. I'm palming.
Oh yeah,
I'm palming.
For sure.
Right to the jaw. Definitely.
that's
Then I
an
have to go to
act
the
of
judges.
Yep.
But nonetheless, at least we're having some interactions.
That's right.
I hope.
We're having some interactions. One thing will lead to another, and I'll ask them about their 3-point stance. They won't fucking have one. Then I'm going to make them feel like they're the betas to us. True. And then all of a sudden, I'm rolling out Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. They're going to go 2-on-2 with these things. We're going to make them look so fucking stupid, okay? Aaron Donald, we're pulling him out of retirement. We're saying, go ahead and line up with this guy. Okay. And we're rolling. And life is good. That's why we need a Space Force.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we need a Space Force. I also think Space Force, there's a lot of like dishes and stuff, satellites that are floating around in space at certain levels.
So much.
And I think the ability to have those or not have those is pretty powerful, from what I've been told. I
agree.
So from what the internet is
A
told,
lot of Starlink right now.
yeah, I think there's a lot going on at those layers there. You know, I think
There's layers of that shit.
there's layers of those things.
Like an onion.
So I think we would like to have say in those stuff. I think, because if not, then we're just kind of.
Who gets say? Yeah.
Starlink's just taking it
Well,
all.
it's international waters.
Yeah, I got
to be clear.
Is it considered like international waters up there?
Yeah, it is.
How's that work?
So I can gamble. So
Have you not seen The Martian?
Is it like 7 miles? What is it? How far? 7 miles from the coast? Isn't it usually international, or 3 miles or something?
didn't old buddy who did the Red Bull thing, who passed out, he was up.
Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah, he was up there, but he was.
He was at the edge of the stratosphere.
But he passed out, right?
Big time.
And they were like, he almost he fell out as opposed to jumped out.
And he was just fucking tumbling in circles, and then he came to all of a sudden. And
Oh, I did it. I had to have done it.
Yeah.
12 miles, international waters.
12 miles.
From
What?
the coast.
Yeah, we're talking
Any
actual
coast.
oceans?
Yep.
Oh, so not space. Did you look up about space?
Yep.
Breaking news. In 1967, there was an outer space treaty that was signed, and Space Force fights to protect that. Okay? That's what Space Force is doing.
Thank you, Space Force.
Who do we sign a treaty with?
Nobody, because we own
outer space. I don't think
we
that's
won
even.
the space race. Okay, so you can fucking take this and throw it away.
I'm going to let everybody know if you're in a Space Force, I'm still very appreciative of your service. We don't know what you're doing, but we hope you figure it out.
Me too.
I bet every country that's on Antarctica also is on that space race treaty.
Oh, yeah, because there's a lot of conversation up there about stuff.
No doubt. No.
This just says that everything in space is considered international waters, and no country can claim land in space.
So it's kind of lawless.
So AI wrong again?
Yeah.
Which one?
Because that one.
Outer
right
Space
there.
Treaty, I think, was just everybody was agreeing to just do whatever.
Is it like when people bought Meta? You bought like land in Meta, you pay $400K for a lot?
Do you remember that cash grab?
Yeah, to be neighbors with Snoop.
Shit.
Yeah, what happened to that now?
Still going.
Did that get pitched to us? I don't remember if it got pitched
Something
to us.
I'm sure it did. I'm sure it
There
did.
was so many times where there was just like random money that was just pitched. It was like, I got an idea. We got $2 million for you.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is this coin or this real estate that is next to this real estate in virtual reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in what virtual reality? All virtual reality. I don't know if I'm smart enough to understand this. Can you break this down to me? So you put on a headset. You go into virtual reality. There's real estate in there. Your real estate is next to this real estate. How much real estate is there? Only a finite amount. That doesn't sound real. Because can't you just build more? No.
No. You remember the NFL Top Shot guy?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you remember those videos people were selling?
Oh, my God. The GIFs.
Just normal videos?
Yeah, GIFs and videos were,
long
I'm
were
sure
you-
they still matter to the
You
people
opened
that are,
some. You opened some on the show, I believe, right? Where we got to open some things.
I got a Zion dunk.
How much is that?
I still did not, even in the moment, I didn't completely understand what we were doing there.
Do you remember when the guy came on the show to tell us how dumb we were for not understanding it?
Yeah, I am still that dumb because I'm still confused.
And he said you were the only one who would own it when you had that, and you were like, "Well, what if I just like rip a clip off the internet and had it?" And he was like,
Take a screenshot.
And his brain like exploded pretty much. He hadn't really considered that.
Is it just a
part of it.
video? Is it just a video? Don't we all kind of have it?
No, it's yours.
The blockchain.
Well, then they said,
Yeah, blockchain. Yep.
yeah, then they said, yeah, each individual thing had built its own. Oh,
Different
fascinating. All of
monkeys,
it.
like people were paying like 40, 50 grand, just had like a monkey as their profile.
The ape?
Yep.
Yeah, it's still going, I think, isn't it? There's still people I see every once in a while that'll tweet me that'll have.
V friends are killing it, right?
Yeah.
Well, Gary Vemon certainly rolling.
That's tangible, though.
How
That's
much
an
is-
actual card.
Yeah, and you can play games with it.
$39 these top shots are now at the high end, it looks like.
These prices look different.
So these are gifts or memes. What are they?
$435. I don't know. Give me that one, though. I need it. I want it. Zion Williamson's not playing right now, I don't think, right?
He's out for a couple weeks.
He'll be back better than ever.
Hamstring?
Those are wild times to be alive, though.
Oh, yeah.
Those were wild times to be alive. Feels like a lot of people were like, we'll take it.
Yeah, I love this idea.
How many millions am I getting? Got it. That doesn't sound real. I love it even more.
Yeah, give me it.
Bitcoin's going, though, huh?
Oh, yeah.
83 grand.
Yeah. Did you see that? I didn't expect that to happen. It feels like everything. That was wild. Because there was like real worry that, is everything going to be okay? God, you guys in your commercials in that political world, you guys make me think everything's going to end. Like legit.
Every 4 years.
Real deal. I had like real, my daughter's so young. Everything's going to, is everything going to, and we wake up the next day and guess what we got?
What's that?
Game-winning hard counts.
Oh, yeah.
Details.
How about Russell Wilson winning a game with a hard count, AJ?
I mean, it's so Russell Wilson.
Everybody on earth knew that there was probably a hard count coming except for one guy. And that's all you need. Who just broke it down that you need every single person to think it's the most important job? Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick said every single person has to think that their job is the most important job going because you have a bunch of teams within your team. That D-line is obviously a team within the team, obviously within the defense. So for them to, over the ball, guys over the ball too.
Rookie.
For Russell Wilson's hard count to get it, look how happy, he's pumped. So is all of Pittsburgh because they all knew it. And on the defensive side, they thought to themselves, thank God they're the idiots that did it and not us, legitimately. But if you're the Steelers, you got this going on to win a game, you will take that, D-Bud.
You probably, I mean, this once again, just like the conversation we had with Detroit and Kansas City, it's details. And everybody noticed as a defensive player and as a vet, you probably feel like shit for probably not reminding that rookie 10 times. Hey, earmuffs. Like, I don't care what and him, it's 4th and 1, so he's right over the ball, so you right in the A gap. So if that ball is coming right downhill, if it's a sneak or anything, you obviously got to fire off. So he's in a tough spot. And obviously Russell, he's been around for a long, long time. All these veteran, Super Bowl type caliber quarterbacks have great hard counts and have done it for a long, long time. And once again, it doesn't show up until it show up. They won a game with a hard count on 4th and 1.
Congrats to them and the Commanders. I still have massive faith in Washington Commanders. I love watching them play this game, AJ. I like the way they battled. I like the way they answered. I liked everything about it, except for this, obviously. But they're going to learn from this. Commander seems for real, I think.
They are. I think they're definitely for real. Yeah, this won't. It'll be a speed bump in the way for Washington. But credit to the Steelers. Didn't they call a timeout, went off the field? We weren't really sure if they were punting or not, and then Russ comes back on, O-line comes back. Okay, let's try to get him to jump. Usually it doesn't work, and then it works. Like, oh, my God, here we go. The Steelers do it again.
Mike Tomlin took the blame for the fake punt. He said, that's on me, and I'd do it again, by the way.
Yeah.
He said, I would do it again.
And you have every team worried now. Every team has to worry always and has to work all week on the different fakes that they have and know, okay, these guys aren't scared to do this. Look where he's throwing from his own end zone.
They literally checked into that, too. So that's the crazy thing, I think. I didn't hear from Danny. I'd assume they did.
He said the guy who dropped it.
He just came out and said we worked on it all week, caught it every single time all week. I was ready to go.
So whenever
I was too ready to go.
So we had done this. We had done this play as well. Whenever the corner came hot, we're throwing the ball over there. It was a check. Obviously, we're doing it. See you later. This is how it goes. And we practiced it a lot. Like it was a guarantee we were going to do this if anybody came. And I think like one back and count, it was like 80 sometimes we had practice. And obviously it works differently there than it does in a game in some particular cases. So it going to the PP though, because that's a completely different snap for the snapper. So, like, for us, Overton just had to snap me the ball. The only person that really knew it was happening was me and Gunner and PP knew, right? PP would know. So that you don't need as many people to know what the hell's going on. When you're snapping it to the PP, it's like snapper has to know old buddy's coming hot. So something has to get said to do that. And then he just has to naturally already set up, be like, yep, no problem. Touch pass to the PP for that to get there. That was very well executed. If that all happened in real time for it not to catch, and I like the fact that Tomlin came out and said, "Yep, we'll do it again too." Like that's how we're gonna go. I like that a lot.
Yeah, game time. I mean, obviously you practice it, but in the stadium, different type of pressure. Like that ball, it probably felt like that ball was in the air for 3 hours for that DB, and for him to drop it, obviously he felt sick. We obviously dealt with this in Dallas years and years ago. I still give him shit to this day, but it's one of those things.
He's a good dude.
Yeah,
too.
great dude.
Great dude.
But
that's why I haven't said his name today. Doesn't deserve it because he was a great football player.
It happens.
Yeah, it does happen. Everybody then says
maybe he was blinded. That wasn't Jerry Ross.
Yeah, because the sun.
Hey,
did you see the sun? Did you hear what Jerry? This is what Jerry had to say about the sun potentially being a reason why CeeDee Lamb couldn't catch a ball.
By the way, we know where the sun's going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. So we do know where the damn sun's going to be in our own stadium.
Okay, we fucking know. All right, enough of the questions.
What, do you want me to tear the whole fucking stadium down, build a new one? Come on, get real.
Jerry's got a little sauce right now, AJ. He's got a little sauce.
How could he not? And all of his, like, I think, was he standing right outside like an elevator when he's doing his pressers? Like, where does he decide to do this?
So I think that is the same spot every single time. It has to be from his box down
Look at this, though. It does look terrible. Like, when I was watching the game, like, man, there's so many different, so much like shade and then sun and then the angle of this. Like, it is weird. It really is.
The ball goes from shade to sun, too.
Yeah, you're trying to get that to be helpful for you because you know it. Like, in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil, there is a time at a 1 o'clock game where the sun is definitely on one end and it's not on another end. So for me, like as a punter, that's like actual useful information. Yeah. You know, like we're going to try. But if you don't win the toss or make the decision, you know, you're kind of on. So Jerry's saying we do know about the sun. It's like, well, you don't always get to make the decision there, Jer, is what I think everybody's saying. You don't think we knew that the sun rises in the east and sets in the fucking west on Dallas Cowboys Stadium?
Come on.
At this time, clockwork, actual. Because it used to be the clock. Did you know that?
And then CD immediately after being like, yeah, the sun's a fucking problem. I couldn't see it all. Put some curtains up there.
Yeah, there's only like 8 of us who really know to the extent how big of a problem this sun is, and it's just people who've been big-time wide receivers for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He's
got the visor, too. He's got the, like, it's a very big problem.
They gave me a therapeutic exemption because of the design of this place.
Mhm.
Yeah, doctor said, you're right, you shouldn't be staring into the sun like that, so they gave me this sick visor. Still didn't work. Still didn't see a damn thing. Murphy's Law with the Dallas Cowboys right now. Murphy's Law.
Yes. And we're going to keep seeing him on primetime. Going to keep talking about him.
Monday Night Football.
And that's going to make it, worse.
Let's not even talk about Monday Night Football because obviously that's just one. That's a Monday night. There's a lot of those.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Thanksgiving Day?
Oh, boy.
Not good.
Dan Campbell, let's go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That Giants-Cowboys one's tough.
Okay. Jordan Love, let's go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Black Friday is cool.
Let's go. 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those games blow.
Oh, boy.
All of them.
No,
Dolphins-Packers is a banger.
Agreed. We'll get a chance to see Jordan Love do his thing. We'll get to see Lambeau, obviously. It's going to be hopefully a chilling night.
Yeah.
Dolphins, we'll see if they have been able to, beat their Achilles heel, which was that freezing cold last year.
Oh, yeah.
If Lambeau decides to get cold on Thanksgiving. Let's get to Christmas, though. Christmas has good games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Christmas, Chiefs, Steelers, Ravens, Texans. Now,
Boom.
we don't know what the Texans look like. They get Nico Collins back, I think, next week or whatever. So who knows what the Texans look like in a few weeks. But this looks like it's leading up to a big one. Christmas looks like it's great. And remember, Christmas was stolen from the NBA.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So going to have a big one.
Yeah.
Also, is this Netflix's first time dabbling with the NFL? Okay, we're going to make sure that Netflix knows it's good to be in business with the NFL because I think Netflix has some pockets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they have some deep ones, just like Amazon. We're going to try to make our partners as happy as possible. We'll go ahead and put Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, and they didn't know who was going to be the quarterback of the Steelers, but they're like, these yins are fucks.
We'll figure it out.
Will show up on Christmas.
They'll be good.
I mean, they will set the tone for it all. This feels like a good one. This feels good for Christmas, AJ, right now, as we sit a couple months out.
Oh, yeah, this will be good. I think this is going to be a great Christmas day. And Netflix, isn't it this Friday, the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight? Is that on Netflix?
Yeah, have you thought about that?
The fight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue what's going to happen. Like, is Mike Tyson still Mike Tyson, even though he's 50-some years old?
Yeah, 58 years old. We had a...
Wow.
58, yeah, and Jake Paul's 27.
He's still got power. We know no matter what, like, your power doesn't go away. But
the year difference is older than Jake Paul is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the age differential. We had a full conversation about this whenever we were down in Louisiana. Wait, this is the only time in our lives, us as young sports commentators here, that we get to say, "Fucking give me Mike Tyson."
Yeah,
it's never going to happen again. We assume this is the last time he's going to be in any real promoted
counts
heavyweight. I feel like this is the only time in our lives that we're going to be able to say that. But on the flip side, age is a big deal, right? In physical stuff, and boxing's the most physically taxing
cardio
sport. I mean, it is. So
you're saying Mike wants to end it early? You think Mike wants to end this thing early?
Which that's how he boxed early. So a lot of people were like, well, he can maybe just out technique him or tactician. It's I understand Mike Tyson probably has fantastic technique. You would have to have that much power, but it's Mike Tyson boxing, from what I know, I wasn't around back then whenever he was doing his thing. I wasn't watching. From what I know, it's this thing, we're ending this fucking
one and done.
So it's Mike Tyson has to be a different type of boxer, or is that what we're going for? And if Jake, it's 8 rounds, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's a long ass. He said he went for 8 rounds, and we watched Mike Tyson. We did some real conversation, real research on this. He said he won 8 rounds, 3 minutes a pop. Feels go. Obviously, the natural born killer line is one of the coldest things I've seen in some time, live in real time. While Jake Paul is talking after his last fight, it's I would like to be able to say, give me Mike Tyson, but for somebody that knows as little as I do about boxing, it feels like 31 years age is pretty big in the cardio physical world, but Mike Tyson might be different. I mean, it might be different.
I mean, cardio definitely matters, but what's his button like? As a 58-year-old, you're not supposed to be getting punched in the face repeatedly. I don't care if you're the greatest heavyweight boxer of all time or one of the greatest heavyweight boxers of all time. There's a chance. I mean, it's we know how fit and strong Jake Paul is. One good shot on the button, how many of those can he just eat?
I legitimately don't know, because then you're even having a conversation Mike Tyson's going to get knocked out by Jake Paul. It's my brain never would think.
Exactly.
My brain would never ever think that. My brain would never be able to think that, because it's Mike Tyson. That's literally every thought you start having, it goes back to but it is Mike Tyson. And the only Mike Tyson I've known is from highlights.
Yeah.
It's just from highlights, and we're swinging actual refrigerators.
Yeah.
In this entire thing, but it's at 58. Is he still?
Why'd Jake put that video out of them smooching?
I didn't love that.
That wasn't real.
I know, but why? Why did they make AI think of that?
I don't know why was AI so good at it. It's a whole nother question. A couple of them did look like they were smooching.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get under his skin.
Don't know what's gonna happen. Literally no clue. But
there's people that are pissed that Jake's fighting a 58-year-old, right?
Sure. What are the betting lines?
Which makes sense.
What are the lines? Do we know? What are people betting on? Where is the money?
Isn't he a huge favorite?
I would imagine.
Jake?
Who?
Yeah, Jake Paul. Sorry,
Jake is.
He's 27 years old.
Yeah, exactly.
And listen, Jake Paul, I think, is a tremendous business person. What he has done, how he's gone about doing it, I have so much respect for. But in the boxing world, a 31-year, that feels
huge.
It feels like that is a big deal. Paul's minus 260.
Has he faced a power puncher yet?
The only boxer he faced, he lost to, and that was Fury. The only actual boxer. Everyone else he's fought was MMA.
So the Fury, the boxing, we had this conversation this weekend. So they they can roll with punches and do that whole shit. And even Fury, who isn't the Tyson Fury, it's the other Fury, who I don't think he is a high-end boxer, but he's been doing it his whole life. So there's natural shit that as a born boxer that people just can't learn in 5 years of training or whatever if you've done your whole life. But it's Tyson obviously knows that shit, but is he 5, 6, 7 rounds? Is that what he's?
58's no joke.
That's what I'm saying.
So old.
I'm very fascinated by it. Which I guess it's a good fight build.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the.
I'll watch. Makes me want to watch.
Yeah. Was it Friday, you said?
Me too.
And it's regular Netflix, or it's you got to play a premium?
Yeah, how's that work?
I think it's regular Netflix, like any of the other live stuff.
No, it's Saturday. Saturday, same as big UFC Saturday.
Why did I see the 15th? Why did I saw it? Okay.
I thought it was Friday.
But is it, so can I just log
in? Oh, no, maybe not. My apologies.
I thought it was Friday.
I think it's 15th.
Bones Jones, when is he fighting?
I was going to say Saturday, so hopefully it's Friday.
That's going to be awesome.
Bones is fighting?
Yeah. It's Stipe.
Yeah, I just found it out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Stipe hasn't fought in a long time either.
Bones is fighting this weekend?
Yeah,
yes.
Him and Stipe.
Got a big fucking weekend of fighting, boys.
Yeah.
The greatest of all time going into the cage. Holy shit. Stipe?
Great news.
Wow. Has this been out there? Oh, man. Definitely, huh? We should have known this.
I don't know because I follow like when John Jones is getting back. I mean, they've talked about it for a while, but I had no idea it was this weekend already.
Yeah, not as many commercials. I feel like the big fights you would see those commercials like every other. And granted, it's probably because those other ones just ended last Tuesday, but it is a mess. I'm pumped. I learned this morning. I had no idea.
I was about to FaceTime somebody and be like, "Hey, how come? Did we know this?"
He's been pretty busy though.
Bingo. Yeah, that was the whole. Yeah. Bones Jones is fighting this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Probably why we haven't seen as many
Stipe's in
commercials.
trouble, dude. Bones is a.
Whatever the case, congrats to Stipe for this fight happening.
Yeah.
You know, like Stipe earned this fight from being a fucking badass dude, obviously badass heavyweight, and obviously he wanted the fight. But this is a massive fight. I assume there's Stipe's earned that.
Big payday.
And also he's Ohio fuck now.
Fireman.
You know?
Yeah. He had a bad eye injury for a while, I think. He'd been dealing with.
He has that like.
Yeah, he's got a blockhead too.
He's a fireman.
He's got cool commercials.
Which one?
Modelo.
No, no.
He has a Modelo.
Some line of like firefighter merch, workout gear.
He started it. Have you ever seen those firefighters that race? And they have
up
ladders.
Yeah, and they gotta climb.
fucking
Yeah.
run.
It's awesome.
And then they toss that thing, and then they climb it, and then they.
Got to put the
then
fire
they-
hydrant shit.
They put the whole thing.
Yeah.
That is awesome. I would like to host those, and then the lumberjack games. Do you remember the
Lumberjack games are the best.
Yeah, we need to bring those back.
I would like the firefighter games and the lumberjack games. Firefighter one, I think they got a hose aim thing like it's state fair too.
Yeah.
You know, they got to fucking knock something out. And
What is it like?
the windows.
County versus county or city versus city?
They
State
have like
versus
teams.
state?
I think they like have these competition teams.
Firehouse.
Have you
All-star
seen these
fireman
fuckers?
team?
Can you go back
shit.
to the beginning? Can you go back to the beginning? Yeah. All the way
Carrying
back
the
to
hoses up the ladders, too. You carry the hose
That
all the way
right
up.
there.
Shit.
Yeah, look at that shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have a net to catch them if they fall. Is that what that is?
Hell no.
Wow.
Yeah. L3 right there. Dog. Blue pants. Blue pants is a beast, dude.
I need to get a ladder like that.
Thing.
You know, ladder with a hook on the top.
There's also videos of
just in case.
people doing this with like water buckets too, where they hand it up to each other.
Oh, yes. There's a bunch. I think there's like 4, 5, 6 different competitions. Those lumberjack games are sweet.
Yeah.
So sweet.
Did you ever see those?
Haven't seen those.
Okay.
Oh, man.
This is,
come on.
we're talking about roll.
Sounds dope.
We're talking about steel.
We're talking about steel is obviously a saw that is certainly used whenever you're cutting through a big ass fat piece of wood. But the roller,
Yeah, the log
on the
in
log.
water.
log in water, other end got like soccer cleats on, like trying to spin the log to knock the other person off.
I gotta see this.
It's fucking
Yeah, I
hey,
know,
Yeah.
real deal.
It's sick.
And then with the
Yeah.
like
Yep.
sawing through this thing, awesome.
Putting the shit in the trees and then stepping up on it and having to go
That's
up
the best,
tree.
yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yep.
the climbing of the fucking when
Yeah.
they got those things. Yeah,
Yep.
we would like to bring those back. Now that we are in we were going to make a push, and those are probably happening already. We haven't seen them, so for whoever's broadcasting them, we would like you to do a better job marketing it. But also, what was that one? The crushed ice.
Oh, yeah.
I fucking love that. Did you see that one, AJ? Do you remember that?
What do you mean? Crushed ice? What do you mean?
I was in Hawaii, and I'm like 6 hours behind everybody, so I'm watching late night TV. late night TV. And it was this Red Bull crushed ice, I think is what it was called. They made a ice racetrack down a mountain with jumps and like walls and shit. And dudes were dressed in hockey equipment, and they raced down this mountain, and it was like insanity. It was, these dudes are getting fucking launched onto ice, and then like there's like full on
Fighting.
Yeah, it was
The roller derby.
Yeah, here it is. Look at this shit. We apologize. This is via
Crushed
Red Bull. Red Bull. Grab some wings. Look at this shit.
Oh, I have seen some of this. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, and they go all the way down a.
Are these like ex-hockey guys?
It's in
you think?
Boston.
This one, I have not seen this one. I'm excited to see who wins this. Samuel Adams on the sponsor. Red takes the lead. Obviously, quick with the jump. You got to be able to handle this.
Good turn.
Can you hit each other?
Clean turn.
You can. That's why they got pads on, but it seems like Red has just gotten so far ahead they ain't got a shot. Red's unstoppable.
Ooh. Good move by Yellow.
Riding the bunny hill perfectly
Yeah.
with a finish. Yeah.
Grab some ice.
Moving.
Is that Fenway? That's sweet.
I didn't like everybody was celebrating with him. That was at Fenway?
Yeah, that's at Fenway Park.
Oh, so they can build these things anywhere.
They're all boys because they know it's
grow the game,
life or death.
Oh, so we're going to have one of those outside of Thunderdome here.
Yeah.
Little whoop-de-woo around town.
Sick.
Oh, my God. All right. Let's make our picks, and we'll do overreactions. Big game tonight, AJ. Big game. Miami Dolphins, with or without Tyreek Hill. Do we have any update, Gumpy?
Nope, just what Schefter said, nothing new.
Schefter said he's guessing he does play.
True game time decision is what I read earlier.
Tyreek, tough guy, though, has not missed a lot of games.
It's a wrist, right? That's the injury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wrist.
You think he plays?
I'm going to go with he plays, yeah.
Tyreek Hill playing for the Miami Dolphins in Darius Butler's mind. Also, Schefter guessing he will probably play. Alongside Tua traveling to Los Angeles, the city of stars, to take on the Rams, Cooper Kupp, Matthew Stafford, Jared Verse, and a D-line that Bill Belichick says, I really like him. I really, really like him. Darius, who do you like? How do you like it on this evening's Monday Night Football?
Obviously, a lot depends on Tyreek's health, but I'm going to say he shows up. The Dolphins' season is on the line. The entire state of Florida, pride of the state of Florida, the great state of Florida is on the line. So I'm going to go with the Miami Dolphins to win tonight, straight up.
Okay. Doesn't want the plus 2.5. Let the record state. D-Butt says money line. Let's go to how we did once again from the weekend. AJ and I picking games, how we're seeing. I'm 6-7. You're 4-9. Boy, we're really seeing it well, aren't we? This was a weekend where the books got back on the public. Tone Diggs told us that the unders and the dogs were the ones that were doing the winning this weekend.
10-3 dogs, 9-4 to the under.
So does that continue to reign true for Monday Night Football? Are the Miami Dolphins destined to cover? Or will the Los Angeles Rams at home in whose house? There's Dirty.
There it was.
Good answer, Dirty. I appreciate that. Who do you like, AJ?
Well, I was waffling a bit, but Bill talking about how great this Rams D line just put it over the top for me. So give me the Rams minus 2.5. Here we go.
I will do the exact same. Rams minus 2.5 for both AJ and I. D-Butch will be riding with the Miami Dolphins of South Florida, looking to get the first win for the state of Florida all weekend.
Need it.
Congrats to Florida. You guys were once known as a great athletic state.
Yep.
Still are.
Now people are starting to wonder.
No.
Tim Reynolds says this has never happened before ever. Florida's FBS, FCS, NFL teams are combined 0-11 on the same weekend.
Jeez.
Only the Dolphins can save them. FAU, Florida, Miami, FSU, USF, UCF. Lost. FAMU, Bethune, and Stetson. Lost. Jags and Bucks. Close. Lost. Will the Dolphins save the day? Will the city of Miami show up for the state of Florida?
Absolutely. And Tua I trust.
There you have it.
Boom.
Thank you, Tua.
Thank you, Tua. Already.
It's going to be warm in there, too. He's going to feel so.
Quick whistle. Let's get a quick whistle. tonight.
Be safe, too.
Yeah.
Be safe, Tua.
Sack him softly.
You're gonna pound the rock.
Yeah, but not Tua.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't pound.
Don't have others.
He'll have his one. He'll do his head first dive on one play.
No.
That's what he does. He does one a game.
No.
He does one a game. He dives for one first down every game. That's what he does.
Tua?
Don't do it.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
We need you.
Do what you got to do.
He might be giving concussions out now. He might say, no, it's my turn. I'm going to dole him out.
Whoa.
He tried that.
Whoa.
Do what the fuck you got to do, Tua. Whatever it takes. Stays on your back. You can't fucking play football scared.
You
got to dive for a first down.
Yeah.
You dive for a first down. If you're scared, go to church.
Hell yeah. Be
Get a
willing
Rottweiler.
Get a dog.
Yeah. Scared, get a Rottweiler. Go to church. All of them.
Great song.
If you're scared, motherfucker, go to church. If you got a motherfucker, do your work.
Bad idea.
Great song.
Rest in peace to Ben. Speaking of
Rest in
dogs.
peace.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that got me there.
Oh yeah, that was a.
That letter was.
Yeah,
that
it
was
got
wild.
real dusty.
How about that 11-year-old girl, the Jen Lana story?
Yep.
Yeah,
I was crying all over the place.
I know.
I'm just sitting up there crying my face off.
A few weeks in a row, Jen's got me.
Every time. I think Jen, every single time. Tell great stories there. And then that letter that Kirk penned about Ben, boy.
Yeah.
Him trying to throw to that middle of the show. And then after the show, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I don't even know if I would be able to
tough.
What am I gonna? One of Ben's boys, Peter, was there.
Mm-hmm. Big dog.
Strapping. Peter was a good. I think for Kirk, Peter was a very good. Needed it, I think there was one of those moments. We love you, Kirk.
Love you, Kirk.
Yeah, Herbie.
Handle it better than I would.
Hey, man, that's what I was thinking the whole time.
Yeah, all weekend, Thursday, Saturday, crazy.
LSU just got their asses kicked by them.
Mm-hmm.
They sure did.
Did we expect that?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Not like that.
You did?
Yeah.
Brian Kelly in a big game.
Brian Kelly was good when he came over and talked to us.
Great. And Massachusetts guy. Nothing against him.
Did you see those shoes he had?
Oh, yeah. They're sick.
He was 13-0 at night, LSU.
Really?
You booking him live? That was dope. Seemed like a cool guy.
How about that? That was a good little chat.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, don't want to waste your time, but also need a little more time.
You got 12 minutes. You can go hang out and come back.
He
Good
was,
for him. Right, did it.
He was obviously going to use those 12 minutes to get better. Yeah. He wasn't recruited. I think, over 300 recruits
Probably.
there, some targeted recruits.
Hey, I'm about to come on back.
They saw that rain. They saw that rain out there.
Thought he said he had nice cold beer.
Well, maybe he did. I don't know.
He did say that.
Probably.
Operator, won't you put me on through? Gonna say my love down the Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you get me on the line? Gonna talk to my girl just one more time. Call it Baton Rouge. Hey,
Suck that tiger dick, bitch.
I did find out what they were saying towards the end there.
Mm-hmm. Oh. More you hear it.
They're saying that.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy.
It's good, champ.
805.
Who do they want? Who's doing that?
Like 6-year-olds and then like 85-year-olds.
Yep.
And everybody in between.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in between.
Man, what a tough law. Like, I know you. That's definitely a game. Coach Danger, like, is that definitely a game you're inviting all the big time recruits to?
Yeah, and
then
like
like
after
after
the house when they're there.
Kelly said it. 300 guys and a bunch of guys on official visits.
God.
Last week,
I ain't
Franklin.
coming here.
And they were all, no, they had to hear that.
Suck that tiger dick, bitch.
And then Milrose said, "How about you suck on my dick, bitch?" And then ran for 4
I didn't hear him
touchdowns.
say that.
I think he did. Thought I saw him mouthing it.
Dude, he was so fast.
Yeah.
Move.
He looked like he was just playing at a different speed.
I know.
So
right,
fast.
right away, too.
So fast. So it's wild how fast. It's like, why aren't we doing that every? Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by, I'm not talking to Jalen. I'm talking to. Hey.
Yep.
But then you don't want to slow down his development as a passing quarterback as well, because that's part of the entire thing. It's like both of those can go.
Injury.
Both of those can go very much. But it's like Jalen's special, man. He's special. When
Built,
he gets
too.
going like that. Yeah.
I mean, it ain't like he frail. Like, he jacked.
Speaking of Jalen's, from Alabama, 4 tuds for Hurts.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Everybody's talking about Jerry Jones saying, we know the fucking sun's east and west. We get it. And they're talking about Mike McCarthy and Micah talking about Mike McCarthy. Nobody's talking about Jalen Hurts went bananas this weekend.
Dog.
He looked good. Ball is so he throws like a lawn dart. It feels like when he's throwing it, it's beautiful the way he opens that thing up. And obviously he has this in his game that'll never go away. And it's like Nick Sirianni and the boys are flying around. They're jumping over people backwards. Jalen's going for 4 tuds. Coaches are almost fired because of it. It's like Philadelphia Eagles are rolling right now. Happy for that. That's one of your teams.
That is one of my teams because of Jalen Hurts, just like Justin Herbert. I follow these quarterbacks. If you're a quarterback that I love, I loved how he handled what happened to him in college. Getting benched, still staying there, being a good teammate, then going to Oklahoma, learning under Lincoln Riley. Obviously had to read a bunch of coverages, read different progressions and throws, became a better passer. And then his path since coming into the NFL. Like, A.J. Brown, when he's one-on-one, he's catching the ball, bringing Saquon over. Then the big question was that defense. Defense was absolutely terrible down the stretch last year, and now Vic Fangio got those young boys playing some good ball. So all in on it. Oh, look at that sun.
The sun is bright. Yeah, we knew where the sun was.
That's crazy.
Wow. That is very bright.
That's crazy. Come on, Jerry.
Get some curtains.
Remember when they built that thing, the sun, I guess, like that, wasn't chatted about. They had the Jumbotron too low.
Yep.
Remember?
Yeah.
I was just getting punted and bombed on every single week. Yeah, we fucking knew that the punters could
We didn't
maybe
think
hit
about
it.
football.
They got to aim for it, though. We're going to lift that thing up a few meters, I've been told. A few meters. What a wild time. Maybe Jerry... Nope. I'm not saying it.
Say it.
Maybe he has lost his fastball.
Oh, definitely. Definitely have losses.
Maybe Jerry needs to realize that. You think?
Yeah, pass the ball, Jerry.
Do you think the builders hey, so Jerry, like, if you play a 4:00 game, like the sun is probably going to be. What do you think? Like, cause I'm sure that conversation we've been dialed in with the sun since the fucking Egyptians were building shit. Like, they knew exactly where the sun was going to be when.
Used to be the clock, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like that conversation had to come up.
Hey, Jerry, sun does it. Hopefully, and we're all hoping it does come up, and it's going to be, because when the Colts built their stadium, well, the Colts didn't, the city did. The way they had it set up is that I think it's still the Colts sideline just gets cooked for longer than the other sideline for a while. I think that is still the case because they couldn't switch it because the season ticket prices behind any amount of and everything like that. So a lot of questions were like, did anybody think about this during it all? Oh yeah, they all have discussions about it.
I know Miami. That's a big thing in Miami with Hard Rock Stadium. Like that visiting sideline.
Yeah, it's hot as fuck.
Cooked 1:00 games. There's obviously a big difference, September through, January with the sun down there and up here, but still, that's a huge advantage for the Dolphins.
Good move by Miami.
Great move.
That's home field advantage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what is all the home field advantage? Is it your loud fans? Sure. Or is it the humidity? Sure. Also, we get shade. Yeah. See that fucking thing? Yeah. See you.
Killing you.
You got none over there. That's smart.
Hell yeah. In October, you coming from 40.
High school stadiums do that. High school stadiums are set up to where the opposing fans, if the sun's out, they're staring right into the sun.
I love that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's genius.
I do. I very much enjoy that.
Yeah.
Good for humans. We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Not Jerry, but.
What?
Not Jerry, but.
He still got it in there.
Just shut the fuck up and build the stadium, okay? I don't give a fuck where the sun's going to be.
You think that's what he said?
Yeah, probably. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you paying for this? Oh, you're not? Okay. Shut the fuck up and build it. I'll find someone who will.
Well, sir, if we move it this way, though, just a little bit, it'll potentially just block out the entire...
What are you, an architect? Shut the fuck up.
I am actually an architect.
Well, not a very fucking good one. I'm going to find somebody else who will listen to everything I fucking say.
Are you an architect?
Might as well be. You know how much fucking money I'm worth? Build the fucking stadium. And shut your fucking mouth.
I was the architect of America's team.
There is a chance that that's how that conversation went.
No doubt.
Isn't it crazy that we know too much now that we know that is potentially possible?
Yeah.
That is how it potentially went. That Tiger being on the sideline for LSU, so awesome.
So sick.
Just the way we heard the story of how it all went down, so awesome. So awesome.
Got to keep that going.
I don't know how much is real or not, but boy, Governor Jeff Landry was going to have a fucking Tiger on that sideline. And rawr.
You hear a story in Louisiana, it's real. No matter how wild or crazy this shit is, it's most likely a real fucking story.
Hey, Louisiana's a special place now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
The more I've learned, it is a special, hot as shit down there.
Humid.
All right, let's see how hot it was on the internet streets. Every single Monday of a football season, I put out a bird call, and I ask NFL fans to kind of, empty the emotions into one particular tweet. All you got to use is hashtag I don't want to overreact, but... And you could find your tweet on this particular program. Ty Schmidt went through them all, found his favorites. It went up to number 3 overall trend on the United States Twitter, and we appreciate everybody for participating. Shout out to everybody. There was somebody that was a lot of politics stuff potentially.
Yeah.
Hope everybody's okay. Hope everybody's happy. I thought this was all ending last week. I guess that is not the case in this entire thing. Let's go to some of these tweets that Ty picked out. This one's from AP Tone. Hashtag I don't want to overreact. But for the first time since the 2017 season, I think the Steelers can make a run. The only team in the AFC that worries me is the Ravens, and the Ravens are now 1-7 in their last 8 versus Pittsburgh. Lamar is 2-4 versus Steelers with 7 fumbles, 7 interceptions, sacked 20 times. I almost forgot. Ravens week. You guys got the Ravens on Sunday. This is a big indicator. Bill Belichick said, we're going to find out who this Pittsburgh Steelers team is. Seems like you already found out who this Pittsburgh Steelers team is. You feel very good, Tone.
I do feel very good. The Ravens matchup-wise are the only ones I do fear, but the Steelers match up with the Ravens better than anybody. And I did use my platform there to take a shot at the Ravens and how bad they have been against the Steelers coming up versus this week, versus Ravens week, which is the biggest week of the year every time it happens. Let's not forget, this is the best rivalry in football, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it is. The best rivalry in the NFL, you could say. I assume there's some people that would argue Ohio State, Michigan, but
maybe
is that going to be?
Probably not anymore.
Is that going to be going forward? Then Texas, Oklahoma, how's that going to continue to grow? Obviously, is Oklahoma going to be able to continue to be a wagon at some point? We shall see. Ravens, Steelers, always good. Always means something. And back in the day, I don't know how many NFL cities have this. Whenever the Cleveland Browns say, you know what, we're leaving, we're going to Baltimore, and Baltimore and Pittsburgh becomes a thing, especially with Ed and Ray and Palamalu and everybody. I mean, it became real thing. They'd have like pep rallies downtown to beat the Ravens. Hey, come on down to the south side. Get a hammer and hit this car that is painted up like a Baltimore Raven. They don't do that anymore.
That's awesome.
That is literally how the Steelers-Ravens rivalry and what it became in the good times. Now both teams are vying for the top of the AFC again. Feels like this does have the opportunity to become everything that it once was.
It's a great rivalry. It's always been a great game. It's a respected one, though. Like, as Steelers fans, we respect Ravens fans and that organization, unlike the Bengals and Browns. They just fucking suck.
Sure.
But, the other two,
Time.
it's a respected, heated rivalry. I can't wait.
All right. Well, Russell Wilson versus Lamar Jackson in the AFC North. Can't wait to watch. Let's go to the next overreaction, shall we? This is from old ZD, baby. Oh, no. Yeah. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but we need to blow up the Bears organization from the inside. George has never won a playoff game since taking over in 2011. He also fired a 10-6 Lovie Smith. Still to this day, makes no sense. Just an added note there from Zeke. He doesn't have the dog in him like the great George Halas. The McCaskies should gift the team to the great city of Chicago. Absolute bullshit. Fire everyone.
Oh, no.
You're saying from top down?
Top down. The fat lady has sung. It's over.
Damn. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, good run, though, for this guy, little baby George. You guys call him Little George, Baby George? What's his name?
Oh, just fucking
okay.
Horrible
George.
Okay, horrible George.
He's up in the game right now.
Horrible George.
Horrible George.
He's nothing like Dog George.
No.
He's horrible George. Lovie Smith getting fired from there. One and more. One and more.
Yeah, that happens.
Cleveland Browns had Baker Mayfield as their quarterback. They won a playoff game. One and more. One and more. That'll get you.
Caldwell.
Yeah,
in Detroit.
Caldwell in Detroit. Same exact thing.
But
that's
you
found the guy.
Sheila Fordham turned it all around.
Well, good luck to the Bears.
Yeah, good luck.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, they're fucked.
That's no fun. Zeke was taking down entire cows.
Yeah.
You know, in those victory stakes.
My freezer is so stacked right now, and I can't fucking eat any of them.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a while.
Bingo.
It's going to be a while. Is Caleb good?
Oh, he's so good.
The people that watched, I think, would argue, but
Well, if you didn't
who
miss
knows?
He pots a lot.
Dano was standing on his chair today talking about him.
I did see Dano all standing up. This is a timing thing, a route thing, a yada, yada, yada thing. All right, Dan. What were you? You say pots a lot?
Yeah, I'm saying he fucking pots a lot.
He's potting?
Like, listen.
Like how? What do you mean?
I get it. Your OC stinks. Your O-line stinks. But I don't need to see you fucking potting and whining on the
Well,
sideline.
he's invested. That's
Don't
why he's
penalize
potting.
a guy for being competitive.
Yeah, you want him to be happy on the sideline or losing?
I mean,
Yeah,
bring the
thank
energy
you,
up.
Thank you. Just being a fucking potter isn't being competitive. It's being a fucking potter.
You're done with the pot.
You don't pot in the NFL, okay? This ain't USC, pal, okay? And all the Bears fans, when they drafted, but look at our roster. We're actually like, I'm gonna win the NFC North this year. No, you fucking aren't. Okay, it's the same. It's the same fucking. Zeke knows. It's the same fucking thing. Over and over. Over and over.
Yeah, but they're potting. They care.
And I'm done with the potting. Okay, you're not any good, so don't pot. Fire your head coach. And listen, I know he's been on the show. He's been a friend of the show. He's a good guy. You probably should fucking shit can polls too.
Whoa! Ty is right there. You got to get rid of everybody.
They needed to get an offensive line to protect their quarterback, but instead they got Keenan Allen. They drafted another wide receiver. We have the best fucking skill guys ever. We're gonna be just fine.
Is it possible to start with Team Zero? Just get rid of everybody?
Quit potting. Play. No pot, just play.
Well said.
All right, let's go to another overreaction.
I hope they don't fire Flutes, though. I'd like to see him be there through the Packers game next week. 'Cause I'm worried. I'm worried if they fire him, they'll get that interim coach bump.
It would have happened.
All right, let's go to the next one. This is from Trey Baxter at Trey Bax. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but Bobby Sloan can respectfully suck both of my testicles. It would show more effort than the Texans' second half performance. Jeez,
That's a good one, Trey. Good
Everybody
job,
was
Trey.
celebrating with Aaron Glenn and how great his defense was. Trey says we need to be looking on the other side. Fuck this guy. Jeez Louise.
Suck both of his balls.
Respectfully. He said respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully, of
That's
course.
a good tweet.
All right,
Good
Trey,
tweet.
let's go to the next one. This is from Tyler Frasine 2. Hashtag I don't want to overreact,
But
Jerry Jones is a worse owner than David Tepper.
Ooh.
No O-line or D-line. Linebackers suck. Only have one weapon in CD. No running game. Dipshit gets asked a valid question about the Sun and acts like a moron. Eat a Hershey bar, Jer, and sell the team.
Feel good.
Then what it's like to get even worse? I don't understand what that's all about. I don't know what that's all about. A lot of shit on Jerry. And
It's just every week. I mean, I think like McCarthy gets some, but like from what I see, listen, McCarthy ain't the problem. It's Jerry.
Jerry put this on himself whenever he became the voice and the face of the team. Whenever things go well, I assume he's going to get a lot of credit. I haven't been around for it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because it has been going well.
But if it was, it would be. And then whenever it goes wrong, obviously it's 100% on him as well. Jerry Jones, he sells the team. It's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
He's not selling.
No chance.
That's a family operation. You know that.
Forever.
What if he looks at Steven, though?
You ain't fucking got it.
Yeah. You gonna be the GM?
I don't think so, pal. Fucking Bezos wants to give me $25 billion for this thing.
Fuck it.
He's been training up AI Jerry for that.
To answer questions?
Yeah, I mean, to run the team when he dies.
I didn't even think about that. Bezos,
A little bit of an upcharge, you know that? Sorry, a little bit of an upcharge in the tours. I think $40 for the tour, $70 you get to interact with AI Jerry.
Smart. I mean, you're only get around AI Jerry one time. Better ask him a question. It's like you do dinner with Jay-Z. Is that even possible?
I was gonna say.
Where the hell?
You gotta change that. You gotta change that scenario.
Where's everybody?
Where's everybody at? Where's the old adage was dinner with a perceived great business person,
right?
Or $250,000 or whatever it is, or $50,000, wherever the number is. It's like Jerry's like, you only get to see me one time. You're not gonna ask AI me a fucking question. You're a fucking doofus. $30 more. How about the practice facility? They still giving tours out there?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got so many questions about all that stuff going on. I don't know if I've read enough or if I've read too much. I'm kind of stuck in an interesting situation.
And that's just a dumpster
We're not
fire.
going to slander Jay-Z's name, all right?
10-4.
We're not doing it.
A lot of people are, though. It's just, I feel like, legitimately, what I just said, it's like, and then, is our community notes coming after this one? Well, like the thing, I read this big, long thing. It's like, I know a lot of those names. I know a lot of those. I've listened to a lot of that music. And I get to the bottom, and it has 12 million views. I'm like, wow, a lot of people have seen this.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get to the bottom, there's no community notes. I'm like,
My God, Breaking Game's done it again.
is this one real?
How has this happened?
And I'm like, that can't be real. Because if that's real, then, and then you get another one.
Mm-hmm.
And I start reading it. I'm like, whoa. Is that every human that has ever?
First 100 days is gonna be crazy.
Then I read that one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, then all of a sudden you're in it, and you're 15, 20 minutes later, and it's like,
What's going on?
what's real, what isn't real from what I just read? And then bang, snap back to reality, and you realize that somebody tried to take down your video about Jelly Roll talking about the #1 album of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting?
Has he gotten back to you yet?
Elon has never got, I don't think he ever responded.
He's busy right now.
But I did want to ask him, like, hey, isn't this kind of what your platform is all about here? How come this is getting copyright strike? I thought, like, I appreciate what you're saying X is about. Like, hey, this is about so when Jelly Roll comes in here and says, yeah, we kind of had some slimy stuff happen for the #1 album. It's been happening forever probably, but it ends up working out, moves forward. And then we put it up on that platform, and then it gets a copyright strike from a company that nobody's ever heard of, and then you just take it down without anything. It's like, wait, I thought, how come the other platforms didn't take it, but this one?
It's interesting.
Big music.
What's that all about?
Interesting.
We won, though.
Yeah.
Video's back up.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Elon.
Good work, X.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you, X. Do you know that happened, AJ?
Oh yeah, I knew it happened. What do they claim was a copyright strike? Like what was wrong?
That video, the video that is airing right there in the
Which part though? Like who got to claim it? What's the company?
Some company I've never heard of before. It was a company that never heard of it before. Actually looked into it, did the whole thing. It was just some random company, copyright strike. I'm not the owner. Bang, take it down. Video just was a gray picture. So then I put out, a little, hey, what's this all about? I quote tweet it because it was done. I wouldn't file a DMCA against myself. It's not something I would do.
No.
Why would I do that? That'd be very stupid of me to do. I could just take the thing down if I didn't want it up there. Why would I?
Mm-hmm.
But then my next question was, why did X just automatically say, okay, yeah, you own it, not me, and then take it down? I hope they get to the bottom of it. I don't want to overreact, but feels like, a little slimy.
Some shady stuff.
Slimy.
Felt like it was a little slimy, didn't it, AJ?
Very slimy. That's what he was saying.
Jelly.
Yeah. I don't understand how any of that works, by the way. How can one? Yeah, I want to know the individual. What individual was able to get that and make it happen?
There was a C something O. I forget what the middle letter was at the bottom of the email. I read it. I got the email from it. And I looked on Twitter and it was already. But people had already noticed that got taken down.
Yeah.
There was I didn't know that there was a little bit of a. The Swifties were pretty intrigued, I guess, by that entire video. I guess they are fans of Jelly Roll, but there's maybe other people that were involved in that conversation that they're wondering about.
Mm-hmm.
So I got alerted by the Swifties, actually, first that it happened. Then I get email from Twitter, because I thought maybe my phone just wasn't loading the video.
Sure.
Like I thought maybe my Wi-Fi wasn't good. Swifties gave me a heads up. Then the email. Then
what's this about?
Whoa.
And then guess what happens overnight?
I fixed.
Put back up.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. That's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
What's that?
Swifties they're dialed in.
Dialed
they're like
in.
when you talk about that's a smart football fan. It's like they are. They're dialed.
Have you ever been to one of the shows?
I have not.
Cool, buddy. Just pop in there one time. It is an experience.
It's worth it.
They are all in. All of them. Every word. Every moment. Every breath.
Locked in.
There's a reaction.
When she come back to America?
Oh, I don't know if this tour
years?
is. I don't know if this tour is. Probably next tour.
Next tour? All right.
Yeah, and I assume she could literally just say she's going anywhere and just sell out a stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime she wants for the rest of her life.
People travel overseas to see her.
Congrats to her for that.
Congrats.
Forever.
Let's get to another forever. I think she'll be able to do it forever.
Yeah.
Because she's got 8-year-olds. And she's got 45, 50-year-olds. And all singing.
I went trick-or-treating with a 3-year-old who was Taylor Swift for Halloween. So she's got
forever.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Good business.
Congratulations. All right, let's go to another overreaction. This one's from Henry. Hashtag I don't want to overreact.
But
Saints are all the way back. Head coach Darren the Rizzler got the boys playing with a fire under their ass. The fans, the city, and the Pope himself are behind the team. Saints will go marching on February 9th. What was the tweet that the Pope put out? I saw everybody reacting to it. We cannot become saints with a frown. We must have joyful hearts that remain open to hope. And he hashtagged the Saints, obviously. So that is the New Orleans Saints.
Yep.
So the Pope is behind the Rizzler, and obviously Coach Riz will be joining us tomorrow at 2:05. Can't wait to talk to him about life as an NFL head coach. Let's go to the next overreaction here. This is from Willis at VVIIIIS. You see, but you capitalize it.
Right.
Oh, that's kind of
Willis, that's very clever.
That's cool.
Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but the Sam Darnold experiment ended his second. Darisaw got injured. It's past Halloween. He's still seeing ghosts. At this point, it's darn over.
Nice.
A win is a win, but give me Mullins or reunite KOC with the Pastronaut Josh Dobbs for the rest of the season. Hashtag Skull, hashtag JJ2025. Saw a lot of JJ McCarthy on the internet. Everybody's looking forward to it.
Yeah, people are done with Darnold now. This fucker turned into a pumpkin finally.
Yep.
Did they forget that those other two quarterbacks you mentioned there also turned into pumpkins last year?
Yeah, and they didn't win as many games as Darnold has. 24 of 38, 241, and 3 interceptions is Sam
Still won the
Darnold.
game.
Still won. They don't care. Josh Allen had 2 picks yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to talk about it because of how great he is and how big the Bills won, but it was like those 2 picks got me pretty jacked up about the Colts defense, which makes me think there's still a chance.
Definitely.
Still a chance we can go on a run. Let's go to another overreaction, shall we? It's from Paul Douglas. Here we go. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but this Colts whole organization is a dumpster fire. fire the entire front office, fire the entire coaching staff, cut or trade every player on the roster, remove the owner, let Carly take over. Who's running it now? Team needs a complete reset, says Paul Douglas. Carly's there every day, I think, on the sideline.
Yeah, locked in.
And in the meetings and everything like that. The Irsay family, I think, is pretty
Is she at practice? Is she in the sidelines at practice too every day?
Yeah. I think whenever I was there, she would come out for practice. Not the entirety, but she would come out for practice. I know she watches film for sure. She's on the sideline. She's in the building. Kaylin's in the building. I believe the whole family's in the building. It's like they have to know what's going on, right?
Definitely. Absolutely.
Have to.
AJ, you watched the game in Colts territory. What were the fans saying around you?
They weren't huge like Colts fans at the moment during the game. I would say they definitely wanted AR back though. They did.
Yeah, we heard some AR stuff as well. And
how did they react to Joe in the stadium? For real,
It's
like
getting
were they polite? They weren't. They were polite?
No. After that second pick, they were booing his
They
ass.
cheered him on the field. Jonathan Taylor got introduced last. Joe Flacco got introduced second to last. Cheered him onto the field. First play pick. That's tough.
Yeah.
Second series pick.
Kind of losing pretty
Got pretty loud. Got pretty loud. Then there was a couple missed layups. Got pretty loud. And then the Bills fans started getting loud. And then it all kind of blended in. Sure. And then it just, one thing led to another.
It was bad.
Did Josh Allen did he come talk to you at all, or did I throw the ball in your direction or anything?
He threw the ball in our direction. I did not see him personally in our area. There was a pre-snap where I thought we made eye contact, and then he threw the ball away on that particular play right at our suite. It hit the wall right next to our suite, actually. So I did wonder if there was a thought, because we know he's a shit talker, right? So he might have a chance. Throw away. Let's go ahead and try to peg somebody in that suite. Would have been sweet.
Awesome.
And I will say that ball flying right at us pretty much in the trajectory and then hitting the wall, that thing was coming. That guy's got a fucking hose.
Or hit Bluey in the head, knock that thing out.
Bluey hit a Bills fan in the face. Air Blue hit a Bills fan in the face.
Oh, yeah.
That was friends of Bruce. That was a cool little moment. That was a good moment. Yeah. That was a good moment.
The motorcycle stalled out during intros, and that was the end of it.
That's what we knew.
That was the end of the game right there.
Fuck. What? Oh, buddy, that was
It
tough.
didn't stall out.
I
You mean the
forgot
human
about
stalled
that.
it?
Yeah.
The human stalled it.
Yeah, and then, because, comes out, there's somebody in a sidecar with a flag every single time, leads the way, leads the way out there, kind of sets the tone for everything horsepower.
Sure.
We do the whole thing, and it's right next to, we're 10 feet away.
Yeah, it set the tone on.
And then it's out, and then see the guy pulling clutch, trying to restart it.
Looking around.
And then DeForest Buckner's like they're like running around it now, and then he's like too quick on the clutch, obviously. It was tough, dude. I don't know what the fuck happened. I hope that wasn't a situation where somebody was given the keys to that thing that didn't deserve it. I hope that wasn't a different person driving that just because they were begging or asked for it. I hope we understand that we can't just put anybody behind the fucking sticks and think that they're going to be able to smoothly open that whenever there's 75,000 people going crazy with a football team running around you.
We need like Travis Pastrana, Evel Knievel driving that thing. They're not stalling it.
No, they're just handing out jobs over there, I guess.
I'm worried. I am worried because I think it's normally an old that is on there. This was a young.
Was halftime sweet? Was halftime really cool?
Halftime swear-in ceremony.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, that's right. So it was.
Was that okay? You tell me.
You're not even listening.
That's great. I think it's great, especially before Veterans Day. I think that's a great thing. Normally, you said they have some kind of rinky-dink superheroes playing football.
What is
or something.
wrong
What
with
are you
you?
talking about?
I've never been there. You guys told me this. You said there's some Superman kid that gets paid $40 to go do a kid's birthday party.
They had
was like playing
Times
quarterback.
Square Spider-Man running around at halftime. Yeah. Okay.
Those were good old days.
Captain America.
Back when people worked in there.
Were they really stealing signs? They really taking free AR?
No.
Fives?
Come on now. You can't
I
take
didn't
signs,
see
can
any.
you?
I didn't see any.
They honored all the Indiana Olympians. That was a really cool moment.
Yeah, Cole Hooker, I think is his name.
Yeah.
He's the marathon winner. Remember him?
Hawker, yeah.
Yep.
Cole Hawker.
Yeah.
He was cool. I got to talk to him before him. He hit the anvil.
Oh, nice.
He was cool, dude. They all kind of have like a hippie vibe, all those runners, but they definitely don't smoke.
No.
Can't.
True.
Might do edibles.
But had like good. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think
I don't know
about
if
that.
you could do those either.
Olympic testing. I wonder how much they test
Full
for.
memory Shikari.
Oh yeah. I'm not getting into it.
Yep.
That was dumb.
That was sweet,
So
though.
stupid. So stupid.
But the
Javelin?
yeah, if they
All right, we're not doing it. You know,
Through someone's chest.
Oh, that's true. I do. D-Bug, good callback.
Yeah.
Good callback.
Yeah. All right, let's get the hell out of here. We're back tomorrow. Aaron
Wild
Rodgers
take.
Tuesday.
Wild take.
Wild take. There was not more. I didn't want to. I got this guitar pick from Ernest. Very nice of him.
That's nice.
I saw that on the desk. That's cool.
Jacket, too.
Yeah.
So
Jacket's really cool.
Legalized country music, brother. Hell yeah.
I didn't know.
Fucking outlaw. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of texts from people that would definitely wear this type of jacket on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a fucking cool jacket. I'm like, you're goddamn right it is. That's why I sit on my desk right now. I sit on my chair.
I had to do a double take.
Yeah, so do we.
Yeah.
Corner of my eye.
Just a check.
Yeah, so do we.
Yeah.
As soon as it was handed to me, put it on my shoulders. All right, boys, see you later.
Wait to make
I
sure.
was like, man, I got this jacket. I'm like, mayor here, and I look down. And I go, whoa, we should Google that.
Wait a minute.
Had to do that.
We gotta Google that.
Had to do that with Mahomes' headband, too.
We gotta Google that. What's that?
Sorry, what?
There's a couple memes going around
I
against the
saw
Chiefs, yeah. And one of them was Mahomes' headband.
It's the Tennessee state flag.
Yeah, you got.
But we same exact reaction as you.
Immediately.
Because I stood up here. I'm like, all right, here we go, final hour. And I looked down. I'm like, no way.
What is that?
No way am I. Could you imagine? Could you imagine that? Whoa.
Is it on there now? Is it on the jacket?
It's Tennessee flag, brother.
That's a bit scary, actually, when I glance at it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're telling me.
Not gonna lie. Yeah, that's good. Show the back of that.
Legalized country music, goddammit.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Could you imagine you to.
Tossing the crowd.
Fuck it.
I see Parker's throwing out like tons and tons of
Thousands.
picks the whole show.
Well, he should.
Yeah.
He
I
should.
agree.
Show me.
You're
I
welcome.
want to
baby.
catch one.
He's so jocked.
I miss Parker.
Yes.
Jordan Davis, great work this weekend with Buy Dirt down there at Game Day. Played a good song, played good down there. The two, I think they need to add we need to play a song.
Some pizzazz or what?
Juice it up.
No, I mean, let's get
Yeah.
we can get a,
Full accompaniment.
Nick Cannon in there to play the drums.
maybe. I mean, if we can get Nick Cannon to play a drum, sure. I'm sure Jordan has a drum. Can we get a drum? You don't need a full Miles Teller bingo. Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
That would be great. We just need a little,
Well, something.
You know, pop.
because you can buy dirt. Let's get the fuck out of here. We like the Rams. You like the Dolphins.
Absolutely.
D-line.
How are you seeing the board right now? Good?
This past weekend, I got smoked.
All right.
Oh, no.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. We're in this thing together. Team on me. Team on three. Oh, yeah, thanks for this. Be a friend.
Hell yeah.
Long sleeve
cool.
shirt. Got
Yeah,
sent
that's
in the
sick.
office. Yeah, I don't have any other clean clothes. So shout out whoever sent this in. Really saved me today. About 5 minutes before the show went live, I realized quickly I don't have any clothes here. This one was here. Very thankful.
Sweet.
Team on me. Team on three. 1, 2, 3. Team. Goodbye.